68. Qi Jingquan's huge Dharma idol was pure white and ethereal. It sat solemnly on the northernmost territory of the Eastern Treasure Continent. The sea of clouds surged and slowly pressed down, approaching Qi Jingquan's head. Qi Jingquan looked up and smiled freely. Above the sea of clouds, a dignified voice sounded. Qi Jingquan, you have to know that the heavenly Tao is selfless. As a disciple of the Confucian school, it's understandable that you have compassion for the Black Pearl Cave. If you change your mind now, there's still room for negotiation. Accompanied by the words of the immortal in the sky, it was as if waves of thunder were rolling rapidly in the sea of clouds. The flashing lightning and thunder continuously seeped out from the bottom of the sea of clouds. Words were law. Another immortal sneered and said, "Why are you talking nonsense with this bookworm? If you want to do something that can support the heavens and the earth, you have to ask if my fist agrees or not." At the same time, the sea of clouds was scooped up by a huge golden palm. After pushing away the thick clouds and revealing a hole, a pillar of light landed in front of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol. A Buddhist chant sounded from the west and said sympathetically, "Benefactor Qi, calm your mind and transcend the land of Buddhism." Qi Jingquan said in a low voice, "After the battle of the dragon-slaying battle, the town will enjoy 3,000 years of great luck. The descendants of the future generations will be outstanding. However, since it is a rule set by the four saints, the first batch of cultivators who chose to take root in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven did not object. I, Qi Jingquan, naturally have no right to interfere in this matter. Now that the heavenly Tao wants to suppress this world, just come. It's just me, Qi Jingquan, who will bear this calamity for the people of the town. The heavenly Tao and rules have not fallen into vain. Why are you stopping me?" The immortal who had reached out and created a huge hole in the sea of clouds laughed wantonly. "Ha ha, Qi, do you really not know the reason, or are you pretending to be crazy?" Unknowingly, Qi Jingquan had already stretched out her hand and grabbed the pearl that contained a small cave. She clenched her hand into a fist and held it in her palm, thinking about it, in the palm of his hand, in the grotto heaven. And above the small town, it was a mysterious scene where day suddenly turned into night. At this moment, the snow-white palm that protected Qi Jingquan's paradise seemed to have suffered an invisible attack that came from all directions, and it sizzled while white arcs of lightning ceaselessly sprayed out from the back of his hand. Snowflakes that seemed to be small like feathers but were actually large like mountains were ceaselessly falling from the back of his hand and falling to the ground. However, they vanished into thin air before they could land on the ground. The immortal sitting high up in the clouds near the hole in the sea of clouds sneered, "Little Confucian, you're going against the great Tao and overestimating yourself. Let me play with you first." If one looked from afar in the eastern vase continent and was able to break through the concealment array created by the immortals, one would be able to vaguely see an incomparably spectacular scene. In the huge hole in the sea of clouds, first a black dot was revealed, then a sword tip was revealed, and finally the whole picture was finally revealed. It was a pocket-sized flying sword that was the length of a finger of Qi Jingquan's Dharma form. As soon as the first sword appeared, the second sword followed and fell from another place. The third and fourth sword descended from the sea of clouds in the sky one after another. There were a total of 12 flying swords. They lined up in a line and hovered in the sky. It was like a cavalry that was in a formation and had its reins pulled tight. It was only waiting for an order to charge into the formation. Above the sea of clouds, a golden giant was casually sitting with his legs crossed. He opened his huge golden eyes and rested his fists on his knees. His right fist slowly pulled out an index finger and flicked it. A flying sword was the first to shoot toward Qi Jingquan's empty fist. The speed of the flying sword was as fast as lightning. On the trajectory, it pulled out an endless cloud tail. The flying sword instantly pierced through Qi Jingquan's Dharma form's arm. When it was only a few feet away from the ground, it suddenly stopped. Above the sea of clouds, the golden giant's right index finger gently rotated. The flying sword drew an arc and returned to the sky. At the same time, his left hand lightly flicked the finger. The flying sword that was originally suspended in the air suddenly fell and pierced Qi Jingquan's arm again. The two fingers rose and fell. The 12 flying swords fell straight down and returned in an arc. They rose and fell, and so on. After Qi Jingquan's arm was shot by the flying swords, it became riddled with wounds and countless black holes appeared on it. Compared to the original white body of the towering Dharma idol, it was particularly shocking. Qi Jingquan's expression was calm. He saw that another wave of flying swords was about to pierce him and start a new round of killing. It was really aggressive. Qi Jingquan said lightly, proud of success. A flying sword was still piercing straight toward Qi Jingquan's arm. But this time, before it could pierce into the arm, it was like a pine needle being blown askew by a gust of wind. Not only this flying sword, but also the following 11 flying swords, without exception, returned without any success. They circled around Qi Jingquan's Dharma form and flew slowly in a certain fixed trajectory. The swords trembled and waited for an opportunity to move, slightly hissing. Not only that, but the waves of spring wind between heaven and earth also supported the falling sea of clouds without leaving a trace. The golden giant bared his chest and looked down at the 12 flying swords with an unbridled air. He was a little surprised to see that he could not find any flaw in the 12 flying swords. Qi Jingquan did not pay much attention to these flying swords that were incomparably powerful to human cultivators. He kept staring at the clenched fist. There was a saying in the world that a pearl was old and yellow. The pearl suspended in the sky above the eastern vase continent of Liju Cave had been around for 3,000 years. It should have been in the hands of the next saint, Wan Qi, 60 years later. The outer wall that covered and protected the pearl would be completely broken. Like a piece of porcelain, the outer layer of glaze would fall off and be peeled off. At that time, the way of heaven would crush down with irresistible force. Although no one would die on the spot, everyone in the town would lose their next life. Qi Jingquan specially read the Buddhist scriptures for this, and even deduced a terrible consequence. The 6,000 people in the town would be used as scapegoats to bear the mighty power of heaven. They might fall into the hungry ghost path of the Western Buddhist kingdom forever, and never be able to escape. As the last saint of Liju Cave, Wan Qi, the military cultivator and sword forger, would not be responsible for the safety of the people in the town. Instead, he would not let anyone escape the punishment of the way of heaven. The golden giant's voice was like a drum that rumbled through the sky. He laughed and said, "Some people say that you, Qi Jingquan, are not simple. You have 2 natal characters. Besides the character of spring, you also have the character of silence that breaks the rules. Come, let me see." Every time the giant said a word, he would hit his knee with his fist. After 3 times, the sea of clouds surged violently like boiling water in a pot. At the bottom of the sea of clouds, the breeze that was originally invisible to the naked eye also shook. The light became chaotic and alternated between bright and dark. The giant said, "You have the spring breeze, but I have the rain of flying swords to pour cold water on you." After he said that, countless golden threads penetrated the sea of clouds and the breeze. If the giant's body was used as a comparison, those golden threads were like tiny embroidery needles that were the length of a fingernail. They were densely packed, and there were tens of thousands of them. After they gathered together, the momentum was great and shocking. Qi Jingquan was still staring at his fist. After hearing that, his expression did not change. He said softly, "Good rain knows the season. When spring comes, it will happen. On the ground around the Dharma idol that was sitting upright, raindrops splashed out. Every raindrop seemed small and negligible, but they were actually as big as a pool. Then, these raindrops that were constantly emerging slid into the sky against common sense. The curtain of rain hung upside down. It was all because of the poem that the scholarly sage, Qi Jingchun, recited. The golden rain of flying swords came down from the top. The curtain of spring rain that rose from the ground came up from the bottom. They collided together fiercely. There were a myriad of phenomena above his head, but Qi Jingchun did not see, listen, or speak. Around Qi Jingchun's fist, lightning dragons appeared out of thin air and smashed on the back of his hand. The lightning was divided into 3 colors: scarlet, bluish-purple, and snow white. It seemed chaotic, but the 3 were clearly separated and did not intertwine with each other. They were intertwined into 3 large nets. The Dharma idol's fist shattered, and the feathers of the flying swords fluttered as it continued to weaken. Qi Jingchun said softly, "It's calm." Among the 3 colors of lightning, only the snow-white lightning remained motionless without any warning. However, the other 2 types of lightning still followed the rules. This caused a scarlet lightning to break a snow-white lightning with a bang, and a bluish-purple lightning to bind the scarlet lightning. The heavenly net that had always been narrow, but never missed, had actually become chaotic and disorderly. Above the sea of clouds, an old voice sounded leisurely. There's a law of movement and stillness. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3 lightning nets that were originally chaotic regained their order in the chaos of the vast heavenly might. Again and again, they hit the fist of Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol. Qi Jingchun sighed softly. "Small fights are more or less enough. Qi Jingchun, do you dare to take this fist of mine?" A golden fist fell from the hole in the sea of clouds towards Qi Jingchun's head. Qi Jingchun's free right hand was raised high, with her palm facing upwards, blocking the fist that was pressing down on her. Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol suddenly fell 1,000 feet, but the sea of clouds was also lifted 1,000 feet by a surge of wind. It was as if there was a distance of 2,000 feet between heaven and earth. Again, the golden immortal's fists landed one after another, each with the force of a thunderbolt. Perhaps any of the 5 mountains and majestic mountains of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent would not be able to withstand his fist. The snow-white Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol only raised his arm high. First, a large hole was smashed in the Dharma idol's palm. Then the entire palm shattered with a bang. Following that, the golden fist smashed the arm into pieces. Qi Jingchun, whose Dharma idol was greatly damaged, was still indifferent. All of his attention was still on his left hand, which was clenched into a fist. From the fist to the entire arm, then to the shoulder, it was covered with Taoist talisman that was covered with lightning. Every word was as big as a house. The old voice continued, "Don't be stubborn. Qi Jingchun, if you are willing, you can follow me in cultivation." Qi Jingchun turned his head slightly and looked down at the arm that was full of holes. It was already covered with the supreme prophecies written by the Taoist sex saint. What a good way to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Qi Jingchun sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Peace." The old voice revealed a hint of anger. "Qi Jingchun, how dare you?" The angry shout forcibly covered the 2 words after Qi Jingchun's peace. In the sky, 2 fingers were closed together like a sword, easily breaking through the sea of clouds and slashing down. It actually directly cut off Qi Jingchun's arm that was clenched into a fist from the shoulder. In the distance, there was an imperceptible sigh full of regret. The scholarly sage did not overstep the rules. Qi Jingchun should not have crossed the Taoist sect's lightning pool. After the finger sword successfully chopped off Qi Jingchun's arm, it seemed that its master's anger was still there. The two fingers quickly retracted back into the sea of clouds, but it didn't stop there. Instead, with an even faster speed, it pierced toward the floating fist that was like a tree without roots and water without a source. Qi Jingchun retracted the right arm that was left above his head and quickly blocked above the bead, hugging it in front of him to protect himself. The two fingers of the immortal went forward and penetrated the arm of Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol without any suspense. The fist from the golden giant that came from the hole also hit the head of Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol. Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol was on the verge of collapse. Although its arm was broken, its sleeves were still fluttering. It had the charm of a scholar. However, the more it was like this, the more tragic it was. After being punched in the head again, Qi Jingchun's Dharma idol continued to sink, one punch after another, as if it would not stop until the scholar was smashed deep into the ground. The dilapidated Dharma idol protected the fist in front of it, the bead, the pearl grotto heaven, and the people who would call him Mr. Qi when they met. The Dharma idol's lips moved slightly as it chanted silently. The stars rotate, the sun and the moon shine. The four seasons represent the emperor. Yin and yang increase, wind and rain increase. All things are born in harmony, and all things are nourished in their own way, in the small grotto heaven. In the village school, there was not a single child present. There was a Confucian scholar in a green robe sitting alone. Not only was his temples white, but his hair was also snow white. The scholar was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His soul was shattered more thoroughly than a porcelain that had fallen heavily to the ground. The scholar had an extremely happy expression. He closed his eyes and smiled, passing away suddenly. There was Qi Jingchun in the world. The world was happy, and so was I. That year, in this world, spring left very late and summer came very late. 69. It was as if the town had encountered a heavenly eclipse that was hard to come by in 100 years. All of a sudden, it was pitch black, and people couldn't even see their own fingers. In addition, the statues outside the town were exploding like firecrackers. The sound became more and more frequent. When the town was silent because of the darkness, it was particularly ear-piercing. This undoubtedly deepened the speculations of the ordinary people in the town, thinking of the ox carts and horse carriages that carried the children of the big families. The people in the streets and alleys were all uneasy. Inside the high walls of the 4 families and 10 clans, without exception, every time a servant or maid wanted to act on their own and hang up a lantern high up, they would be loudly reprimanded. Some hot-tempered stewards of the family would even slap those lanterns on the spot and trample them with their feet. With a ferocious expression, they stared at those kind-hearted servants as if they were enemies. In the blacksmith shop, Chen Pingon and Ning Yao were sitting at the mouth of the well having lunch. After dark, although Chen Pingon felt strange, it didn't affect him from lowering his head and eating. The food in the blacksmith shop was quite good. Every meal, both long and short, was given a piece of fatty red braised pork that was the width of an index finger and a spoonful of oil. There was enough rice, but there was only 1 piece of meat. Chun Pingon's appetite was about 2 big bowls of rice. Therefore, every time he got a piece of meat from the head chef because there was soup, he would only eat in the first bowl without touching the meat. In the end, the piece of red braised pork would slide from the top of the bowl to the bottom of the bowl, little by little. Then he would run to the second bowl of rice and finish the meat cleanly. Every time Ning Yao saw Chun Pingon eating that meal, she wanted to laugh. Wan Xiao, on the other hand, was not like Ning Yao. The girl in green looked at Chun Pingon as if there were 4 big words written in her eyes. Kindred spirits. At this time, Chun Pingon was holding an empty big white bowl in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. He tried his best to look around, but could only vaguely see the scene within 20 to 30 feet. For the past 2 days, in addition to working like an ox and horse for Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, Chun Pingon had to take out 6 hours to practice his walking stance. 1 hour during the day from noon to Weishir, and 2 hours at night from Haishir to Cho. Later on, Chun Pingon tried to form a sword furnace with his 10 fingers as he walked, but Chun Pingon found that this would make his breathing difficult and his steps even more unstable, so he decisively gave up. Chun Pingon only trained the sword furnace to nourish his body when no one was paying attention. In fact, for Chun Pingon, it was just replacing the porcelain furnace with the sword furnace in the Shaking Mountain manual. In the beginning, Ning Yao would occasionally follow behind him. After pretending to give him pointers a few times, she would no longer appear. Chun Pingon didn't want to attract any gossip. During the day, he would practice the fist stance along the downstream of the stream. He would run a mile away from the blacksmith shop before he started practicing. Then he would make a round trip which would take him about 10 miles. For Chun Pingon, this was an unbreakable new family rule. At this time, sitting at the mouth of the well, Ning Yao looked at the sky that was covered with a black cloth. Her long and narrow eyebrows that made her lose her beautiful impression slightly frowned. Chun Pingon whispered, "Is it related to Mr. Qi?" Ning Yao didn't plan to tell him the truth. She only gave a vague answer. Since Mr. Qi is the owner of this cave, it should be related to him. Chun Pingon asked again, according to Song Jisun and GQ Mr. Qi originally planned to leave the town with the school attendant Zhao Yao. Why didn't he leave in the end? Ning Yao shook her head and smiled. The mind of a sage is like a dragon's vein. It can stretch for thousands of miles. I can't guess, and I'm too lazy to guess. After saying this, she threw the bowl and chopsticks in Chun Pingon's hands. She got up and went to a yellow mud thatched hut that belonged to her alone. Ning Yao was also very curious about why Master Wan was so polite to her. Could it be that Master Wan had seen through her identity? The possibility was very small. After all, Inverted Hanging Mountain was not located in Eastern Vase Continent. Moreover, Inverted Hanging Mountain had almost no connection with the outside world. It was very famous and had very few guests. Moreover, people in Inverted Hanging Mountain were not sure about her identity. However, Ning Yao was a person who would cross the bridge when it came to it. Even if the bridge was not straight, she could still cut a straight path with her sword. Master Wan, the #1 swordsmith in Eastern Vase Continent, was showing her kindness generously. Chun Pingon took the bowl and chopsticks and was just about to go to the kitchen when he saw someone walking by not far away. It was a young man with wide sleeves. He looked more like a scholar than Chin Songfeng. There was an indescribable feeling. He looked a little like Mr. Qi, but also a little like the supervisor Song he met in Mud Bottle Alley. When the man saw the straw sandals teenager sitting alone in a daze at the mouth of the well and looking at him, he was slightly surprised. He came to the teenager's side and said with a warm smile, "I'm looking for Master Wan. Do you know where he is?" "Ooh." This time, Chun Pingon did not deliberately hide it from Kai Chin-chien and Fu Nanhua like he did in Mud Bottle Alley. Instead, he directly pointed out the direction to the man. First, Miss Ning told him about Master Wan's power. Second, the man in front of him did not give Chun Pingon the feeling of a gloomy and shrewd person. Chun Pingon asked politely, "Do you need me to lead the way?" The young man was not in a hurry. He looked at Chun Pingon and said with a smile, "No, it's just a few steps. It's no trouble. Thank you." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. He walked to the kitchen while the man walked to a swordsmith room in the distance. After Chun Pingon returned the bowls and chopsticks, he found that the temporary apprentices were all gathered in a few houses. They lit up oil lamps and were talking about why day and night were reversed. Some people said with certainty that a mountain god of a certain mountain crossed the boundary and caused the water in the stream and well to drop. Therefore, it angered the river god, who was in charge of the stream, and a fight between the gods broke out. There were also people who used the words of the older generation to refute. They said that here, the mountains were sealed by the imperial court, so how could there be a mountain god? Besides, there was no way a river god would appear in such a small stream. Chun Pingon did not get involved. He had nothing to do anyway, so he used his extraordinary eyesight to go to the bottom of the last well. He carried baskets of soil out of the well. After climbing out of the well along the wooden ladder, he happened to see the man returning from the swordsmith room. He also noticed the young man's figure, but he did not approach or stop. He only waved goodbye to Chun Pingon from afar. Chun Pingon felt a little emotional. Whether this person was good or bad, at least he was different from the people from Jinyang Mountain, Yunxia Mountain, Qingfeng City, and Old Dragon City. Chun Pingon carried soil out of the well again and again. After the last trip out of the well, he found Wan Xiu standing near the wheel of the well. She had a handkerchief in her hand and a pile of small pastries. When Chun Pingon appeared, Wan Xiu extended her hand to him. Chun Pingon, who was covered in dirt and had dirty hands, smiled and shook his head. Then Wan Xiu sat on the well and ate the exquisite pastries from the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. The blue-clothed girl was quickly immersed in it, her entire being brimming with happiness and joy. Chun Pingon continued to move the soil back and forth. After more than 10 times, the ponytail girl was nowhere to be seen. However, there was a handkerchief and a piece of cake left on the well. It was the famous peach blossom wine cake from the shop. Chun Pingon was stunned. He had no choice but to take down the basket on his back and put it beside his feet. He sat on the well near the handkerchief and wiped his hands on his clothes. He picked up the cake with 2 fingers and put it into his mouth. Chun Pingon nodded vigorously. It was indeed delicious. After all, he had eaten 10 coins. When he thought of this, Chun Pingon immediately felt that it was even more delicious. A few hours later, the sky was still dark. From time to time, there was a dull sound of beating drums. Other than that, there was nothing unusual about the town. Master Wan made an exception and let the short-term workers in his blacksmith shop rest for 2 days. He let them go back to their homes and not wait for dawn to continue working. Chun Pingon was among them. He simply returned to the town and went to Lu Xian Yang's house. When he found that there was nothing missing, he quickly turned off the lights and locked the door. He then ran to his house in Clay Bottle Alley. For some reason, Chun Pingon felt that the town today was lifeless and lifeless. Chun Pingon did not know that when he ran through the corridor of the covered bridge. Under the bridge, there was a tall woman floating on the water. Her clothes were white and her hair was white. Her bare hands and feet were like fine jade. She was tilting her head and using the stream as a mirror. She held her hair with one hand and combed it with the other. No one could see her face clearly. 70. The current state of the town was like a sandbox that General Dolly ordered people to build. The war had already ended, so he decided to abandon it and cover it with a black cloth. Chun Pingon lit an oil lamp in his house and began to count his belongings. There were 3 bags of gold coins, 1 for the tribute money, 1 for the Spring Festival money, and 1 for the victory money. 1 bag was given by the Prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to thank him for letting him meet the golden carp. Gu Kan left the other 2 bags as the money to buy the loach. As for the 2 bags of coins that Chun Pingon originally wanted to thank him, Chun Pingon earnestly asked her to give them to Lu Xianyang on their way out of the mountain. Although Chun Pingon was confused, she did not refuse. Perhaps she was surprised by the choice of the young man in the shabby alley, or perhaps she was in a good mood after successfully worshipping the ancestors. Chun Pingon smiled for the first time and said some heartfelt words in a soft voice so that Chun Pingon could rest assured. She told him that the promise of being a direct descendant of the Chun family in Yingyin was definitely more valuable than the 2 bags of gold coins. Chun Pingon was actually skeptical and did not dare to fully believe it. However, When Ning Yao heard that she was a direct descendant of the Chen family in Yingyin, she privately asked Chen Pingan to relax. Mr. Qi had given him a total of 4 seals twice. The first 2 seals, Jingxin Proud and Chen 11, were Mr. Qi's private collection of snake gallstones. The next 2 seals were carved by Mr. Qi according to the snake gallstones that Chen Pingan gave him. One seal was in small seal script, while the other was in official script. Coincidentally, the 2 seals could be put together to form a painting of green mountains and clear waters. One was thick, and the other was delicate and soft. Mr. Qi carved the words mountain and water, respectively. According to Ning Yao, it could be called a pair of mountain watermarks. Chen Pingan put the 2 prescriptions and 3 pieces of paper from Lu Daozhang on the table. Ning Yao had once despised Taoist Lu's words for being bland and tasteless. His words were like those of a scholar from a secular dynasty who had to cater to the imperial examinations. He was well-behaved and humble. Naturally, Chen Pingan could not tell the depth of the young Taoist priest's handwriting. He would not belittle the 3 pieces of paper, just because of Ning Yao's low evaluation. Moreover, before he left, Priest Lu had said that it was not easy to buy books and learn how to read in this small town. If Chen Pingan wanted to learn how to read, he could start with his prescription. At this moment, Chen Pingan carefully picked up the last piece of paper. Previously, he had seen the 4 words Lu Chen's edict written in vermilion at the end, but he did not think too much about it. However, now that he had as many as 4 seals, he felt that those few small words were especially cute and amiable. Chen Pingan thought that when he had extra money in his pocket, he would buy books one day and keep them at home. Then on the title page or the last page, he would gently stamp the words Chen 11. When Chen Pingan thought of this, he could not help but grin. However, Chen Pingan soon felt a little awkward. With the seal, he needed ink paste. Next to the New Year's shop that specialized in selling pastries and pastries in the Dragon Rider Alley, there was a shop that sold all kinds of sundries, with a signboard with the character's straw head. Song Jisun and his maidservant Jigue often patronized this shop. The so-called for treasures of the study and clean desk were all bought from there. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. He felt that when he became literate in the future, he would buy a box of ink paste if he came across a book that he fell in love with at first sight. In addition, there was also the sack of carefully selected snake gallstones. There were 7 or 8 stones with different colors. However, even after being out of the water for so long, the colors still did not fade. The sack on the table opened. The stones were as big as a young man's palm, as small as a child's fist, and as small as a pigeon's egg. They were all nestled together and looked very likable. Chen Pingan originally wanted to give them to Lu Xianyang. Although Song Jisun was a harsh scholar, there was a saying that made a lot of sense. It roughly meant that if the same small thing was placed in the hands of a stall outside Mud Bottle Alley, it would be sold for a few coins and would take a lot of effort. However, if it was placed in the cabinet of Chao Tu's shop, it would cost at least 3 or 4 taels of silver. If the customer wanted to buy it or not, they could leave if they did not have the money. Chen Pingan felt that Song Jisun's words made a lot of sense. Therefore, if he left the snake gallstone with him and left it in the small town, it would probably not sell for a high price. However, if he gave it to Lu Xianyang, he would definitely get more money than Chen Pingan if he went to the big place where Yin's Chen family was located. Even if he was cheated and haggled, he would definitely get more money than Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan did not need to think about whether it was better to own a thatched cottage or let his friend win a mountain of gold and silver. Otherwise, why would he be friends with Lu Xianyang? Therefore, even if Chen Pingan felt that Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden was not a bad person, no matter how Lu Baqiao called him brother, Chen Pingan would never take it seriously from the beginning to the end. He would never agree with him. Chen Pingan finally picked up the jade hairpin. Mr. Qi said that it was given to him by his teacher in the early years. It was an ordinary item and not a rare treasure. There were 8 small words engraved on the jade hairpin. Ning Yao had explained the sentence. Speaking of a gentleman, he is as gentle as jade. Gentleman, although Chun Pingon was not educated. He still felt that this word must be a very important title. Ning Yao's voice came from the door. Why don't you put this hairpin on? Since he is willing to give it to you, he naturally wants you to make the best use of it. Chun Pingon, who was in a daze, looked up and asked with a smile, Why are you here? Ning Yao sat across the table from Chun Pingon and glanced at the hairpin in Chun Pingon's hand. I have checked it carefully. It is indeed an ordinary hairpin. There is no hidden mystery. At first, I thought it was a small cave. Chun Pingon was confused. What? Ning Yao looked at the table of Chun Pingon's family heirloom and explained, Have you heard of the saying that there is a different cave? The common people only think of it as a rhetorical statement by scholars and don't take it seriously. There are 2 types of grotto heavens in the world. One is the black pearl grotto heaven that we are in. It is one of the 10 major grotto heavens and 36 minor grotto heavens. It is the grotto heaven of the blessed land. Some of its territories are vast, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Legend has it that the Tao ancestor possesses a lotus grotto heaven, although it is one of the 36 minor grotto heavens. The surface of a single lotus leaf is even larger than the capital of your great Li dynasty. Chun Pingon was shocked and doubted. Is it possible? Ning Yao smiled and gave him a thumbs up. She said confidently, I don't believe it either. So I will come back and tell you whether it is true or not after I see it with my own eyes. Chun Pingon said softly, Such a strange place. Not everyone can enter it, right? Ning Yao laughed and said, Who do you think I am? Chun Pingon quickly changed the topic. Miss Ning, please continue to talk about the caves. Ning Yao picked up a small and exquisite snake gallstone. It was the color of peach blossoms. She rubbed it in her palm and said, Any big cave can connect heaven and earth and is full of spiritual energy. That is a true immortal's residence. Chi refinement warriors can achieve twice the results with half the effort if they cultivate in it. The owner of the cave can only be occupied by people with great luck. It has long been divided up by the elites of the 3 sects and 100 families. The 36 small caves are a little like hidden secret realms. It is like a woman hugging a pipa to cover half of her face. Among them, the Peach Garden Cave has the most beautiful scenery. The Astral Wind Cave is the most mysterious and dangerous, and the Dragon Pearl Cave. Ooh, Chun Pingon asked curiously, What is it about here? The corners of Ning Yao's mouth curled up. She stretched out 2 fingers and twirled them gently, saying, It is the smallest. It is only this big. It is a small place. It is not worth mentioning. Chun Pingon sat cross-legged. Languid, he leaned on the table. Then he raised a fist and raised his fingers one by one. He smiled softly and said, But here I met Mr. Qi, Old Yang, Lu Xianyang, Guken, and of course you, Miss Ning. Ning Yao smiled and said, But here I met Mr. Qi, Old Yang, Lu Xianyang, Guken, and of course you, Miss Ning. Ning Yao smiled as well. There's also a type of small grotto heaven, which is a place to store items. Buddhists have the saying of sumaru mustard seed, while Taoists have the saying of heaven and earth in one sleeve. The rest of the schools also have their own sayings. Their motto is that a small piece of land can hold the world. In short, it means that a small item can hold a lot of things. However, compared to a real grotto heaven and blessed land, this kind of treasure with the title of grotto heaven can't hold living things. One of my mother's most valuable dowry was a jade bracelet. The size of the grotto heaven inside is about the size of this house. The straw sandals young man, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth outside, was a little disappointed. It is so small. Look at the lotus leaf of the Tao ancestor. It is as big as a city. Ning Yao was angry. She leaned forward and reached out to slap Chunpingan's head. Chunpingan quickly leaned back and dodged left and right. Ning Yao attacked several times, but to no avail. With a thought, she held the peach-colored snake gallbladder stone in her hand and was about to throw the stone. Chunpingan hurriedly said in a panic, "Don't throw it. Don't throw it. If the corner is damaged, you will definitely lose a lot of copper coins." Ning Yao curled her lips and put down the snake gallbladder stone. However, she suddenly raised her hand again. Chunpingan was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes. He could not bear to watch. With a bang, the stone slammed heavily on the table. Ning Yao held her stomach and laughed. After Chunpingan opened his eyes, he said helplessly, "Miss Ning, can you not be so childish?" Ning Yao raised her long and narrow eyebrows. With a sweep of her elbow, the stone was swept off the table. Chunpingan scratched his head with both hands with a bitter expression. It was impossible to reason with Miss Ning. Ning Yao giggled and stretched out her other hand from under the table. The stone that should have fallen to the ground was lying in her white palm. Chunpingan still hugged his head with both hands, looking pitiful. Ning Yao stopped teasing Chunpingan and asked seriously, "What do you want to do in the future?" Chunpingan thought for a moment and answered honestly, "After helping Master Wan with the manual labor, I want to burn charcoal in the mountains. I can also pick herbs and sell them to the Yang family shop." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then other than the mountain-moving ape in Jingyang Mountain, there is still the woman from the Su family in Qingfeng City, Lu Jimao, Yunxia Mountain, and Old Dragon City behind Kai Chinchian, and Fu Nanhua. What will you do? If they want to cause trouble for you, where will you run to?" Ning Yao did not wait for Chunpingan to speak and said in a low voice, "That is why Master Lu told you to stay in the blacksmith shop, shamelessly no matter what. It is the right path." Chunpingan said worriedly, "What if I cause a lot of trouble for Master Wan?" Ning Yao sneered. "Why would a saint who presides over the operation of a small grotto heaven be afraid of such trouble?" Chunpingan nodded. "Then I will ask Master Wan later and tell him the truth. Let's see if he is still willing to accept me as a long-term apprentice." Ning Yao supported her chin with one hand and picked up the snake gallstones with the other, saying, "In this small town, there is nothing that a bag of gold and copper coins can't solve. If there is, then 2 bags. Chunpingan said with a sad face, "My heart aches." Ning Yao squinted and said, "Why didn't your heart ache when you planned to give it all to Lu Xianyang?" Chunpingan shook his head and said, "It's 2 different things. It can't be compared." Ning Yao rolled her eyes and said, "In the future, if any woman is unlucky enough to be your wife, I think she will want to slap you to death every day." Chunpingan said seriously, "If I really have a wife, it will be another matter. I am not stupid to let my wife be wronged." Ning Yao's face was full of disbelief and sarcasm. The charcoal-like young man crossed his arms and sat cross-legged. He had a rare, arrogant look and snorted, "If my wife is wronged, not to mention the elder ape of Mount Qingyang, even that Tao ancestor you mentioned, I will kill him. Let's not talk about whether I can kill him or not. Anyway, I will kill him first." Ning Yao was very surprised and dumbfounded. She had always felt that Chunpingan was not a stubborn person. Of course, except for killing Kai Chinchian and fighting the mountain-moving ape, Chunpingan seemed to never get angry. He was not bigoted and had a mild temper. Ning Yao would not be surprised if such words came out of the mouths of geniuses like Fu Nanhua and Song Jisun. However, when it came out of Chunpingan's mouth, Ning Yao could not believe it. She could not help but ask, "Why?" Chunpingan grinned and said, "My father only fought once in his life, and it was for my mother. Because someone scolded my mother in the dragon riding alley, my father was angry and went to fight fiercely. When I came back, I was grumbled by my mother for a long time. But my father privately told me that whether I can beat her or not is one thing, but whether I can beat her or not is another. What's the point of marrying a woman instead of protecting her? Ning Yao was puzzled. Chun Pingon scratched his head and said with shame, "My father is good at burning porcelain, but he is not good at fighting." When he came home, his face was bruised and swollen. He was beaten badly. Ning Yao held her forehead and did not want to speak. She was silent for a moment and got up. "Let's go back to the shop." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you want me to walk you to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley?" Ning Yao said in a bad mood, "No need." Chun Pingon did not insist and only walked Ning Yao to the door. Ning Yao did not turn her head. She knew that the youth had been standing at the door. The hearts of good people who were not pedantic would be especially warm and bright, like flowers and trees in the sun. This in itself was a very beautiful thing. The youth in Mud Bottle Alley, who had no one to rely on, was called a lowly bumpkin by those outsiders, an ant who dug up dirt in the city's shabby alleys. However, the youth had his own life to live. He also wanted to live a good life, not because he was greedy for pleasure. In fact, the youth was a child who could bear hardships since he was young. He simply thought that if his parents knew in the afterlife, they would definitely be relieved. Although Chun Pingon was the only one left in the Chun family, he could still live a good life alone. This meant that the family passed down from his parents was not bad, even if there was only one person left in the family. Even if he had the money to buy the couplets, the youth had to put them up by himself. No one would tell Chun Pingon if they were crooked or not. The Fu character on the door needed to be put up by himself, and no one would help him. People were responsible for their own life and death. They did not want to ask for anything from the heavens. Therefore, although this kind of person seemed to have a good temper, he was actually very stubborn. His life was also very stubborn. The girl who walked out of Mud Bottle Alley suddenly felt a sense of loss and guilt. She left without saying goodbye. After Chun Pingon returned to the house, he stared blankly at the oil lamp. In a daze, Chun Pingon seemed to be asleep, yet not asleep, dreaming yet not dreaming. He seemed to have inexplicably walked to the south end of the covered bridge. He only vaguely remembered that it was dark all the way, and even he could not see a few feet away. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, a bright light suddenly shone between heaven and earth. Chun Pingon walked on the covered bridge in a daze. Suddenly, a dazzling snow-white light bloomed in the middle of the corridor. It seemed to be more dazzling than the light of heaven and earth before, and the Tao it contained was more sublime. Chun Pingon was in so much pain that his eyes were tearing up, but for some reason he could see the strange scenery more clearly. There was a tall figure with a blurred face standing in the middle of the covered bridge. He looked somewhat similar to Mr. Chi, whom Chun Pingon first met in the alley. His sleeves were fluttering, and he was dressed in snow white. He looked like a god, or an immortal. However, in his chaotic subconscious, Chun Pingon was very sure that the person in front of him was even more illusory than Mr. Chi. It was as if he or she was further away from the mortal world. Chun Pingon walked forward slowly. He seemed to hear the whispers of a charming woman bewitching him. "Kneel down, and you will have good luck." After that, another person shouted in a dignified manner, intimidating everyone. "Commoners, why aren't you kneeling down yet?" Then a calm voice said, "Common people need to kneel down to heaven and earth. Kneel down, and you can reach the top of the great path." There was also a hoarse voice that said, "Kneeling down is equivalent to crossing the longevity bridge, climbing up the azure cloud ladder, and crossing the chasm between heaven and earth. Don't hesitate. Kneel down. If you don't accept the gift, you will be punished." A familiar voice sounded out, "Chun Pingon, stop right there. Don't move forward, don't turn around, and don't kneel down. Just stay where you are for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. How much divine chi and will can your mortal body bear? Don't go against heaven's will." It was a bit like old Yang's reprimand and warning. However, the old man's voice became lower as he spoke. At the same time, someone smiled warmly and said, Chunpingan, why don't you stand up straight and try taking a few steps forward? That sounded like Mr. Chi. Chunpingan instinctively straightened his back and stopped. He looked around blankly. He only knew that he had a lot of questions to ask Mr. Chi. Many noises rose one after another. This is Ma Kushwan's opportunity. Get out of here, you brat. Even if Ma Kushwan can't get it, it should fall into the hands of the immortal Ning Yao. Who do you think you are? Your branch of the Chen family is a pile of mud that can't be raised. You should have died out a long time ago. How dare you covet the divine item? You shameless bastard. Chunpingan, don't you care about Ning Yao and Lu Xianyang a lot? Turn around and go back to the town. Isn't it better to leave the opportunity to your friends? Qi Jingchun has already used his death in exchange for the safety of you mortals. You can be a rich man in the future, get married, have children, and have a next life. Isn't that great? If you dare to take another step forward, I'll burn your bones to ashes. Chunpingan took a step forward. The covered bridge shook with a loud bang. The world was silent, and the noise disappeared. There were sighs, fear, panic, awe, and sighs. It was a mess. After Chunpingan took a step forward, he naturally took a second step forward. At this time, he realized that Mr. Chi was walking side by side with him. The entire covered bridge, as well as the area outside it, suddenly became pitch black. When the young man stopped, he was no longer shedding tears because of the light. Now, he suddenly choked with sobs for no reason. He asked, Mr. Chi, are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving. There are too many people outside who want me to die. It's not up to me to make a choice. Mr. Chi, who are we going to see? It's not us. It's you. You're going to see an old man. There was a loud bang. Mr. Chi seemed to have been hit by someone, but Mr. Chi laughed heartily. In the end, he didn't forget to say in a deep voice, Chunpingan, the great path is under your feet. Let's go. Chunpingan took a deep breath and raised his foot, ready to take the third step. A voice that sounded very far and very high instantly penetrated the layers of heaven and earth. It smiled and said, Don't do things more than 3 times. Don't overdo it. Someone snorted in the middle of the covered bridge. Chunpingan suddenly woke up and found himself lying on the table. The oil lamp was still burning. The young man subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. It was dawn. Reading. 71. Chunpingan walked out of the house in a daze and came to the small courtyard. He looked up and saw the scorching sun in the sky, making his vision particularly clear. The sky was like a porcelain embryo that had shed layers of glaze, bright and clean. Chunpingan inadvertently felt that his breathing was a little stagnant. He sat on the threshold and held his breath, his fingers forming the sword furnace fist stance. 30 minutes later, Chunpingan finally felt that his breathing had stabilized. Just as he was about to stand up, he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. He sat back down on the threshold and stared with wide eyes. A black stone was lying quietly in the corner of the courtyard. It was the best whetstone in the world, the dragon-slaying platform. Chunpingan hurriedly got up and walked over. Squatting down, he carefully examined the statue. Compared to the collapsed statue of the heavenly official, this statue was like a piece of tofu, cleaved cleanly in two with a single slash. Chunpingan rubbed his chin and moved his position bit by bit. He changed his position and squatted in a circle. When he returned to his original position, he was more certain that this was the platform under the foot of the statue of the Bodhisattva. This caused Chunpingan to feel a chill run down his spine. Although Miss Ning liked to speak big words, her cold and indifferent words were absolutely not false. When she said that the beheading dragon platform was abnormally firm, it could only be broken by the great sword immortal at a great cost. Chun Pingon believed this without a doubt. Then did this dragon-slaying platform grow legs and run all the way to Chun Pingon's house? Chun Pingon already knew that there were immortals and ghosts in the world, and there were countless mandrill spirits. However, the possibility of a stone becoming a spirit was not high, right? Besides, it could enjoy some happiness in anyone's house. What could it do other than suffer in his house? Was there such a stupid stone spirit? Chun Pingon asked tentatively, "Hey, can you talk? Or, can you understand me?" Of course not. The suspicious teenager shook his head. He could not get enough of it. Perhaps it was because the dream was too real that Chun Pingon had not recovered from it yet. Everything he saw now was strange. Many small things that he hadn't thought deeply about back then seemed to make sense when strung together now. Mr. Chi said that there were indeed such things in the world, and Ning Yao even said that the outside world was grotesque and variegated. Even Old Man Yao had already said a lot of things. It was a simple matter of entering the mountain, but there were many things to pay attention to. Old Man Yao had said a lot before. For example, those inconspicuous old tree stumps could be the seat of the mountain god, and they could not sit on them. He also said that all the mountains in the world, no matter how big or small they were actually of the same origin. The only difference was that there were grandfathers and grandsons. At this moment, Chun Pingon was suddenly very curious. He wanted to know how he could see the entirety of Liju Grotto Heaven, where the town was located. Could it be that the only way to have a clear view of the mountain was to climb to a higher peak than Mount Covering Cloud? Chun Pingon collected his thoughts and lowered his head to look at the black stone. He wanted to move it to the blacksmith shop. Miss Ning would definitely need this whetstone. As for how Miss Ning would deal with the stone, whether she would choose to sharpen the sword herself or give it to Master Wan as a thank you gift for helping to forge the sword, Chun Pingon did not care. He was just curious about how the whetstone would sharpen the sword. Would it be similar to sharpening a hatchet? Chun Pingon never hesitated when doing things. After making up his mind, he immediately moved. He stretched out his hands and lifted the whetstone a little more than an inch off the ground. It was a little heavy, but not impossible to move. This was easy. Chun Pingon went to the house and found a wicker basket. Soon, the teenager walked down Clay Bottle Alley with the wicker basket on his back. He covered the whetstone with his shirt. After walking out of Clay Bottle Alley, Chun Pingon found that there were many people on the street. He guessed that the sudden dark night made people panic. Now that they finally saw the sun, they wanted to come out and take a breath of fresh air. Therefore, most of the townspeople left their houses and walked out of the alley to the street. They were talking about it. From time to time, people rushed by, shouting that the iron lock well had completely dried up. Even the iron chain that had been hanging in the well for thousands of years had been secretly taken away by some bastard and hidden at home. There were even young children that wished for the world to be in chaos. They were jumping about in groups of 2 or 3, with excited expressions on their faces. And they were talking about the unexpected event that occurred on the old locust tree. It turned out that the old locust tree had been uprooted overnight and fallen on the street. The ground was covered with broken locust tree branches and withered locust tree leaves. At first, many people nearby felt that it was a waste, so they picked up the branches and leaves to burn at home. Some tired and lazy young men were urged by their aunts to chop the thicker locust tree branches with their hatchets. It was not that no one stopped them. Most of the old people in the town who had lived around the old locust tree for generations were heartbroken. They directly scolded the men and women who took advantage of the old locust tree. There were also some old people who tried to persuade the old locust tree about the origin of the town. They said that the tree had spiritual chi. For so many years, even the withered branches would only fall in the dead of night and would not fall on people's heads. Not to mention that every time the harvest was bad, the locust tree's flowers were like rice and filled many people's stomachs. It did not work. Those young men either ignored them and buried themselves in cutting the tree. Those with bad tempers had conflicts with the old people pushing and shoving. In short, it was a bit messy. After hearing the movement by the old locust tree, Chunpingan hesitated with the basket on his back. He slowed down and looked back every 3 steps, looking in the direction of the old locust tree. His intuition told him that he should go to the locust tree to take a look, but there was another voice in his heart that told him to hurry to the blacksmith shop. He suddenly saw a nimble figure pass by him like the wind. It was a little girl wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that the little girl was carrying a locust tree branch that was as thick as a young man's arm on her shoulder. The locust tree branch was as long as a person. The little girl's footsteps were as fast as the wheels of a cart. She was very lively and playful. Chunpingan recognized her at a glance. She was the little girl who came and went like the wind. She liked to wander around the town. She and Gu Ken were people who got to know each other through fighting. Not long ago, they met each other on the back of the green ox. They met once. She was following those immortals and seemed to have a good relationship with that young Taoist nun. Chunpingan even gave her a small snake gallstone. Chunpingan hurriedly called out to her. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket turned her head. When she saw that it was Chunpingan, she grinned. Her pair of limpid eyes seemed to be saying, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. I'm listening. I'm still busy with moving ants." Chunpingan held back his laughter and waved his hand. "I have something to discuss with you. At most, I'll take up a bit of your time." The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket ran over with the branch on her shoulder. She turned her body slightly and raised her head. She was somewhat puzzled. Chunpingan asked, "You moved this branch from the old locust tree, right?" The little girl nodded vigorously and said regretfully, "If I didn't move faster, it would have been snatched away. I'm weak and can only move such a big branch. I'll try my best to make a few more trips." Chunpingan's mind raced. He probed, "If your house is on Falus Street, then it's quite far. If you trust me, you can put the locust tree branch in my courtyard first. That way you can make a few more trips." The little girl silently weighed the pros and cons. While she was seriously considering, she had been observing Chunpingan's eyes and expression. She probably felt that Chunpingan didn't have any bad intentions. She nodded and said, "Then what do you want me to do?" "I'll say it first. I can't carry a branch that's too big. It's very heavy. Right now, my shoulders feel like they're on fire." Chunpingan took out a bunch of keys. He took one of them and handed it to the little girl. "This is the key to my courtyard. Take it. I don't need you to do anything else. When you're snatching the locust tree branch, I just want you to see if there are any yellow leaves on the ground. If there are, remember to help me put them away." She didn't take the key. Her eyes widened. "That's it?" Chunpingan smiled. "Yes, that's it. You know where my house is, right?" She grunted, counting from the left of Mud Bottle Alley. "It's the 12th house." In the end, she still didn't take the key. "The wall of your courtyard isn't high. I can put the locust tree branch in gently. There's no need to open the courtyard door." Chunpingan had just put away the key when the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket turned around and ran away. Chunpingan felt that she was like him in the mountains. She walked through the streets and alleys while he climbed over the mountains. Chunpingan walked out of the town and headed south. When he approached the covered bridge, he was shocked to find that it had disappeared. It had returned to the old stone arch bridge in his memory. For some reason, Chunpingan still liked the old bridge in front of him, even though it was brand new and had a bright golden plaque hanging on it. Chunpingan stood at the end of the stone bridge. For some reason, he thought of that inexplicable dream. He took a deep breath and slowly walked up the slope. The closer he got to the center of the bridge, the more nervous Chunpingan became. He was already sweating profusely, but when he reached the end of the arch bridge, nothing happened. Chunpingan laughed at himself and quickened his pace toward the blacksmith shop. On the other side of the blue ox back, Old Young sat on the edge of the blue stone cliff, smoking tobacco in big mouthfuls. The pool under the old man's feet rippled and sparkled under the surface of the water. There seemed to be a lot of water plants swaying. Under the sun, there was an indescribable sense of eeriness. On the surface of the water, a blurry old woman's face gradually appeared, but she had a head of black hair that bloomed in the water. At this moment, the old woman looked as if she had lost her parents. She said in a trembling voice, "Great Immortal, I really didn't dare to go near there last night. I tried a few times, but every time I went, it was like diving into a pot of oil. It was worse than being sliced into pieces. Great Immortal, please forgive me. There was nothing I could do." Old Yang said coldly, "I'm not here to condemn you. You'll be the same in the future. Just do what you can and don't be careless. But now there's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of you. It's up to you whether you dare to fight for it." The old woman's green face swayed with the water, and there was an indescribable sense of eeriness. Hearing that the great immortal intended to show her a way out, she quickly put on a posture of listening attentively. The old man said slowly, "Now that the small cave has slowly returned to the human world and is connected to the earth, it's in the critical period of taking root. Soon it will be connected to the territory of the Dali dynasty. The reason why you can only be called River Granny and not River Deity is that you're still an unranked official in the secular dynasty. You haven't really obtained an official position. One step is the difference between heaven and earth." He pointed at the stone arch bridge with his pipe. "The reason for this is not because your territory is small, but because your territory has been cut in half. Do you see that bridge? It's the bridge that cut off your future. Now, as long as you can swim under the bridge, you'll have a great future. The stream you're in will become the source of many important rivers in the future. Not to mention a lowly river deity whose hair is only a few hundred miles long. It won't be difficult for Dali to confer the title of river deity with hair that is a few thousand miles long." The old woman's eyes turned slightly. Old Yang didn't urge her. He smiled and said, "It's actually quite comfortable to lie in the mud, right? Why do you need others to help you up, right? The old woman didn't dare to agree because she was afraid. Now that she heard the great immortal sarcasm, she knew something was wrong and immediately begged for mercy. The stream in the deep pool suddenly surged. The old man was indifferent. He said indifferently, "Whether you continue to be a loach wagging its tail and begging for mercy or become a river dragon guarding the water fate, it all depends on this. Also, don't forget what I told you at the beginning. There's no turning back on this road. You can only go to the end. There's no good thing in the world that can be done once and for all. To put it bluntly, anyone in the town can have good karma, but it won't be your turn." The more the great immortal was so calm, the more nervous the old woman was. Finally, she gritted her teeth and quickly dived into the water. After a while, the old woman's figure disappeared. But in the stream between the back of the green ox and the stone arch bridge, there seemed to be a green shadow that was crookedly swimming downstream. When the shadow approached the stone arch bridge, it slowed down. In the end, it was like a turtle swimming in the water. When it was more than 10 feet away from the deep pool of the stone arch bridge, the old woman's figure suddenly accelerated. Obviously, she was going to risk her life to seek riches and fortune. She swam past. She was unimpeded. After the old woman rushed out for more than 10 feet in one breath, her figure in the water spun. In order to celebrate her survival, she couldn't help but spin in circles. A mass of black hair wrapped around the skinny body that had no flesh and blood. The old woman stood straight in the stream and looked up at the stone arch bridge. Finally, she saw the old sword clearly. It was still rusty. It was no different from what she saw when she was a child, a young woman, and a young woman. But at the next moment, He-Po's eyeballs exploded on the spot after taking one more look at the old swordsman. She wailed. The stream was rolling, and waves were bursting. After a long time, the stream finally calmed down. The old woman had a pair of eyes again, but her breath became weak. The voice of the great immortal sounded in her ears. He doesn't care about you. That's because your ancestors are green. Don't push your luck. When you pass by the stone bridge in the future, remember not to look up. The old woman stammered, I won't do it again. Old Yang's voice came faintly, you just go downstream and try to swim to where you can go. When you pass by the blacksmith shop, don't be too arrogant, but don't worry too much. Your existence can make the stream particularly gloomy. Once the water essence is produced, it will be good for the forging of swords. So, Master One won't make things difficult for you. If you work diligently, they might even give you some opportunities out of charity. Although the Pearl Grotto heaven is broken and the spiritual energy is flowing quickly, it can probably last for 30 to 40 years. Master Ruan's position as a saint is very stable. For him, it's a good thing. The old woman was relieved and said, flatteringly, I will obey the great immortal's decree. On the side of the green ox's back, someone's words were full of admiration. Senior, you are so powerful. You can actually confer the title of Granny He. The key is that you can still not disturb the heavenly Tao. Old Yang still maintained his original sitting posture. He did not turn his head and sneered. Granny He and River God are just one word apart. How can a scholar like you not understand? The person who came was the biggest scholar of Lakeview Academy, Chui Ming Huang. He should be the last outsider to leave this place. The spirited and handsome scholar smiled and said, it's already very shocking. To forcefully create a small path on a broken path, this junior can't help but admire this kind of skill. Old Yang asked indifferently, Kid, you know my identity? Chui Ming Huang shook his head and smiled. The Hill Master didn't tell me in advance, but I can guess a little. Old Yang said impatiently, Go away. You're not qualified to talk to me. Your Hill Master is more suitable. Chui Ming Huang did not leave. Instead, he sat on the ground on the green ox's back. Before sitting down, he did not forget to reach out and carefully hold the jade pendant at his waist to prevent it from hitting the stone cliff. He looked up at the blue sky that was no longer obstructed and said softly, He has a great cultivation base, but in order to protect this Pearl Grotto heaven and prevent the heavenly Tao from penetrating, he was unwilling to use any of it. In the end, he could only rely on the 2 words natal to hold on until the end. Old Mr. Yang, what do you think our Mr. Chi is after? The old man just smoked with a gloomy expression. Chui Ming Huang murmured, If he's after a life for the people, it's too much of a loss. He's Qi Jingchun, the Hill Master of the Cliff Academy and the proud disciple of the 4th sage of Confucianism. Is it worth it to exchange his life for the next life of 5 or 6,000 ordinary people? I don't think it's worth it. If it were me, I would definitely not do it. Old Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke. You can only nag me like this. Otherwise, you'll never be the Hill Master of the Academy in your life. Since you've said a few words, why don't we have a chat? The scholar smiled and said, That's great, I can't ask for more. The old man looked at the water. But before that, I'd like to ask you a question. Chui Ming Huang nodded and said, Just ask, Senior. The old man said slowly, Step by step, you forced Qi Jingchun into a situation where he could only beg for death. Was it your doing? Chui Ming Huang was stunned at first. Then he smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, Senior, aren't you overestimating me? Old Yang did not turn his head. Clouds of smoke rose in front of the old man. I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at reading people's minds. So you shouldn't have come here. Chui Ming Huang explained with a smile. Even if it's a little later, it's been 80 years since I, the 4th sage of Confucianism, fell from my position in the Confucian temple for the first time. I'm only 30 years old now. How can it be reasonable? The old man turned his head and said with a smile, So you're saying that you just happened to come here to take the nation-guarding jade tablet and happened to run into this tragedy? You're saying that if you're not a piece of sh*t, you're still sh*t? Chui Ming Huang looked calm and said with a smile, "Nothing is constant in the world. There's no story without coincidences." Old Man Yang chuckled with a fake smile on his face. Chui Ming Huang did not want to waste any more time, so he went straight to the point. "I have a special liking for Malbian and hope to build a new academy there. I'm a guest here and should do as the Romans do. It's only right for me to greet you, Senior Yang. What's your request, Senior?" Old Yang frowned and did not say anything. Chui Ming Huang did not dare to rush the old man. He stood up slowly and said softly, "Senior, don't worry. As long as you don't agree, I won't dare to start building my academy. If you think it's feasible one day, you can ask the Kiln Supervision Office to send a message to Chui Ming Huang of Lakeview Academy." Old Yang nodded and did not reject him. Chui Ming Huang bowed and left. Compared to a small chess piece like whether Lakeview Academy could become a god, or not depended on whether they could find a place to play Go in the Dali dynasty. They chose Malbian. In fact, the old man did not care too much about it, because it did not matter. The only thing the old man cared about was what Qi Jingchun said to Wan Zhao at the covered bridge that night. In the end, he sat alone on the covered bridge for the whole night, and only returned to the town after dawn. During that time, what did Qi Jingchun say and do? The old man stood up with his pipe and scolded in a low voice. None of them are easy to deal with. In the school, the 4 children looked at each other in confusion. The children did not see Mr. Qi. Instead, they saw the old man who seemed to be sweeping the floor all year round. He changed into a Confucian robe similar to Mr. Qi's with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. His white hair was neatly combed, and he wore a laurel on his head. The old man sat in Mr. Qi's seat and told the 4 children that Mr. Qi had resigned as a teacher and the hill master of the academy. Therefore, he would be the one to lead the school trip. Mr. Qi and the children had already agreed to go on a long trip, and the elders and their families had also agreed to it. The old man was no longer as kind and dignified as before. He asked, "Where's Li Baoping? Why didn't she come to school?" The sneaky Li Huai, who usually did not get along with the red cotton-padded jacket, immediately told the old man. Li Baoping heard that the old pagoda tree had fallen on the way here. She wanted to join in the fun. I couldn't stop her. She has a bad temper. I tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. She even wanted to beat someone. The other 3 children cursed silently. Li Huai was really like his mother. His ability to lie through his teeth was better than anyone else's. The old man turned to a little girl with a ponytail and said, "Go and ask Li Baoping to come back. We're leaving the town today." The little girl said, "Oh." She stood up reluctantly and trotted out of the school. Li Huai was young, but he had a sharp tongue. He did not forget to add fuel to the fire. He said like an old man, "Old Ma, Li Baoping is such a naughty student. You must discipline her well. Otherwise she won't be successful. Since Mr. Qi is not here, old Ma, you have to take up the responsibility." Ooh. The old man glared at him sternly. Li Huai was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. He just kept cursing the old man in his heart. When the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is the king. In the past, Li Huai was tired of Mr. Qi's rules. Now, he missed Mr. Qi's kindness. Next to the school, in the room that belonged to Qi Jingchun, Chui Ming Huang of Lakeview Academy sat behind a desk and looked around. The scholar who had taken over the place smiled faintly. He whispered in disappointment, "There aren't many books." When Chen Pingon arrived at the blacksmith shop and heard the news, he was a little confused. Ning Yao left the town before dawn. Wan Xiu said that she was at the inverted hanging mountain. She sent a letter by flying sword. Miss Ning left the shop in a hurry after hearing about it. Only then did Chen Pingon know that Miss Ning went to Mud Bottle Alley to say goodbye to him. Chen Pingon stood under the eaves of Ning Yao's temporary residence with a wicker basket on his back. He pursed his lips Wan Xiu said softly, "Miss Ning asked me to tell you that she'll be borrowing the scabbard for a while. She'll return it to you later." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's okay." Wan Xiu wanted to say something, but stopped. Chun Pingon realized that it was meaningless to say this to Miss Wan. He scratched his head and said, "Then I'll go back to Mud Bottle Alley first." Wan Xiu nodded. Chun Pingon walked forward. Wan Xiu suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Chun Pingon, my father said that you'll be working in the shop for a while. He might need you to help him forge in the future." Chun Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, "Thank you." The girl in cyan smiled sweetly. Chun Pingon walked alone by the stream. When he reached the stone arch bridge, he suddenly stopped and took off the basket on his back. He sat on the edge of the stone bridge with his feet hanging in the air. The wicker basket that contained the heavy dragon beheading platform was beside him. A pair of straw sandals swayed gently. The youth wasn't too sad about Miss Ning's departure because he knew from the beginning that she would leave. But there were some things that he didn't have time to say. After an unknown period of time, Chun Pingon was suddenly awakened by a huge splash under the bridge. Chun Pingon hurriedly turned his head. The wicker basket was gone. Chun Pingon didn't hesitate at all. He supported himself with both hands and let himself fall into the stream. After entering the water, he quickly changed his position in the water and drilled into the bottom with his head down. When Chun Pingon opened his eyes and vaguely saw a bit of light, he lost consciousness in that instant. The next moment, Chun Pingon found himself standing on a mirror-like water surface. He gently stamped his feet and created ripples, but the mirror surface didn't collapse. Chun Pingon suddenly raised his arm to cover his eyes. There was a dazzling light in front of him that illuminated the world. When the light faded, Chun Pingon put down his arm and saw a person sitting in the air in the distance. One of his legs was bent, and the other was hanging down, as if he was sitting on the edge of a cliff. His posture was lazy. His whole body was bathed in the pure white light. Strands of light were constantly swaying. Chun Pingon couldn't see the person's face clearly. It was very similar to the person who stood in the middle of the covered bridge in the dream in Mud Bottle Alley. But Chun Pingon couldn't be sure if it was the same person. The person raised his head and yawned. He slowly said, "That scholar called Qi Jingchun said that he was very disappointed in this world. What about you?" After the person spoke, Chun Pingon had difficulty breathing and gritted his teeth. Soon he heard his heartbeat again. It was like someone was beating a drum. The youth's face was red, and he reached out to cover his heart. The gods beat the spring drum to inform the world that spring was coming. If the drum didn't sound, spring wouldn't come. The person waved his hand, and his sleeves swayed like the Milky Way. On the stone arch bridge, the young man who was pecking at rice woke up in a daze. He turned his head and saw the basket placed beside him. The young man held his head and said, "Again?" Chun Pingon slapped himself hard. It hurt. He stood up in a panic and ran away with the basket on his back. Chun Pingon ran all the way back to Mud Bottle Alley. He opened the gate and found that there were many locust tree branches lying around. He thought that the girl could really run and carry. Chun Pingon put down the basket and sat at the gate of the courtyard, wiping his sweat. A touch of red ran over from the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. The little girl was sweating profusely. When she saw Chun Pingon, she grinned. She leaned on the locust tree branch and panted. She fished out a handful of bright green locust tree leaves from the embroidered bag at her waist. Chun Pingon took it and looked down. Compared to the locust tree leaves that Mr. Chi took him to ask for, these locust tree leaves were also green, but the veins of the leaves were withered and yellow. After looking at them for a long time, he couldn't see any green luster swimming in them. Chun Pingon looked at the red cotton padded jacket, who was looking around. He smiled and reached out his hand. The little girl was confused. Chun Pingon didn't take back his hand. After a while, she took out the last locust tree leaf from the embroidered bag and slapped it on Chun Pingan's palm. Chun Pingan continued to reach out his hand. She puffed up her cheeks and turned around to take out another locust tree leaf. She handed it to Chun Pingan with a sad face. Chun Pingan held back his laughter and put the 8 locust tree leaves together. He took out 3 of them and handed them to the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. He said softly, "This is for you." The little girl didn't take the locust tree leaf. Her big black, grape-like eyes were full of confusion. Chun Pingan rubbed the little girl's head and explained gently, "It's different if you hide it first, and I give it to you later. Don't forget that you must keep your promise to others." Chun Pingan looked at the innocent and young face and smiled. "If you try hard and still can't do it, remember to tell me." Although the little girl felt that what he said was quite reasonable, she felt embarrassed. So she used all her strength to wrinkle her little face and said angrily, "Why do you look so much like Mr. Chi? I don't like you anymore." Chun Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I'll help you move the locust tree branch to your house. I'm strong. One trip is enough." The tired little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled and said, "Then I can like you for a while longer." 72. Although Chun Pingan looked thin and weak when he carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and walked easily in Mud Bottle Alley, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was stunned. If she hadn't insisted, Chun Pingan would have taken the locust tree branch on her slender shoulders as well. A little girl with a ponytail stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley. Her cheeks were probably frostbitten in the winter, as her cheeks were very eye-catching. When she saw the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket carrying the locust tree branch, she said sullenly, "Li Baoping, didn't you say you would leave the locust tree branch behind and go to school with me? You don't know, but Grandpa Ma is very strange today. He's wearing the same clothes as Mr. Chi and said he would take us on a study trip to Cliff Academy. If Grandpa Ma gets angry at us, it's your fault." The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket didn't listen at all. She picked up a green locust tree leaf that Chun Pingan gave her from the embroidered bag at her waist and twirled it in front of her peers proudly. She had an expression that said, "You don't have it, but I have a lot of it." The little girl with the ponytail only felt that it was strange. She didn't know what was so good about showing off a broken leaf, but she just couldn't stand Li Baoping's look. She was asking for a beating. The problem was that the children of the same age in the school, even a troublemaker like Li Huai, couldn't beat Li Baoping. Li Huai had once been beaten by her until he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping didn't give up. She took off Li Huai's trousers and threw the trousers up a tree, hanging it high up there. Naked, Li Huai cried all the way back. His mother wasn't someone easy to deal with. Without saying anything, she dragged Li Huai and charged towards Falu Street. In the end, before they reached the Li family, the woman saw the majestic stone lions, painted door gods, and tall courtyard walls on both sides of the street. She was so angry that she gave Li Huai another beating. She didn't even knock on the door of the Li family's house before pulling her son's ear and sneaking back to the dilapidated house on the west side of the town. However, that night, the woman slaughtered a chicken and stewed it. Li Huai stood on the stool naked, swaying back and forth, eating more happily than anyone else. He didn't even remember the embarrassing incident where Li Baoping pressed him to the ground and smacked his head. The little girl with ponytails stretched out her hands and gestured with her hands, her face full of disdain. "It's just a locust tree leaf. What's there to be proud of? My father gave me a golden abacus last night. An abacus made of gold is this big." It was a pity that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't care about the golden abacus at all. She continued to wave the locust tree leaf lightly in front of her companion. She lifted her pointed chin and pointed at Chun Pingan in front of her. "He gave it to me. I have more in my bag." Ooh. The little girl with ponytails sighed. From the first day she met Li Baoping, she had always been this annoying. She only said what she wanted to say, only listened to what she wanted to hear, only did what she wanted to do. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people of the same age in Dragon Rider Alley, the little girl with ponytails wouldn't have been willing to play with her. Many times, even Mr. Qi was helpless against Li Baoping. Li Baoping would always ask strange questions, but Mr. Qi would always answer seriously. Unfortunately, he often couldn't give an answer that would convince Li Baoping. Sometimes Mr. Qi would excitedly think of a question and plan to teach Li Baoping well the next day. In the end, Li Baoping would forget what she had asked yesterday. Once she thought of fishing for loaches, catching crickets, or flying kites, she would run away, leaving Mr. Qi to the side. Chun Pingon carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and couldn't turn his head. He could only ask, in a slightly louder voice, how many people are there in the school right now? Li Baoping was struggling to change her shoulders to carry the locust tree branches. She had changed back and forth many times before, and it was burning with pain. The girl with ponytails reached out a hand and answered. Now, there are only 5 people left. Me, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Dong Shuijing. She had nothing to do, so she told him the situation of the school in one breath. Mr. Qi promised to take us on a study trip, and we were going to study at Cliff Academy in the end. At that time, there were still 14 or 15 people in the school, and our families all agreed. Later, these rich kids who mostly lived on Falu Street and Peachleaf Alley said that they were sick and didn't come to school. Later, I heard from Li Baoping that they directly left the town, saying that they were going to seek refuge with distant relatives. When they heard that they were going to Cliff Academy, this group of people was the happiest. I don't even know why they were so happy. They had to follow Mr. Qi for such a long journey. Weren't they tired? The little girl's voice was childish, but her words were clear. She was precocious and had a gentle temperament, like a little adult. Chun Pingon couldn't help but think of Gu Kan. However, she was like a snotty hedgehog, so she was still a little different. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Then what's your name?" The little girl with 2 ponytails said indifferently, "Me? My name is Shirchuanjia, so you can call me Miss Shir." Chun Pingon was speechless. Li Baoping undermined him and said, "You can call her little Shir too." Shirchuanjia was like an angry kitten. She angrily said to Li Baoping, "You're not allowed to call her little Shir too." Li Baoping, "You can't call her little Shir too either." Li Baoping, who liked to let her imagination run wild, had already shifted her thoughts from the nickname of her little friend to something else. Therefore, she didn't pay attention to Shirchuanjia's rebuttal. Shirchuanjia, on the other hand, had a serious personality. She tirelessly tried to reason with Li Baoping just to get rid of the unlikable nickname Little Shirtu. This was because Shirchuanjia knew that in the future, when she went to Mr. Qi's Cliff Academy, as long as Li Baoping called her Little Shirtu even once, then she would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname. Listening to the 2 little girls behind him talking back and forth, Chun Pingon asked, "When they approach Falu Street, there are many houses with the surname Li on this side of Falu Street. Where is your house?" Chun Pingon thought that as long as it wasn't the house of one of the 4 major surnames, it would be fine. After all, in order to lure the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain out of the mountain, he used the locust tree on Falu Street to climb up the wall of the Li residence. Speaking of which, Chun Pingon also used a slingshot to break 2 of the Li residence's bird food jars. Shirchuanjia said in a bad mood, "Her? It's the house with the locust tree outside the wall. In the past, every time her family didn't let her go out because they were afraid that she would play around, she would secretly climb up the wall and land on Falu Street along the locust tree. Once, her parents were so angry that they moved the ladder away and insisted that she enter through the gate. Unexpectedly, she directly jumped down. After that, she didn't come to school for a month. For the next 2 months, she always came with crutches." Li Baoping didn't feel that it was shameful. Instead, she said in a serious manner, I reflected on it afterwards. That time, my landing posture was wrong. I shouldn't have stuck my feet straight down. So, after my legs recover, I'll try again. Shi Chuanjia said in a huff. Isn't it just another half a month off from school? Li Baoping curled her lips. Won't it be fine after the third time? Shi Chuanjia said angrily. That's because after a year, your body will grow very fast. That's why you can withstand the torment. It has nothing to do with your landing posture. Chun Pingon didn't get involved in the quarrel between the two girls. First, he was having a headache. If the Li family recognized him, they would close the door and let the dog out in anger. Second, Chun Pingon envied them in the depths of his heart. He envied their happiness and stability. They had elders at home to control them and could study in school. Although he had a headache, Chun Pingon still decided to help Li Baoping and send the locust tree branch to her door. This was probably karma. He had just told the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket that he had to keep his promise. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and walk into the Li family's mansion. Perhaps the heavens had finally woken up from their nap and felt that it was time for Chun Pingon's luck to change. The gatekeeper didn't recognize him, and Li Baoping didn't ask him to help her carry the locust tree branch into the mansion. Chun Pingon was just about to turn and leave when Li Baoping handed him the locust tree branch on her shoulder, saying that it was her repayment. Chun Pingon didn't refuse the girl's kindness. He casually carried it on his shoulder and waved goodbye. The gatekeeper was already used to his young Mrs. Strange temper. He wasn't surprised that she carried a bunch of locust tree branches that were disliked for burning. He only felt a little heartache for his young Mrs. Red cotton-padded jacket. It was much more valuable than the locust tree branches. When this young lady was not even 5 years old, she could go to the stream and catch a big crab by herself. When she got home, she cried and raised her little hand high. There was a crab on her little hand that was unwilling to let go of its pincers even if it was dead. This made her parents and the old ancestor feel very distressed. Until now, that crab with a greenish-black shell and crimson-red pincers was still in her big fish tank. His young miss really didn't like to study and would chat with it whenever she had nothing to do. Looking at Chun Pingon's departing figure, Shi Chuanjia glanced at Li Baoping beside her and chuckled. So it's him who caused you to lose a front tooth? Li Baoping suddenly walked behind Shi Chuanjia and held her 2 ponytails with both hands, preparing to pull them up. Trust me, it will definitely work this time. Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she quickly squatted down and closed her eyes. She waved her hands randomly above her head to prevent Li Baoping from pulling her ponytails up again. Li Baoping squatted next to her, who was shorter than her, and confidently said, Little Shirtu, it won't hurt. You haven't tried it a second time, so how do you know it won't work? Am I right? Shi Chuanjia was so scared that she burst into tears. The gatekeeper couldn't bear it and helped the shopkeeper of the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. He said, just now, a student, Mr. Ma, asked Li Hui to pass on a message to the residents to prepare a carriage. Young miss, you should take your luggage and go to the school first. Then you will leave the town and travel with Miss Shi to Cliff Academy. Of course, before going to the school, young miss can go to Dragon Rider Alley and put Miss Shi's things on the carriage. Li Baoping could only let Shi Chuanjia go for now. Her face was full of disappointment. When they walked through the gate together, she didn't forget to feel sorry for Shi Chuanjia. The little girl with ponytails, who had survived the disaster, silently decided that she would take off her ponytails today. Li Baoping suddenly exclaimed and raised her head. Shi Chuanjia followed her gaze and wondered, it won't rain. A large black cloud floated over the town. From north to south, the straw sandals youth who had just walked out of Falu Street also raised his head to look. At that moment, the youth was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How was that a black cloud? It was clearly a dense cloud of flying swords in the sky. Countless immortals were flying in the sky on their swords. The youth slowly turned his neck, and his gaze followed the cloud of swords heading south. All of a sudden, a black that went from south to north, going in the opposite direction of the flying sword immortals. That black that grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the straw sandals youth with excellent eyesight widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in the day. In the sky above the town, there was a person on a flying sword that slanted downwards. When he was about 1,000 feet away from the town, he stopped for a moment. The person on the flying sword looked down at the town and scanned the surroundings. Then he rushed down towards Fullu Street. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of miles on the flying sword. With the sound of wind and thunder breaking through the air, he finally landed in front of Chun Pingan. The sword hovered half a foot above the ground. On the sword, there was a heroic girl in a dark green robe. Her feet were also hovering on the sword. The travel-worn girl grinned and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said heroically, "I felt that I should say goodbye to you. So I came." But before the youth with the locust tree branch could say anything, the girl with the sword at her waist changed the direction of the sword. It slanted upwards and disappeared in a flash. The youth subconsciously reached out his hand, but the girl and the flying sword had already disappeared. The embarrassed youth resentfully withdrew his hand and scratched his head. He walked towards Clay Bottle Alley, looking up from time to time. The straw sandals youth was a little disappointed at first, but he soon cheered up. It turned out that Miss Ning was an immortal. So much so that when Chun Pingan passed by a shop in Dragon Riding Alley, he spent money for the first time and bought a stick of candied haws. He ate as he walked. As he ate, the youth didn't know why, but he felt a little empty. The youth thought carefully. Was it because he felt sorry for the copper coins? 73. Chun Pingan ate the candied haws that he had not tasted for nearly 10 years and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with a locust tree branch. When he passed by a house that was even more dilapidated than his own ancestral house, he felt guilty and wondered if he should borrow some money from Master Wan to repair this house. Although he had lived in Clay Bottle Alley since he was a child, Chun Pingan had never seen anyone living in this house. Previously, when he was chasing and fighting with the mountain-moving ape on the roof, he deliberately tricked it to come here and caused the old ape to stomp a big hole in the roof. Chun Pingan felt that he had to take responsibility for this mess. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer from the wind and rain in the future. Perhaps the house could last for 20 or 30 years, but now it might not even last for 5 years. The house's pillars would decay very quickly. In this aspect, it was very similar to Chun Pingan's body that was forcibly guided by Kai Chinchien. They were both in a state of leaking. Therefore, Chun Pingan became more and more anxious and thought that he had to repair this ownerless house, no matter what. Although it was not glamorous, it could not run away from being sturdy and strong. Chun Pingan had thought of taking out a gold fine copper coin and exchanging it for real gold, silver, or copper coins with others, such as Old Yang of the Yang family shop or Master Wan of the blacksmith shop. However, Chun Pingan had an intuition that gold fine copper coins were really hard to come by. Every time one was used, there would be one less. As for silver and copper coins, they could be earned anywhere. It was just a matter of effort. Therefore, Chun Pingan decided to borrow some from Master Wan first. If he could not borrow it, he would use the gold fine copper coins to solve the problem. Chun Pingan was certainly distressed. However, since some urgent problems were clearly in front of him, he could not pretend that he did not see them. He was very afraid of owing others. Chun Pingan returned to the courtyard and placed the locust tree branch that the little girl had given him against the courtyard wall. The priceless whetstone was still in the basket, but of course he would not throw it in the courtyard so openly. He had already asked Chun Pingan to move it into the house. If it was not for the fact that time was pressing, Chun Pingan would have dug a 10 feet deep hole in the courtyard and buried the inconspicuous but valuable whetstone. Just by hearing the name of the dragon beheading platform, one could feel that it was even more precious than the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins. Chun Pingon heard the sound of chickens crowing in the courtyard next door. When Song Jisun and GQ left town, they did not take care of the old hens and chicks. They were probably starving. Chun Pingon went to the house to pick up the bunch of keys and a handful of rice from his house. He walked to the courtyard next door, opened the chicken coop, and squatted down to feed the chickens. After feeding the chickens, Chun Pingon opened the door to the kitchen to see if there were any leftover grains, so as to prevent them from rotting. But when he entered the kitchen, Chun Pingon's horizons were broadened. There was a large vat of rice. Just by opening the lid, Chun Pingon was full. There were pots, bowls, ladles, and basins in the cupboard. There was even a row of ham and dried fish hanging on the wall. Everything was clean and tidy. Everything was neat and tidy. Chun Pingon was suddenly attracted by a pair of firewood near the stove. He approached and squatted down. Sure enough, it was the wooden figurine that he saw Shirgui using a kitchen knife to chop. She didn't know how to chop firewood at all, so even after chopping for a long time, she had little effect. If it were Chun Pingon, he would be able to chop a wooden figurine that was about the height of a person into pieces. At this moment, Chun Pingon squatted down and looked down. He found that the wooden figurine was very strange. There were many red dots engraved on its body, scattered all over its body. Some places were densely packed together, while some places only had a single cinnabar-like red dot at a distance. Chun Pingon picked up a wooden figurine's arm and looked carefully beside each red dot. There were actually extremely small in characters. The red dots were originally the size of rice grains, so the strokes of those small characters were even finer and indiscernible. Fortunately, it was Chun Pingon. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see them as red dots and black dots. Chun Pingon tried to put the broken limbs back together. Not long after, the wooden puppet returned to its original shape. Fortunately, the wooden puppet did not lack any big parts. Unfortunately, many of the places where the red dots and black words were pieced together had been cut off or scraped away by GQ's kitchen knife. It was estimated that there were only about 70 to 80% of the relatively complete ink characters left. Chun Pingon got up and opened the window to let the light in the kitchen become more transparent and bright. Only then did he continue to squat down and look carefully. He did not dare to miss any details. It took almost 2 hours. Although Chun Pingon did not know most of the ink characters, he still tried his best to remember the structure of their strokes. Chun Pingon had always had expectations for learning to read and write. When Chun Pingon was working in the kiln, there were many times when he climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the town from afar. Other than looking for the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, the second place he wanted to know was the school. When he was young, there was a dark and thin child who often went to the school. He would squat against the wall and listen to the sound of books above his head. Although he did not understand what was said, the child would inexplicably feel at ease and calm. His heart would be very calm, and the grievances he suffered throughout the day would disappear as he listened. However, for the orphans of Mud Bottle Alley at that time, studying was much more luxurious than candied haws. It was good to just look at it from afar. At this time, Chun Pingon closed his eyes and, based on his memory, he constructed a complete wooden puppet in his mind. If there were parts that were vague in his memory, Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to open his eyes to check the truth. He skipped over them first. As a result, from the beginning to the end, there were about 40 to 50 uncertain ink characters on the wooden puppet. After identifying and memorizing those omissions one by one, Chun Pingon took a deep breath and wanted to do it again. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his head swelled and he felt a little dizzy. Chun Pingon decisively did not force himself to do it. Some efforts were not enough to be made with great effort. Otherwise, it would only make things more chaotic. After Chen Pingon learned how to burn porcelain, he had a deep feeling about it. It was not because he was talented, but because he was scolded by Old Man Yao all day long. Chen Pingon rearranged the wooden puppet and piled it in the corner of the stove. After walking out of the kitchen and closing the courtyard door, he thought about it and decided to go to the east gate of the town to look for the gatekeeper again. After he became an official apprentice of the blacksmith shop, he would most likely live there. It was unlikely that he would be able to deliver letters. Therefore, Chen Pingon wanted to say hello to the bachelor. However, he had looked for him once before and did not find him. Chen Pingon trotted to the east gate of the town. The yellow mud house was still locked, and the door was still closed. He sighed and sat on the stump where the gatekeeper, Zheng Dafeng, often sat. The town was not like the mountain, so there was no need to pay attention to the mountain god's seat. Chen Pingon sat there in a daze. It was rare for him to take a break from work. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of wheels could be heard on the road in the town. Chen Pingon turned his head and looked. There was an ox cart at the front, followed by 2 carriages with carriages. On the ox cart sat a group of children. There were also 2 familiar faces, Li Baoping in a red cotton-padded jacket and Shi Chuanjia with 2 red cheeks. Other than that, they must be the 3 apprentices that Shi Chuanjia had mentioned, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Dong Shuijing. The 5 children on the ox cart were chattering away, and it was very lively. The driver was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The old man who had swept the floor of the school sat behind the driver. Chen Pingon looked around. Other than the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who came from one of the 4 major surnames of Falu Street, the other 4 children were dressed differently. Shi Chuanjia's ancestors had lived in Dragon Rider Alley for generations, guarding the old shop called Sui Sui. They did not have to worry about food or clothing, but they could not be considered wealthy. Therefore, the little girl's clothes could only be considered comfortable and warm. However, beside Shi Chuanjia was a cold-looking peer of the same age, draped in a brand-new black fox fur coat. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were cold. Li Huai's father, Li Er, was a well-known good-for-nothing in the town. Li Huai also had an older sister named Li Huai. However, his parents and the 3 sisters had all gone out to make a living, leaving only Li Huai alone in his uncle's home. Now, he was also leaving his hometown, following the old man surnamed Ma to the Cliff Academy. The last young man was wearing a thin spring shirt. He was wearing 2 outer shirts that were sewn and mended. He looked like a poor child who grew up in a poor alley. Li Baoping, Shi Chuanjia, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Dong Shuijing. The 5 children from the small town rode on an ox cart that could not shelter them from the wind and rain, heading towards the Holy Land in the hearts of countless scholars in the Eastern Bottle Continent, the Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. At this moment, the 5 children definitely did not know that on the continent that was filled with dynasties, countless generations of rich and powerful families wanted to send their children there no matter how hard they tried. They wanted to learn from the Confucian sages, rule the country, and bring peace to the world. Naturally, they also did not know how rare it was to be able to call Qi Jingchun Mister. On the contrary, these children only felt that Mr. Qi was too well-behaved. He often had a straight face and was not approachable at all. Mr. Qi occasionally smiled. The children did not even know what they did to make him so happy. Li Baoping's sharp eyes saw Chen Pingon sitting on a tree stump. She jumped off the ox cart at lightning speed, staggered, and ran to Chen Pingon. She suddenly stopped in front of him, but did not seem to know what to say. In the end, she only stuck out her chest and said, "I want to go to a place very, very far away." Her little face was full of pride. The old man wearing a laurel hat said in a deep voice, "Li Baoping." Although the old man was not very happy, he still asked the driver to stop the ox cart. The little girl curled her lips, but she still turned and ran to the ox cart. She suddenly heard the guy behind her call her name. When she turned around, she saw him waving his fist at her and shaking it lightly. He was probably telling her to work hard. Li Baoping also waved her fist at him, indicating that she would work hard. Chun Pingan smiled knowingly. He felt that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket's efforts were mostly used for playing. Her footprints would be left everywhere in Cliff Academy. Chun Pingan looked up and saw the old man who was sweeping the floor a few times at the school. The old man nodded at him. Chun Pingan subconsciously smiled and saluted back. At the same time, someone in the carriage behind them gently lowered the curtain. Although it was only a glimpse, Chun Pingan saw the person's face clearly. It was the scholar who went to the blacksmith shop to find Master Wan. Chun Pingan watched the ox cart and the carriage slowly leave the town. If Chun Pingan could fly on his sword like Ning Yao and look down at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers that had just taken root, he would definitely be shocked by the various strange phenomena. Countless birds and beasts of all kinds were entrenched on the border between Dragon Pearl's cave and Great Li's territory. Even further away, there were countless of their own species that were madly rushing towards this place, as if they were absorbing something. On the invisible border, they dared not take a step forward, nor were they willing to take a step back. There was also an old woman standing at the end of the stream within the border. Her upper body was above the water, and her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It spread around her body like a black lotus. The old woman, whose face was originally modeled like a withered tree's bark, now looked like a woman in her 40s. There was also the cloud-covered mountain, which seemed to be arched by the ground, and was slowly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The grotto heaven was shattered and reduced to a blessed land. In the past, the people of Liju Grotto Heaven, whether rich or poor, good or evil, all of them had a next life. 74. Chun Pingan returned to the blacksmith shop. After working, Chun Pingan took advantage of the meal break to find Master Wan, who was squatting under the eaves with Miss Wan. Chun Pingan said that he wanted to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver. Wan Chong didn't even ask Chun Pingan why he wanted to borrow money. He put down his chopsticks, glanced at the straw sandals youth, and said, "Get lost." Chun Pingan quickly ran away. Wan Xiu frowned and said, "Father, can't you talk nicely?" Wan Chong snorted and said, "It's good enough that you didn't beat him up." Wan Xiu stood up for him and said, "He worked so hard to be your apprentice, but you didn't even take a single cent of his salary." When it was dark, everyone was either sleeping or chatting in their rooms. Only Chun Pingan was still moving soil from the well. He was busy with this and that and didn't rest at all. "Father, don't you know who was the most diligent during this time? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, how is it too much for him to ask you to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver?" Wan Chong's face darkened, and he didn't speak. He thought, "I know too well. That's why I want to kill this little bastard who tried to poach me." If this youth had the cultivation and ability of the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain, his father would have learned from Qi Jingchun and beaten him half to death. However, Wan Chong was a little discouraged when he thought of this. Even if he didn't have the identity of a saint in this world, it was still certain that he could defeat the mountain-moving ape. However, it was obviously impossible to win with a kick like Qi Jingchun. Wan Chong could only comfort himself. Although he was nominally a sword cultivator of the military school, his real pursuit was not to be strong or weak in battle. Instead, he wanted to become one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He wanted to forge a living sword that had the hope of nurturing its own spirituality, so that there would be another real living being in the world who could live and die, cultivate, reincarnate, and even pursue the Great Way. Wan Chong put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked up at the sky, and cursed inexplicably. "Do you really think that you can be lawless after Qi Jingchun died? I've already told you my rules clearly. Now that you don't follow them, show me the ability to not follow the rules. If you don't, then go to hell." Seeing that there was no one around, Wan Chong, who was originally squatting, rose up from the ground like a snow-white rainbow and shot into the sea of clouds in the sky. Above the sea of clouds, there were a few women in palace attire and a man in brocade robes and jade belts. They were walking together in the sky, talking and laughing. All of them were elegant and unrestrained immortals. From time to time, they would overlook the entire land of the former Liju cave heaven. It could be said that they were living up to their name. There was a loud bang. The head of a dignified woman with a golden hairpin burst open. Then, a beautiful girl beside her also had her head split open. Wan Chong's figure hovered above the golden sea of clouds. His eyes were sharp as he looked around and sneered. "What? You're testing my bottom line with these small fries? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Wan Chong may be a blacksmith and can't compare to Qi Jingchun, but what's so difficult about killing 1 or 2 blind cultivators from the 10th floor? Then from now on, there's one more rule. Everyone listen up. Even if you're hiding outside the border and coveting Liju blessed land, if I, Wan Chong, am in a bad mood, I'll still catch you above the blessed land and smash your head. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Wan Chong had just finished speaking when he flashed out of the border. The next moment, he pressed down on the head of an old man with one hand and pulled him back into the border. He pressed down with his 5 fingers, and the old man begged for mercy. Master Wan, let's talk nicely. I'm from the nearby Purple Mist River." Without waiting for the old man to finish, Wan Chong crushed the immortal master's head and threw the corpse out of the Blessed Land's territory. However, Wan Chong only glanced coldly at the green rainbow that escaped from the corpse. He didn't beat the dog when it was down. The green beam of light, which was less than 3 feet long, crazily flew for nearly 1,000 miles before plunging into a great river that was wreathed in a faint purple mist. The river water was so grand and magnificent that it was far superior to the great rivers in Great Li's territory. Wan Chong, whose 5 fingers were still stained with blood, said loudly, "Within 60 years, everything will be the same. In the distant sea of clouds, a female cultivator used the clouds to hide her figure. She said angrily, 'Such bloody and cruel methods. How is this the work of a saint who presides over a land's fate?' Wan Chong was so angry that he laughed. 'Oh, you've learned to be smart. You're hiding so far away,' before muttering, 'You think I can't do anything to you? Damn it, I'm not Qi Jingchun, that stupid guy who studied too much. You're talking about morals and etiquette with a military sword cultivator like me? Is there something wrong with your head?' Oh. Wan Chong tilted his arm down and put 2 fingers together. He chanted in his mind, 'Heavenly Spirit Wind, Earthly Fiend Thunderpool Fire, Urgent Command.' In an instant, 2 auras surged rapidly in the sky and on the ground like 2 springs that had just appeared in the world. Another gentle voice hurriedly warned, 'Oh no, it's Wan Chong's natal wind and thunder swords. Lan Ting, retreat quickly. Wan Chong's natal item is different from ordinary people. It's not nurtured in his acupuncture points. It exists in the world within 3,000 miles around him, following his 2 Een gods of the military school everywhere. Above the sea of clouds, there was a streak of colorful green firefly that was desperately trying to escape. Outside the firefly, there were translucent peach blossoms hovering around, protecting their master. After this streak of green light had almost traveled 800 miles, in a single breath, a green thread descended from the sky and pierced through its head. The man who had spoken up for her had already used his unique escape technique to vanish when he saw that the situation was bad. The sky fell silent. No one dared to make a noise anymore. Wan Tung sneered and no longer bothered with this group of evil people. His figure landed by the stream near the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who was covered in a murderous and bloody aura, reached out his hand to wash away the bloodstains in the stream. Wan Chong sighed and said sadly, "Qi Jingchun, if you were half as unreasonable as me, would you have left in such a sullen state?" On the shore, Chun Pingan was in the middle of 2 hours of stump walking. On his way back, he had just finished his practice and was relaxing his muscles and bones. Chun Pingan suddenly saw Master Wan walk up the bank from the stream. He hesitated and slowed down, not wanting to be rebuffed. For some reason, Chun Pingan felt that Master Wan did not have a good impression of him. The way Master Wan looked at him was a little similar to Old Man Yao's, filled with disdain. Wan Chong ignored the young man and strode back to the blacksmith shop on his own. Chun Pingan suddenly turned his head and looked at the stream. It was calm as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. However, Chun Pingan's heart suddenly tightened, as if there was a blade on his back. It was like a water ghost who had died unjustly in the stream was staring at him. It was a very preposterous feeling. However, in his line of sight, the stream gurgled cheerfully and gently. Chun Pingan did not give up. He picked up a few stones of just the right weight and turned around to walk downstream along the stream. He carefully observed the movements in the stream, trying to find some clues. The more Chun Pingan looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. In broad daylight, the stream gave off a gloomy feeling. Even though Chun Pingan had dived into the deep pit under the green ox's back so many times, he had never felt such a clear sense of annoyance. Chun Pingan could now be sure of one thing: there were unimaginable demons and wandering ghosts in the world. In the past, Mr. Qi was in the small town, so no evil could invade. Now that Mr. Qi was no longer there, perhaps there were ghosts and spirits everywhere. He had to be careful. Even if Master Wan was the next so-called sage, Chun Pingan did not dare to let his guard down. After all, Chun Pingan still trusted Mr. Qi more. He definitely revered the unsmiling Master Wan, but he did not want to get close to him at all. The reason why Chun Pingan dared to follow his instincts and take the initiative to investigate the strangeness in the stream was that Master Wan had just left. Chun Pingan did not think that if there were really ghosts in the water, they would dare to come out of the water to kill him under the nose of a sage. Besides, Chun Pingan now had the seal of landscape that Mr. Qi had given him hidden in his sleeve. One of them was the water seal, so the young man was particularly brave. After Chun Pingan threw 2 handfuls of stones, he was about to bend down to pick them up when someone not far away asked, "What are you doing?" The girl was wearing a green dress and had a ponytail. It turned out to be Wan Xiao. Chun Pingan had been concentrating on dealing with the water and did not notice Miss Ruan's approach. He was not afraid that she would laugh at him. So he pointed at the surface of the stream and answered honestly, "I feel that there is something dirty in the water, so I was wondering if I could use stones to smash it out." Wan Xiao looked at the stream and focused on it. Her face darkened. Chun Pingan asked, "Is there really a problem?" Wan Xiao shook her head. "I can't see it." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I should be the one being overly suspicious." Wan Xiao whispered, "You go back first. I want to eat something here before going back to the shop. If my father asks, just say that you didn't see it." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "No problem." He remembered something and found a sharp stone on the ground and asked, "Miss Wan, can I ask you what these words mean and how to read them?" Wan Xiao suddenly felt like she was facing a great enemy. Reading? Books were the most terrifying enemies in the world. Wan Xiao had a headache every time she saw a random page of a book. Originally, after she followed her father into the town, she should have gone to school to study. She did not have to help forge iron and swords at all. However, she would rather die than go. Today, her stomach hurt. Tomorrow it might rain, and the day after tomorrow, she might sprain her ankle. Wan Xiao was too lazy to listen to those lame excuses, so he let Wan Xiao go. However, Wan Xiao did not want to show her fear in front of the young man today. She forced herself to be calm and forced a smile. "Try writing first." When Chun Pingan carved the 2 words on the ground with a stone, Wan Xiao's body changed. She was in high spirits and said confidently, "These two words are too simple. I've known them since I was very young. The word shun and the word ting together are the name of the acupoints of the human body. Shunting is the so-called acupoint. The reason why we humans are the leader of all creatures, and many demons who have cultivated the great Tao have no choice but to transform into humans, is that the human body is the most suitable for cultivation. The 365 acupoints of various sizes are all treasures like mountains of gold and silver. The ancients have said that the acupoints are the places where the divine qi flows in and out. Our 3 souls and 6 spirits are like children who eat a bowl of rice in one family and a bowl of water in another family. Then they are constantly nourished and grow stronger. Wan Xiu explained. Then she stretched out a finger and pressed it against her head. She smiled and said, "As for the divine court, it's right here. Stroke the hairline above your head and look up 5 centimeters. This aperture point is not very important for sword cultivators like me and my father. Well, in our words, it's not a place that the military will fight for. It's dispensable, but for those who rely on incense to survive, this aperture point is very important. But my father said that those gods and ghosts are not very promising. No matter how powerful their divine powers are, and how wide their ghost path is, they are just poor creatures living under someone else's roof. They are not worth mentioning." Chun Pingon did not understand any of it and could only memorize it. He then asked about the words juk and taiyuan, respectively. Wan Xiu also answered them one by one. Although she did not like to read, that was only because she did not like the classic books of the Confucian sages. She was very fond of military cultivation and swordsmanship. She had memorized the names of these acupuncture points since she was young. Before Chin Pingon could ask for help, the girl laughed loudly and said, "When I have time in the future, I'll tell you the names, positions, and uses of the 365 acupuncture points." Chin Pingon smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you, Miss Wan." Wan Xiu asked, "I've asked you to buy pastries for me so many times. Do you think it's troublesome?" Chun Pingon shook his head. It was nothing. Of course it was not troublesome. Wan Xiu smiled happily and said, "That's it." She suddenly felt a little regretful and said, "Things like acupuncture points don't mean much even if you know them. The reason why there are so many unorthodox and crooked ways in the world of cultivation is that each person has a different way of cultivating and refining qi. The slightest difference can lead to a great loss. Of course, my family also has its own 2 great mantras of dispersing and cultivating qi, but it can't be taught to outsiders. This is not a matter of whether my father agrees or not. Chun Pingon, I'm sorry." Chun Pingon was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. He quickly explained with a smile, "It's okay. I just want to know more words. I didn't think too much. Besides, I have a boxing manual to practice. Just the boxing stance in this manual is already too much for me to practice. How can I be distracted?" Wan Xiu smiled and patted her chest lightly. "That's good." Trembling, the scenery here was unique. Chun Pingon quickly stopped looking at her carelessly. He stood up and said seriously, "Miss Wan, when you're free, I can go back to Mud Bottle Alley later." Wan Xiu stood up and nodded with a smile. "Okay." Chun Pingon trotted to the blacksmith shop. Wan Xiu walked down the bank and came to the stream. She first took out a handkerchief and threw a piece of pastry into her mouth. She slowly chewed and savored the aftertaste. When Chun Pingon arrived at the town, she rolled up her sleeve and revealed the scarlet bracelet. She looked at the clear stream and said in a low voice, "Fire dragon walks on water." The bracelet instantly liquefied. A living creature woke up and struggled and twisted. Finally, it turned into a small dragon wrapped in flames. Its head and tail were connected and wrapped around the girl's wrist. The girl in green gave the order. The scarlet dragon, which was less than a foot long, leaped into the stream. 3 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet. The fire dragon could also walk on water. Wan Xiu ordered, "It's done." The fire dragon that was 10 feet long stopped growing. However, all the water in the stream evaporated. Not only that, the water in the upper stream was like defeated soldiers who were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to charge forward and gathered together, causing the water level of the stream to rise while the water in the lower stream continued to rush forward. Wan Xiu squinted her eyes and looked. She waited for the truth to come out. She walked at the bottom of the dried-up stream and followed the fire dragon that was 10 feet long. Now that the grotto heaven was broken, the restrictions that the 4 saints had carefully set up had disappeared. Therefore, spells and supernatural powers were no longer restricted. This was also the reason why Wan Ting set the rules and acted so decisively. Even if this place used to be the smallest of the 36 small caves, and it was not good for natural materials and earthly treasures, it was still a blessed land of the origin of the small cave. All kinds of benefits were still greatly beneficial to cultivation. Now, without the restriction of the big tactical matrix, once there was no one to restrain it, the cultivators from the outside world would swarm in. Good and bad people were mixed in, and their intentions were not pure. In the end, except for those old turtles and bastards who were lucky enough to survive, the rest of the more than 6,000 people in the town would probably die within a day. The military school was also very strict with rules. However, they were more flexible than the Confucians. They could act according to the situation and the place. After about half an hour, the fire dragon that had been flapping left and right in the stream seemed to have finally caught the cunning target. It pressed down fiercely with its claw and slowly lowered its head. Wan Xiu walked to the fire dragon's head and looked down. Under the fire dragon's claw, there was a woman who was curled up. Her waist was grabbed by the claw. She had waist-length hair that protected her body. She asked curiously, "How dare a little river deity behave wildly in front of my house? My father killed 6 river deities in a row. Haven't you heard of it?" Grandma He, who had turned from a withered old woman to a young woman, begged, "Great deity, I'm just passing by. I have no intention of harming anyone. What's more, I boldly revealed my Een spirit aura in hopes of helping Saint Wan increase the weight of the stream. I just wanted to contribute a little. Great deity, please don't be angry. If you think that I'm ugly and annoying, I'll only dare to wander around at night." Wan Xiu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know Chun Pingan?" Chun Pingan was an orphan in the Mud Bottle Lane. We met occasionally, but there was no grudge between us. I rarely see people from the small town by the stream. Today, I saw the young man practicing martial arts. I was curious, so I took a few more glances. I didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. Great deity, please be merciful to me because I don't know the rules." Wan Xiu waved her hand, and the fire dragon turned back into a red bracelet with ancient patterns. It was worn on the girl's wrist. Wan Xiu was still standing in the distance. Behind her was the raging stream. However, what happened next made Granny He tremble in fear. As if the stream had met its natural enemy, it automatically turned around and flowed downstream. What was more frightening was that Grandma He could sense that the girl in green didn't use any Taoist techniques at all. Wan Xiu smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. Tell me about the Apricot Lane and the Mud Bottle Lane. Tell me everything you know." After regaining her freedom, Grandma He's appearance began to recover. However, the next moment she couldn't help but scream in horror. It turned out that her waterfall-like black hair was shrinking in length. She said heartbreakingly, "Why is my cultivation slipping away?" The girl in green ate the pastries and said vaguely, "Ah, I see. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was born with the body of Fire God, which is the natural enemy of water." Grandma He forced herself to calm down. She cried silently and begged, "Great deity, please be merciful and forgive me for this unintentional offense." Wan Xiu thought for a while and said, I will ask you to tell me stories in the future. Don't worry, I will hide my natal breath. Grandma he didn't dare to refuse and had to agree. Wan Xiu walked to the shore and turned back. Just this once, Grandma he said she wouldn't dare. After the girl went ashore, she shook her ponytail and walked to the blacksmith shop. Grandma, his body sank into the stream. Her face was full of ferocious resentment. However, after suffering several losses, she began to know how to suppress her anger. A string of thoughts that originated from other people's thoughts resounded heavily in her heart. Idiot! Put away your ignorance. Do you know what the girl's opportunity is? It's to kill all the river gods in the continent. You are just a little grandma he. How dare you have the intention to kill her? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Even if she stretches her neck to let you kill her, you will be the one who dies in the end. Do you know how sensitive she is to any other worldly item in the water? Therefore, your guess is correct. In the future, the first river god she will kill will be you. Therefore, you should think carefully about how to remedy the situation. This disaster that was supposed to be a calamity is also the seed of a great opportunity for you. This is the last time I'm reminding you. If you do anything that goes against the rules again, I'll make you beg for death without the need for anyone else to do anything. After Grandma he's voice disappeared, she floated in the water in a daze. Her body swayed, but she was lifeless. The Great Way was vague and unpredictable, which made people disheartened. Wan Tian saw his daughter jumping in from the sword casting room. He said angrily, Are you happy to bully a useless grandma he? The girl smiled brightly and said, Then I will bully her when she becomes the god of the river. Wan Qi frowned and said, Xiu Xiu, don't underestimate the river god. After all, he is an orthodox water god that is included in the records of mountains, lakes, and seas of a continent. Although he is not as good as the 5 mountain gods of various countries, it is not easy to kill them in the water. The girl said casually, Then let them have no water to swim in. Wan Tian was shocked, and then he quickly suppressed the smile that was about to appear on his face. 75. In the dusk, an unfamiliar customer came to the blacksmith shop. The man was about 30 years old. He was tall, had slender eyebrows, and fair skin. His delicate and feminine appearance, coupled with his burly and masculine body, had a different kind of elegance. After Wan Tung learned of this person's identity, he was not as casual as when he received Chui Ming Huang from the Lakeview Academy. He just chatted with him at the door of the sword casting room. This time, he asked Wan Xiu to move 2 bamboo chairs to the corridor and take out 2 pots of good wine, one for each person. The man did not hesitate. He took the wine pot, opened the mud seal, and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, Master Wan, your action this time has shocked the court. I don't know how the court will deal with it, but as the new supervisor of kills and the first chief officer of Longquan County, I can save a lot of effort. Logically speaking, I should be the one bringing good wine to pay a visit. However, when I heard about the unforeseen event on the way here, I spurred my horse on and really came in a hurry. As for the 2 large jars of apricot wine from the shop in Riding Dragon Alley, just take it that I owe Teacher Wan first. Master Wan waved his hand and said, You don't have to say these polite words. If you and I can reach an agreement today, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat in the future. If it doesn't work out, you and I won't have to spend so much effort to win each other's hearts. The man laughed heartily. He did not look like an officer of Dali Imperial Court who held 2 positions. He wiped the corner of his mouth and put the wine pot on his knees. There was no sign of talking while drinking. Mount Jiaoyou was sealed in Dali's Chunwei period. Of course, this is the official statement of the confidential files of the court. According to the local county records, it should be Mount Longji. Halfway up the mountain, there is a natural large-scale dragon beheading platform. Before I came here, there was a meeting between the monarch and the minister. His Majesty said that this thing should be given to Feng Shui Temple and Jinwu Mountain where you are. Both of you can share it. As for how you two military forces excavate, cut, and divide the dragon beheading platform, whether you leave it as an ancestral property or move it back to your respective sects, my Dali Imperial Court will not interfere. It's up to you. If you need Dali to help, such as driving the two young mountain-moving apes under Dali's command to break Mount Jialyo and expose the dragon beheading platform, you don't have to be polite. Master Wan said with a smile. Dali is very sincere. Just as the new supervisor was about to say something, Master Wan said, before I came here, the Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain had already reached an agreement. The Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain would each occupy one of the dragon beheading platforms. You should have heard some gossip from your emperor. I plan to establish a sect here, so I've moved my father and daughter identity away from Feng Shui Temple. In the next 60 years, it'll be inconvenient for me to officially establish a sect. However, as long as Dali is pleasing to my eyes, once the 60 years are up, I'll choose a passable mountain as the starting point for my sect. The supervisor, who was also the county magistrate, didn't hide the joy on his face at all. As if he was waiting for Master Wan to speak, he immediately said, Master Wan, you can rest assured. Apart from Mount Biyun, there are now 61 mountains in the territory. Master Wan can choose any 3 of them as the foundation for your sect. If Master Wan isn't willing to make a decision in a hurry, I can first show Master Wan the old and new mountain maps of Pearl Paradise. After that, I'll accompany Master Wan to personally explore and inspect the mountains. At that time, Master Wan can make a decision. How about it? It was a great blessing for any dynasty to have a great cultivator like Master Wan to help guard the mountains and rivers. Especially the implication of Wan Jiao's words was that he chose to take root here. He didn't just rely on Dali with the identity of a foreign official, a consecrator, or an imperial tutor. Therefore, it wasn't the kind of situation where people would gather if they got along and leave if they didn't get along. Wan Jiao was really spreading his branches and leaves in Dali's territory. Unconsciously, he was closely related to the fate of the dynasty. Not to mention a small supervisor. Even Emperor Dali would be happy if he sat here. There were many warriors in Dali, led by the vassal king Song Zhengqiang. The number of masters above the 5 states was the highest in Eastern Vase continent. However, there were very few immortals in the mountains, which was completely inconsistent with Dali's strong national strength. This had always been Emperor Dali's sore point. Wan Jiao smiled and said, Don't worry about occupying a mountain. To put it bluntly, other than Mount Biyun that you don't want to take out, no other mountain is worthy of my attention. The young supervisor looked a little embarrassed. In fact, before coming here, not only him but even Emperor Dali and his master also felt that there was a possibility of Wan Jiao establishing a mountain in Dali. However, it was definitely not big because Dali didn't have enough sincerity. Dragon beheading platform? If Wan Jiao didn't have the ability to negotiate with Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain and get a share, Dali wouldn't dare to become enemies with Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain just to win over Wan Jiao. The price was too high. Even the powerful Dali dynasty couldn't afford it. Wan Tong suddenly said, Although Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain have never proposed anything, I personally hope that your Li dynasty can take out 2 divine weapons that are sharp enough. Whether it's a sword or a saber, it doesn't matter as long as it's enough. When the time comes, I can help you hand them over to the 2 military cultivators here and use them to separate the dragon beheading platform. You can report to the imperial court first and wait for Emperor Dali's reply. There's no hurry. The young supervisor thought for a while and said in a deep voice, I can make the decision on this matter. I promise Master Wan first. Wan Jiao nodded and took a sip of wine. He was quite satisfied with this person's attitude and courage. After all, he would have to deal with this man named Wu Yuan directly for a long time. If he was a stupid person, it would be very tiring. If he was a stingy and timid guy, it would be even more tiring. Wu Yuan hesitated for a moment and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be emboldening himself and said, Master Wan, first of all, the 30 or so dragon kilns outside the town will be reopened to make porcelain. However, from now on, they will only make ordinary ceremonial vessels used by the imperial court. Secondly, after the newly built county office in the east of the town is built, the county office will post the Dali laws. They will also let the civil servants who are somewhat literate spread the laws around the town. The purpose is to let the ordinary people in the town know that they are the people of Dali. Wan Jiao's expression was cold. He glanced at the nominal county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan. The latter explained with a smile, this is just a superficial effort to deal with the ordinary teachers. In the next 60 years in the town, Master Ruan's rules are still the most important. The rules of the 4 surnames and 10 clans follow closely behind. Dali's laws are the lowest. If there is a conflict, this order will be the standard. Dali will not only not interfere with Master Ruan's actions within 1,000 miles of the town, they will also stand on Master Ruan's side without any suspense, just like when Master Wan smashed the flesh of the Purple Smoke River cultivator. That person did not repent. He even tried to use his connections in the capital to complain to His Majesty the Emperor. When my teacher heard the news, he did not say anything and sent people to kill the cultivator's nascent spirit. Wan Jiao frowned slightly and was a bit impatient. Tell your teacher to stop doing such superfluous things in the future. What does face matter? I'm just a crude blacksmith who is not used to bending the rules. Your Dali is really considerate. It's enough if you give me actual benefits. As for whether I'll accept them or not, that's another matter. That Purple Smoke River cultivator is trash. If I really wanted to kill him back then, would he be able to escape? Even if he had 100 legs, he wouldn't be able to escape. If I really wanted to kill him, how many people in Dali could stop me? Even if they could, would they be willing to stop me? Wu Yuan's face paled slightly. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she said, Master Wan, I understand. Wan Jiao did not want to make things too tense. After all, this was the first time they had met. He could not expect others to do as he wished. That would be forcing them. As a result, he took the initiative to ask, in a secular dynasty, building the Wenchang Pavilion and the Martial Saint Temple, sealing the righteous gods of mountains and rivers, and banning the local obscene shrines, are all part of the imperial court's duties. What are your plans for the town? Wu Yuan, who had just suffered a loss, replied carefully, regarding the Wenchang Pavilion and the Martial Saint Temple. Our Dali Kindianjian geomaster has chosen 2 places. They are the Porcelain Mountain to the north of the town and the Immortal's Grave to the southeast. The 2 worshippers are the 2 who left the town back then. One of them happens to be a scholar and the other a martial artist. They have contributed greatly to our Dali. What do you think, Master Wan? Wan Jiao's tone was not relaxed. The 2 who enjoy the worship of scholars and martial artists are quite suitable. However, the location has been decided just like that. Have you asked for Master Yang's opinion? Wu Yuan was stunned. She asked cautiously, Master Wan, may I ask who Master Yang is? Wan Jiao was also stunned. He joked that Master Xiu of yours did not even tell you this? He'd just let you be the supervising official and the parent official? Wu Yuan, tell me honestly, are you in the same situation as Qi Jingchun, frustrated in the bureaucracy, abandoned as a pawn, and demoted to this place? If that is the case, then I will have to go back on what we agreed on before. Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. She did not know how to explain, and was even more confused. Beside a well in the distance, 3 people of the same age were squatting on the ground. Wan Xiu was teaching Chen Ping on the names of the acupoints, their functions, and the meaning of cultivation. The extra youth was the one who had shamelessly asked to be taught. At the beginning, Wan Xiao and Chen Pingan erased their handwriting and did not speak. The two of them stared at him. The youth had delicate features, and there was a red mole between his eyebrows that seemed like the finishing touch of a dragon. He had a festive appearance that was very likable. However, both Chen Pingan and Wan Xiao had underestimated his patience and shamelessness. They chuckled and looked at the youth with straw sandals to the left and the girl in green to the right. After the three of them had endured for half an hour, the youth seemed to feel that he had also underestimated the perseverance of the two people beside him. He finally took the initiative to speak. Using a smooth and mellow small-town dialect, he said that he had come from the capital and had followed the supervising official here to see the scenery. He especially wanted to see that porcelain mountain. You guys continue to talk about your acupoints and Qi Palace. Don't be so stingy. What's wrong with me listening? Do you think that I will suddenly become a land immortal after listening? After that, Chen Pingan and Wan Xiao were busy with their own things and did not pay any attention to this strange fellow's conversation. Your handwriting is not very good. One look, and I can tell that you have not worked hard. It is very floating, similar to the oil residue floating on the water. Miss, your explanation is not complete. The so-called boiling the country in half a pot, and the drawing that made ghosts laugh is actually like this. You guys are skipping over the Qi Palace and not talking about it anymore? Ha! Ha! Miss, why don't you explain to him where the Shanzhong acupoint is? Is it difficult to point it out to him? Sigh, if you are embarrassed, I can help you. Miss, there is a murderous look in your eyes. Miss, you must have misunderstood. What I mean is that I will point out to him where my Shanzhong acupoint is. Miss, your Shanzhong acupoint is difficult to find even for immortals. Why should I ask for trouble? Sigh, Miss, why did you hit people? Again? Miss, I was wrong. Miss, why did you miss the 3 back acupoints? The ancients said that the back acupoint is half the work, shrinking the Zhen and opening the Qian is the main work. This shows that it is very important. In the end, it was the appearance of the supervisor, Wu Yuan, that helped Chen Pingan and Wan Xiao out of their predicament. The talkative youth with a mole between his eyebrows and the taciturn young dolly official left the blacksmith shop side by side. Chen Pingan and Wan Xiao sat at the mouth of the well. Wan Xiao glanced at the backs of the two people and said softly, "The older one is an official. The one beside us just now, I am not sure. I also did not feel anything strange. Maybe he is the young man's page boy. Many big families outside have such study companions." Chen Pingan nodded. Wan Xiong walked to the side of the well with a straight face and said, "Chen Pingan, come with me." Chen Pingan stood up blankly. Miss Wan had said that her father had agreed to lend him money, but he would have to wait for about 10 days. Did he go back on his word? The girl in green felt a little guilty and followed behind Chen Pingan. Wan Xiong sat on the bamboo chair and let Chen Pingan sit on the chair that Wu Yuan had sat on before. Wan Xiao coughed and said with a smile, "Father, these 2 chairs were made by Chen Pingan. They are not bad, right?" Wan Xiong said with a dark face, "I am talking business with Chen Pingan." Xiao, don't interrupt." Chen Pingan quickly sat up straight. "Master Wan, please speak." Wan Xiong took out a handful of silver from his sleeve. It was about 3 or 4 taels. Go to the small town's dragon riding alley and buy a pot of good peach blossom spring wine for father. Use the rest of the money to buy some pastries. Wan Xiao was a little unwilling. Wan Xiong pretended to put away the silver, then go to the sword-casting room and watch the furnace. It will be finished in 2 hours. Wan Xiao snatched the money and ran. After his daughter ran far away, Wan Xiong asked directly, "Chen Pingan, do you have 3 bags of gold and copper coins?" Chen Pingan's expression was normal. He nodded and said, "Yes." Wan Xiong seemed to like the youth's honesty. His expression improved a little, There is no other small-town citizen like you who has 3 bags of gold and copper coins on hand. Even among the 4 families and 10 clans in Falou Street's Peach Leaf Alley, the Song family has at most 2 bags. Most of them only have 1 bag. In addition, there are 8 small families in the small town that have used their family treasures to exchange for a bag of gold and copper coins. Basically, all of the valuable old items in the small town have been sold. Now, there are about 7 or 8 items left, and they are in good condition. In the future, there will be more and more outsiders in the small town. Of course, your life will not be in danger. The reason why I am being so frank with you is because I hope that you will make good use of the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Don't let them rot in your hands, and don't casually use them. Before me, the small town would open its doors once every 60 years. About 20 to 30 people would enter the small town, and they would be free to search for opportunities. From now on, there will be no such rule. It will become more and more like a normal small town in Dali. Therefore, your 3 bags of gold and copper coins are particularly eye-catching. In the end, it will cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. I am a person who is afraid of trouble. When the time comes, I will inevitably stand up for you. However, I, Wan Xiong, find it embarrassing to deal with a bunch of brats every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, I will give you a suggestion. Whether you want to listen or not, you can decide for yourself. Before I give you my suggestion, let me make it clear to you in advance. Now is the time when the gold and copper coins are most valuable, but not everyone can spend them. Besides the 4 major families, I am afraid that the 10 major families are no exception. Because Emperor Dali intends to open all the 61 forbidden mountains except for the cloud-splitting mountain and sell them to the major forces and sects that are on good terms with Dali. The price of these 61 mountains varies according to their size. The reason why the outside world is scrambling for them is that now that the great formation of Pearl Cave has been broken, it has been reduced to an existence similar to a blessed land. Although the spiritual energy has been sharply reduced, it is still much more than ordinary mountains. It is not inferior to the mountains guarded by the orthodox mountain gods. Moreover, Emperor Dali has promised to confer a mountain god, 3 mountain gods, and a river god. With so many mountain and river gods guarding this place, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles will still be prosperous and full of spiritual energy after 60 years. Therefore, the business of buying the mountains now is a sure win. Chun Pingon asked, "What if I buy the mountains today and die tomorrow? What will happen?" This question hit the nail on the head. Wan Tong revealed a smile for the first time. First of all, as long as you work honestly in the small town and behave yourself, you will certainly not die suddenly for no reason. For example, if the mountain-moving ape comes to trouble you again, there is no need to worry about whether the town is broken or not. What Qi Jingchun needs to worry about, I don't need to worry about. What Qi Jingchun wants to abide by, I also don't need to worry about. Therefore, I can help you settle it, because at this point it is a reasonable thing to do. Secondly, the Dali Imperial Court sold the mountains cheaply in order to earn incense from people outside Dali. It is a loss. After agreeing to buy any mountain within 300 years, even if the buyer dies and has no heir to inherit the mountain, Dali will not take back the mountain without permission and will let it be abandoned. Lastly, I will be the first to get 3 mountains this time. The feng shui will definitely be the best. If you can get a few mountains later, we can be neighbors. If you are unable to open up the mountains to earn money, even if you only borrow the mountains from me, for 500 years, you will be able to get dividends every year and enjoy the fruits of your labor. It will be the same for your descendants. Ooh, this was the riches and honor of a small stream. Many aristocratic families dreamed of it. Wan Tong did not bother to boast, so he did not expose it. Chun Pingon asked curiously, "Master Wan, what is the approximate price of those mountains?" Wan Tong said casually, "The smallest mountain is all alone. Dali Imperial Court named it Chinchu Mountain. The bidding price is 1 gold fine copper coin, but it must be winter jasper coin. Chun Pingon was surprised. Only one? Wan Ching laughed and said, "It's not a big place. It's called a mountain, but in fact, it's not even close to the word peak. It's just a small hill. 1 winter jasmine coin is not worth it. This is because Dolly really can't bid half a gold essence copper coin." Chun Pingon muttered, "It is only 1 copper coin. No matter how small the mountain is, it will belong to us for 500 years. No matter how you think about it, it is worth it." Wan Tong continued. Mid-level mountains such as Xuanli Mountain, Dian Mountain, and Lotus Lamp Peak are estimated by Dolly to be around 10 to 15 gold fine copper coins. The largest small mountain range, and the other 2 mountains, Dry Spring Mountain Range, Burning Incense Mountain Range, and Spiritual Beauty Mountain Range, all cost 25 to 30 gold fine copper coins. This is because there is no one bidding. In the end, what Dolly wants is not the bags of gold essence, but the 4 families and 10 clans, as well as their various connections in the Eastern Bottle Continent. He hopes that the real money bags behind them will come out and take the initiative to contact Dolly. Chun Pingon frowned. "Master Wan, then won't I be in the limelight by taking such a big advantage at this time? Won't people hate me?" Wan Tong laughed. "You also have a backer. It is far away but close at hand." Chun Pingon scratched his head and did not immediately agree. Wan Tong was not angry at the Fire Grass Shoes youth for not knowing what was good for him. Instead, he said with relief, "Not bad. You did not get carried away. After you go back to Mud Bottle Alley, think about it carefully and try to give me an answer tomorrow. If you wait too long, there will be changes. I am not bluffing you. It is the truth." After Chin Pingon left the blacksmith shop and walked to the stone arch bridge, he still had not recovered from the shock. The youth used to imagine his future days when he had money. For example, he could eat meat buns and candied haws every few days. He could decorate his courtyard with spring festival couplets, door gods, and the word fortune. He could repair his ancestral house like a house. When he visited his parents' graves, he could bring a pot of good wine, a bag of pastries, and so on. Chun Pingon never thought that one day he would be able to own 1 or even several mountains. 76. When Chun Pingon approached the stone arch bridge, he swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move forward. After some hesitation, he continued to go up along the stream. When he reached the narrowest part of the stream, he ran up and jumped over it. Only then did he walk to the back of the green ox. Chun Pingon didn't know that his detour had caused him to miss Wan Xiao. The girl in green was carrying a pot of peach blossom spring wine as she dashed across the bridge. This time, when she was buying wine in the small town, she lowered her head and walked quickly past the shop. She was afraid that her soul would be stolen by those dazzling pastries because she wanted to start accumulating her private savings. Chun Pingon first went to Lu Xian Yang's house. He lit the oil lamp and walked around the house with the lamp. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he turned off the lamp and locked the door, returning to Mud Bottle Alley. After passing by the old house with a hole in it, Chun Pingon was relieved. The burden on his shoulders was still there, but it was much lighter than when he left Mud Bottle Alley. Chun Pingon could not help but feel happy. The feeling of having money in his pocket was not bad. Chun Pingon had only seen small pieces of silver in his life. He had never seen heavy silver ingots, let alone gold, which was as rare as the gods. Chun Pingon returned to his ancestral house. After opening the door, he ran to make sure that the courtyard door was really locked. After returning to the house, he carefully lit the oil lamp. The dim yellow light reflected on the cold yellow mud wall. Chun Pingon took out 3 money bags from the clay jar at the foot of the wall. There were spring coin, provision coin, and victory coin. There were 25 gold copper coins, 26 coins, and 28 coins, respectively. In total, there were 79 copper coins. Ning Yao had roughly explained that these copper coins were an extension of the secular way of spending money. The reason why they were so valuable was that they were rare. Of course, the main reason was that foreigners needed copper coins as a token to enter the town. As for the origin of this unwritten rule, it was a long time ago. Ning Yao was not a native of Eastern Baoping continent, so she naturally could not tell the truth. Chun Pingan took out one of each of the 3 types of copper coins and placed it on the table. The winter jasmine was carved with the words Auspicious New Year. It was hollowed out and carved with auspicious clouds. There was an armored deity beating a drum. The victory coin was carved with the 5 poisons: the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, and toad. The back, in addition to the words evil warding off in heaven, there was a pattern of a turtle and snake wrapped around a sword. The front of the provision coin was carved with the words works with sincerity, and the back, deities above. There was no exquisite pattern, and the style was the most simple. Chun Pingan picked up a spring coin and looked at it repeatedly. It was hard for the youth to imagine that such a small copper coin could buy the entire Jinju Mountain. Chun Pingan knew about the so-called small hill that Master Wan mentioned. When old man Yao first brought him to the mountains to find soil, they went to the top of Jinju Mountain. The soil could be divided into different types such as weight, fertility, and many other types. What was more complicated was that one had to identify which type of soil was naturally close to water, fire, metal, and wood. There were many ways to do so. Chun Pingan only learned most of old man Yao's knowledge of eating soil. At that inconspicuous Jinju Mountain, old man Yao stomped his feet, then lowered his head and said to Chun Pingan, who was digging the soil there, "The smell of soil was the most abundant here, but unfortunately, the place was too small." It was similar to a person huddling in a corner. If one stuck their head out, they would bump their head, and if one stretched their legs, they would bump their feet. Chun Pingan gently put down the spring coin and picked up the victory coin. However, he quickly put it down. The youth's face was somewhat gloomy. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the 5 poisons appeared together. The youth's birthday just happened to be on this day. Song Jisun from next door had even said that there were many places outside that saw children born on this day as inauspicious. There was a custom of drowning children directly in the river. Chun Pingan shook his head and picked up the last piece of the allowance. Then he wrote a few simple words. Chun Pingan suddenly remembered something. When he first met Miss Ning, Fu Nan Hua, and Kai Chin-chien, he remembered that when they entered the small town's gate, each of them had to hand over a bag of copper coins to the gatekeeper. Then in the end, whose hands did these copper coins end up in? Did they end up in the personal pockets of the Dali dynasty's emperor? Chun Pingan sighed. He did not want to think about the question that he could not figure out even if he cracked his head. He began to calculate in his heart. Master Wan said that a small mountain like Jinju Mountain only needed 1 spring coin. A medium mountain like Xian Li Mountain and Lotus Lamp Peak would need about 10 to 15 copper coins. A large mountain like Dry Spring Mountain and Burning Incense Mountain would need about 25 to 30 copper coins. Chun Pingan actually only needed to ponder a little before he understood the meaning behind Master Ruan's words. Firstly, the Dali dynasty respected Master Ruan a lot, so they gave him 3 mountains for free. Secondly, since Master Ruan wanted to establish a sect, it would be best if the 3 mountains were connected together and adjacent to each other. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate to have one on the east and one on the west. This was probably where the imperial court was smart. They knew that Master Wan would not pick the 3 most valuable mountains, so they pretended to be very generous. In the end, Chun Pingan naturally had to follow Master Wan to choose a mountain. Of course, Chun Pingan felt that he could choose 1 or 2 smaller mountains elsewhere. For example, Zhenju Mountain would be very suitable. A small mountain that no one cared about, but Chun Pingan especially cared about it. No matter how small a mountain was, it was still a whole mountain. Moreover, it was only 1 copper coin. Chun Pingon felt that he had to take this small mountain into his pocket. It was not that Chun Pingon was not interested in the most expensive mountains that Master Wan had mentioned, the Dry Spring Mountain, Shinshio Mountain, and Fragrant Volcano. He would strive to buy a big mountain that was not as good as them, but not by much. He estimated that he would spend at most a bag of gold fine copper coins, then buy some small mountain similar to Shinshio Mountain, and try to spend about 10 copper coins. The rest would be used to bet with Master Wan. After he picked the 3 mountains, Chun Pingon would buy them nearby, and buy again, and buy with all his might. As for the unknown mountain that had the dragon beheading platform, Chun Pingon had completely given up. He warned himself that he must not touch it. Even if no one knew about it, Chun Pingon would not buy such a great opportunity in front of him. Now, there were guests coming from all over the town. It was no longer the small cave that was sealed off to the outside world. Even Chun Pingon could walk down the hundreds of miles of mountain roads. In the future, who would be able to stop the footsteps of, let alone those immortals flying around on long swords in the sky? However, before he paid for the mountain, Chun Pingon planned to personally go into the mountain again. Chun Pingon would feel uncomfortable spending so much money without knowing what he had bought beforehand. Even if he knew that it was a profitable business with little capital, this was actually because he was used to hardships. Chun Pingon now had 8 snake gallstones that had not faded at all. The rest of the snake gallstones were hidden in his house and Lu Xianyang's house. There were many of them. He did not know if it was because he had escaped from the stream early on, although the color and gloss had faded to different degrees, and they did not look as bright and comfortable as when they came out of the water. They more or less still had some spiritual energy. This kind of inexplicable feeling was like the first time Chun Pingon saw Gukin in Clay Bottle Alley or Li Baoping in Falu Street. He felt that they must be smart and clever children. Chun Pingon put away the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins and put them back into the clay pot. Chun Pingon had a headache when he thought about asking Master Wan for leave to enter the mountain again. Old Man Yao was like this, and so was Master Wan. Chun Pingon suspected that he did not have any affinity with elders, especially with masters. Chun Pingon went to the corner and squatted beside the basket. He stared at the beheading dragon platform inside and reached out to touch the delicate texture of the black stone. It was slightly cold to the touch. He was very curious about how such an inconspicuous stone could be related to Miss Ning, who was an immortal who stepped on a sword. He could not imagine how sharp a sword could be made by the beheading dragon platform. Chun Pingon suddenly remembered something and took out the 5 locust tree leaves. The red cotton-padded jacket girl had picked up 8 leaves from the old locust tree. Chun Pingon had given her 3 leaves as a reward. Chun Pingon carefully looked at the locust tree leaves. They looked thin, but were actually quite tough. It was a pity that they had lost the green luster that flowed along the veins of the leaves. Chun Pingon guessed that it was probably the so-called ancestral blessing. Only at some nodes there would be a little bit of green luster remaining. Chun Pingon carefully placed the 5 locust tree leaves into the mountain shaking fist manual. After Chun Pingon finished, he went out and began to practice the stances in the yard. The neighbors on the left and right had moved away one after another. Chun Pingon quickly immersed himself in the stance, completely forgetting himself. His fist intent flowed like a stream. Miss Ning Yao had said that practicing 1,000,000 times was only the beginning of martial arts. Chun Pingon was not willing to be lazy. He inadvertently thought of the red ink characters on the wooden figurine and the legendary Qi palace that allowed air to flow in and out. His entire body felt comfortable and hot. It was as if there was a fire dragon swimming quickly in his body, going down from head to toe. The process was bumpy and not smooth at all. Those aperture acupoints were like dilapidated and rough passes. The paths between the passes were definitely not the great path of the sun. Some were wide but uneven, some were narrow and steep. When the fire dragon passed by, It swayed like a pedestrian crossing an iron chain bridge. Finally, the fire dragon shuttled back and forth between the several Qi palaces near his lower dantian, as if it was searching for the most suitable place for it to occupy as the Dragon Palace. Ning Yao had once said that there were 3 realms in the martial way. The first realm was the clay embryo realm. When one reached the peak of perfection, they would produce qi. Like a clay bodhisattva sitting high up in a shrine, the qi would sink into the dantian, motionless like a mountain. The body would then have a new atmosphere beginning to nourish the flesh and bones. It would cause the entire person to be like a withered tree in spring. Chun Pingan was walking on this path. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it could not be considered a fluke. He had relied on hard work to make up for his lack of talent. For 8 years, he had climbed mountains and crossed rivers. Although it was crude, he had obtained a type of breathing technique. In 8 years, he had not broken through the first realm of the martial way. In the secular dynasties and the Jianghu, apart from Ning Yao's hometown, there was a difference between the poor and the rich and the martial way. Fortunately, in the martial way, there was no bad habit of comparing the speed of ascending realms. The more one entered the martial way, the more profound the martial master was. The more they looked at the weight of each step, the more solid each step of the martial way was. But for someone as slow as Chun Pingan, it could not be considered a disgrace. After all, there were countless young people from powerful families that were blocked at the first threshold. In their entire lives, they could not find the existence of that qi. But from the current situation, Chun Pingan definitely could not be considered a martial arts genius. Chun Pingan abruptly woke up, lightly exhaling a breath of turbid qi. He slowly walked in the courtyard, gradually relaxing his 4 limbs. Chun Pingan lowered his head and looked at the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall. He suddenly had a whimsical idea. He wanted to carve a wooden sword for himself. When he was young, after his parents left, Chun Pingan would always watch his peers play from afar at the immortal's tomb. Most of the girls would fly kites, while the boys would use the wooden and bamboo swords their fathers helped to make. They would have a lot of fun. Chun Pingan had always wanted one at that time. But later, he became an apprentice in the porcelain kiln. He was exhausted from running around all year round, so he gave up the idea. Chun Pingan squatted in front of the locust tree branch. He felt that it would be no problem to make a wooden sword, but it would be more difficult to make 2. Chun Pingan first moved the locust tree branch outside the house, then took the hatchet used to carve a path into the mountain. He was ready to make a wooden sword for himself. However, when Chun Pingan sat on the threshold with the hatchet, he was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he put the hatchet back. He felt that the locust tree should not be regarded as just an old tree. After all, Mr. Qi and the locust tree had a conversation. Therefore, the locust tree branch in front of him made Chun Pingan feel a little awkward. Chun Pingan put the locust tree branch back at the foot of the wall again. He found that he really did not feel sleepy, so he left the courtyard. After locking the door, he walked all the way out of the mud bottle lane. He unexpectedly came to the stone arch bridge. Thinking that he could not always jump over the river in the future, he gritted his teeth and walked onto the stone bridge. He sat on the stone slab in the middle again, his feet hanging over the stream. Chun Pingan was a little nervous. He looked down at the quiet water and murmured, "Whether you are an immortal or a monster, we should have no grudge against each other. If you really have something to tell me, don't tell me in my dreams. I am here now, you can just tell me. 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 hours. Except for a little cold, Chun Pingan did not feel anything strange. Chun Pingan put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet, and looked into the distance. When he was very young, he was very curious about where the stream ended. Chun Pingan was in a daze. Lu Xianyang, Gu Ken, Miss Ning, Mr. Qi, and Old Man Yao were all gone. Chun Pingan had never been so rich, but the teenager had never been so lonely. On the other side of the stone bridge where the teenager with straw sandals had his back, there was a tall figure in snow-white clothes. He looked like an immortal and a ghost. He also put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet in the air, and looked up at the sky. However, even Old Yang and Wan Tan did not notice this scene, let alone Chin Pingon, who had started talking to himself. 77. After Wan Xiu ran back to the blacksmith shop, she found her father sitting alone on the bamboo chair under the eaves. She handed the pot of wine to him and then sat on the other chair. "Father, have you finished your discussion?" Wan Jiao opened the wine pot. He didn't drink it. He just sniffed it and felt a headache. It was indeed peach blossom spring roast, but it didn't cost 2 taels of silver. It was the cheapest peach blossom spring roast that only cost 8 taels of silver. Wan Jiao caught a glimpse of his daughter, who had a guilty conscience. Her hands were twisting the corners of her clothes, and her eyes were wandering. She was obviously afraid that he would expose her. Wan Jiao sighed in his heart and had to pretend that he didn't notice anything. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He was really depressed and sullen. The man slowly said, "Yes, it was all right. I'll send someone to the brothel affairs office to find the Dali official named Wu Yuan and get the old and new maps of mountains and rivers. When Chun Pingon comes back to his senses, he will ask me for them." Wan Xiu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She smiled and said, "Oh." She stretched her legs out and comfortably leaned against the smooth and cool back of the small bamboo chair. Wan Jiao thought that he was going to open the situation here. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The omen was good, so he was in a good mood. It was rare for him to say something good about Chin Pingon. The boy in Mud Bottle Alley is simple, but he is not stupid. Wan Xiu smiled happily and said, "Father, that's called great wisdom appearing stupidity. Do you know?" Wan Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. The man just cursed in his heart. "What the hell do you mean by great wisdom appearing stupidity?" Wan Jiao looked at the stream in the distance. He held the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers and shook it gently. "There are some things that I can't tell him directly. I don't want him to think too much and make a fool of himself. When you see him tomorrow, you tell him." Wan Xiu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Wan Tung was silent for a moment. He picked up the flagon and took a sip of the strong liquor. Then he said, "Tell him not to dream about Dragon Spine Mountain. Even some people in the upper 5 realms who have no background may not dare to ask for it. Wind Snow Temple and Martial Arts Mountain spent a lot of effort to get such a big piece of dragon beheading platform. Plus, with my father's current status, they barely managed to get it. There are still many people who are secretly jealous." Of course, there was no need to explain these twists and turns to Chin Pingon. Just tell him directly. There was no need to think too much about Dragon Spine Mountain. Second, this time Dali Imperial Court sold the mountains at a low price. After all, there are only 60 mountains in total. Chun Pingon can only buy 5 mountains at most. If he buys more, it will be difficult for me to protect him and his mountains. Third, I have just made up my mind to ask Dali for the 3 mountains with Shinxiu Mountain as the main mountain. When you ask Chun Pingon to check the map, pay attention to the mountains around Shinxiu Mountain, Candlelight Mountain, and Hungming Peak. I am not an unreasonable person. I won't ask him to buy all the mountains nearby. He only needs to take out half of the gold coins. Anyway, if he is really smart, he will buy more mountains around your father's 2 mountains and 1 peak. That is the right way to go. Finally, you can tell him that if he can keep a few copper coins, he can buy a few shops in the town. I guess there will be a lot of good shops that will change hands, because many of the people in the town who have connections outside will move out. The price will definitely not be expensive. At most, it will be 1 copper coin. Wan Xiu asked tentatively, "Father, why don't you buy the shops that are used to save money? Didn't you put away my 2 bags of copper coins? How about you give me one back first? Just one. How about it? Wan Xiong was so angry that he put on a fake smile and said, "Don't even think about the copper coins that I saved up. I advise you to give up. Oh, right, you can ask Qin Pingan to pay for it. Right now, he is the richest person in our town." Wan Xiu said without hesitation, "How can I do that? He is poor. He has to borrow a dozen taels of silver from others." The corner of Wan Xiong's mouth twitched. He could not help but turn his head and ask, "Oh, father's money is not money. Only Qin Pingan is?" Wan Xiu laughed and said, "I am not familiar with him." Wan Xiong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Not familiar? If you are not familiar, can you go against your conscience and let your father drink this kind of rotten wine, and then fill your own pockets just to lend money to that bastard? Daughter, how familiar do you think is considered familiar?" Wan Xiong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of the bland liquor and stood up. "In any case, father has said everything that needs to be said. You choose some things to say and tell Qin Pingan tomorrow." The man strode away. In fact, even if one used their buttocks to think, they would know that their daughter would say everything that should be said and what should not be said tomorrow. The more Wan Xiong thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He could not scold his daughter, and he could not hit that bastard who was digging in the corner with a hoe. The man could only curse his mother in a low voice and walk to an empty space with no one around. He threw away the empty wine jug that, no matter how disgusting it was, he could not drink it. His figure rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the shop that sold peach blossoms in the small town. At this time, the shop was of course closed for business. He knocked hard on the door, and soon a woman sleepily got up from the backyard to open the door. She cursed, saying things like, "You are in a hurry to be reincarnated. Drinking in the middle of the night, why don't you drink urine and not spend money? You dare to knock on a widow's door at night. Aren't you afraid that I will break your 3 legs?" She was not polite at all. Wan Xiong stood at the door with a gloomy face and did not say a word. After seeing that it was the blacksmith shop's Master Wan, the woman took advantage of the moonlight and glanced at the middle-aged man's muscular arm. Suddenly, her face changed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she passionately pulled the man's arm. It was really as hard as iron. The woman who had been dry for a long time smiled more and more eagerly. When she led the way, she stumbled and almost fell into the man's arms. Unfortunately, the blacksmith did not understand her feelings and gently held her shoulder. In the end, he threw down the silver, took 2 jugs of wine, and strode away. The woman stood at the door, her face full of ridicule. She loudly teased, "Such a strong man, but in the end, he has the same surname as the bird. Master Wan. Oh no, Master Wan, in the future, if you come to my shop to buy wine, I will charge you double the price. If one day Master Wan's waist is strong enough, I might not charge you a single cent. I will drink wine for free and sleep with you for free." Wan Xiong walked all the way to the end of the street indifferently. His figure flashed, and he did not return to the shop in the south of the town. Instead, he went to the north and came to a small hill. It was full of broken porcelain, piled up into a mountain. Wan Xiong casually found a place 30 steps away from the small hill and sat down cross-legged. A voice sounded not far away. "What a coincidence you're here too." Wan Xiong nodded and threw over a jug of wine. The old man took the wine, weighed it, and clicked his tongue. Going to Widow Lu's shop to buy wine now, any man would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Wan Xiong did not want to talk about this. Instead, he asked, "Old Mr. Yang, who is the young man beside the new supervisor? Wu Yuan? I can't see through him, but on the surface, he is no different from an ordinary person." The old man was old Yang of the Yang family shop. He drank a mouthful of wine. His identity is unknown, but as the old saying goes, those who come are not friendly, and those who are kind do not come, right? After Old Yang said this, he smiled and looked up. At the peak of Porcelain Mountain, there was a young man in a green robe. He stood with his hands folded in his sleeves, a mole between his eyebrows, and a spring breeze smile. The young man took out a hand from his sleeve and waved it. When you enter, you greet people. When you enter the temple, you worship the gods. I know the rules. First, I greet Master Wan, then I come to see old Mr. Yang. There's nothing wrong with my etiquette. Old Yang did not continue drinking. He found a rope from somewhere and tied the wine jug to his waist. He took a puff of his pipe and smiled. Entering the mountains and entering the lakes, drawing talismans to intimidate people. But I don't know if you're drawing talismans or talismans of immortals. The young man withdrew his hand, leaned forward slightly, and said with a smile, no matter how old Mr. Yang and Master Wan misunderstand, I promise that after greeting the two of you, we won't have any more interactions. If there really is any, I'm afraid it's just the establishment of the Xing Wang Pavilion. I'm temporarily in charge, so I'll have some contact with the two of you. As for the One Chong Pavilion and the Marshal Saint Temple, I don't care. I'm only in charge of the Xing Wang Pavilion, which is the size of a sesame seed. According to the sayings of the marketplace, within the boundaries of a county, the county magistrate had full authority over all affairs of the Yang realm. As for the high and mighty clay statue of Lord Xing Wang, he was actually responsible for keeping an eye on the night and other worldly items under his jurisdiction. Master Wan frowned. Was he a consecrator of the Dali Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights? Or was he a chi cultivator from Kinyanjian? However, regardless of whether his roots were in the Ministry of Rights, Kinyanjian, or somewhere in the Dali Imperial Palace, since he could stand so boldly at the peak of Porcelain Mountain, he must be at least a cultivator who stood on the 10th floor of the highest level of the Middle Five Realms. Therefore, this young man was definitely not a young man. The delicate and pretty cultivator with a cinnabart between his eyebrows looked at Old Yang and said, Old Mister, I have to say this first. It's better to be safe than sorry. Old Yang took a deep puff of his pipe, but in the end, he only spat out an extremely fine wisp of smoke. Moreover, it quickly dissipated between heaven and earth without a sound. The cultivator, who looked like a delicate and pretty young man, still had his hands in his sleeves, but his sleeves moved slightly. He seemed to be making gestures with his 10 fingers. Master Wan sighed heavily. For my sake, the two of you should let it go. Otherwise, if the three of us fight, do you really want to destroy this area? The young man immediately took his hands out of his sleeves and raised them high. He was very suspicious of changing his mind, according to the wind. He smiled and said, I have no problem. Old Yang sniffed. 2 wisps of imperceptible purple smoke quickly flew into the old man's nose. The old man sneered and said, You know a lot. The young man reached out and pinched his nose. Not too much, not too little. For example, I only know that I should call you Qing. Mr. First, not Mr. Yang. The young man deliberately left out a word. It was not a joke or fun, but at the moment when he was about to blurt out the word, he really felt the old man's killing intent. It was resolute and decisive, so he chose to take a step back temporarily. The young man leaned back and said with a smile, Let's part ways here. I hope we won't meet again. The road of the sun, the bridge of a single log, or the gate of hell. Let's go our own way and show each of our abilities. The young man in green, who fell back, disappeared without a trace. Wan Cheng said in a low voice, He might be in the upper 5 realms. Old Yang sneered and said, Don't make a fuss. You, Wan Cheng, are also in the upper 5 realms. No matter how small the Eastern Aquarius continent is, it is still one of the 9 continents, not to mention the 11th and 12th floors. Even the Chi refinement warriors of the 13th floor have a chance to appear. Wan Cheng was not relaxed. He shook his head and said, After all, I have just ascended to the 11th floor. My realm is not stable yet. Although I am from the military school and am good at attacking and killing, but the old man shook his head and turned to leave. He held a pipe in his hand and puffed out smoke. You should be content. There are more than 10 million cultivators in the world. Cultivators from the 10th floor are already rare, let alone those from the upper 5 realms. In the end, you are afraid of that person, but that person is also afraid of you. Porcelain clashing with jade, both of you are actually guilty. Wancheng thought about it and agreed. He was not the kind of person to get into a dead end. He might as well not bother about the background of that strange young man. It would be best if both parties could mind their own business. Harmony breeds wealth. With a loud bang, Wancheng's figure soared into the sky. After reaching the sea of clouds, he quickly fell to the bank of the stream. Old Yang, who was leisurely walking back to the small town, smiled. Young people are full of vigor. A young man in green walked in the alley of the small town and muttered, There is a night curfew, a night watchman, and a market. There are many things waiting to be done. Our district magistrate is going to be busy. The delicate and pretty young man with a mole between his eyebrows gently twirled a bunch of old keys and walked into an alley called Erlang Alley. It was next to Apricot Blossom Alley. It was said that there were 2 powerful people in this alley, but who they were and what they did, no one could say. Over time, it became a topic for the old people to talk about under the old locust tree. Now that the old locust tree had fallen, the town's popularity seemed to have decreased a lot. The children did not feel much, but the young people felt that their horizons were broadened. It was good to have a large open space. Only the nostalgic old people would occasionally sigh. There were no rich people living in Erlang Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. It was not enough to compare to the rich, but it was more than enough to compare to the poor. For example, the people near Mud Bottle Alley could not raise their heads when they saw the people in these 2 alleys. Granny Ma and her grandson Ma Kushwan lived in Apricot Blossom Alley. In the small town, their family was considered to be very well off. The young man stopped at the door of a house. There were 2 new painted door gods on the door. The young man looked up at one of the silver-armored door gods, holding a short halberd. It was majestic, with 1 leg up and a golden rooster standing on 1 leg. The young man smiled and said, Returning home in silk clothes is nothing more than this. The young man opened the door and entered. It was a small but exquisite house. There was a square patio above his head and a pool on the ground. The ventilation was excellent. There was a beauty lounge on the 2nd floor, suitable for stargazing at night and snow in winter. The young man was very satisfied and muttered, Not bad, not bad. It's a good place to cultivate. The young man moved a carved wooden chair and sat next to the pool. He shook his sleeves, and a large pile of broken porcelain slid out. The pieces were as big as a fist and as small as a grain of rice. There were countless pieces. In the end, it was full. It was estimated that a basket would not be able to hold them. All of them were suspended above the pool under the patio. This move was worthy of the name Heaven and Earth in one's sleeves. The young man looked around, rubbed his eyebrows, and said to himself, Where should I start? It's you. Finally, he saw the most eye-catching piece of red porcelain. With a slight movement of his mind, it flew out of the pile of porcelain and quietly stopped in the air a foot in front of him. After that, pieces of porcelain flew out from the small mountain and came to the young man. Then he gently placed them somewhere. It was like piecing together a piece of porcelain. The next day, at the blacksmith shop, Wan Xiu gave Chimpingon 2 maps. One was old and yellowed. On the map, there were undulating mountains, but the names of the mountains were A1, B3, and so on. On the new map, which was still suffused with the fragrance of ink, there were also names such as Dragon Spine Mountain, Jinju Mountain, and Shinxiu Mountain, which were not so boring. Finally, there was an additional Longquan County of Great Li. Wan Xiu pointed at the names of the places and mountains and explained and introduced them to Chin Pingon one by one. Finally, she reminded him, although the two maps only look like a fingernail offset when you enter the mountains, you will find that there may be a gap of several miles, because when Dragon Pearl Cave fell on the ground of Dali, the ground shook violently. Some of the mountains that were not firmly rooted collapsed at that time. At the same time, there will be many accidents on the road ahead. You must be careful. Chun Pingon carefully put away the two maps and finally carried a basket on his back. It was similar to the last time when he brought Chen Diui and the others into the mountains. He apologized to Wan Xiao. This time, I will try to walk to the area of Tiandeng Mountain and Hungming Peak on the map. I estimate that it will take at least half a month, and at most a month, to return here. Wan Xiao whispered, "So long? Then how will the food you brought be enough?" Chun Pingon held back his laughter. "I am used to living in the mountains. I can eat all kinds of wild animals and fruits. I can also find them. I promise that I will not starve myself." Wan Xiao nodded and smiled. "My father promised to lend you more than 10 taels of silver. After you leave the mountains, I will definitely give it to you." Chun Pingon thought about it and decided to tell the truth. "Miss Wan, don't make yourself suffer. I can find a way to get the money. You can't really persist for 10 days to half a month and not eat the snacks of the shop, right?" Wan Xiao's face turned red. She did not understand how he knew the truth. Chun Pingon was a little helpless. He smiled and did not speak. He thought that with Master Ruan's bad temper, it would be strange if he was willing to lend him money. So it was not that he had a good eye. "But Miss Ruan, your concealment was not good enough." Chun Pingon saw that she was a little disappointed and quickly comforted her. "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your kindness." "Thank you." Wan Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly said, "I will send you off." Chun Pingon had already left in large strides. He turned his head and waved his hand. "No need. I am very familiar with the road. I can walk with my eyes closed." The ponytailed girl softly said, "Oh." Then she waved goodbye to him. After Chun Pingon walked out of the shop of the Wan family, he followed the stream and ran upstream. Chun Pingon was not interested in the few mountains near the town. Although they were not big and the prices were not expensive, he did not want to buy them here. It was too close to the town, and he could not be in the limelight. Moreover, Master Wan had said a few words before. True Earth Mountain, Yuanmu Peak, and a few other peaks, the foundations of the mountains were originally not bad. Unfortunately, after so many years, almost all of them had been hollowed out. Therefore, they were just a few embroidered pillows. He had to keep going west until he reached the Jinju Mountain. Chun Pingon walked for an entire day and night. During this time, he only rested for less than 4 hours. Finally, he climbed to the top of a small hill. He took a deep breath. His lungs were filled with the fragrance of the wild grass. The straw sandals youth puffed out his chest and heavily stomped his feet. He heroically said, "This is mine." "78. 5 days had passed, and the sun was setting in the west. Chun Pingon had finally climbed the Turtlehead Peak on the new map of the government. Within a radius of 10 li, this peak stood out and towered into the clouds. Chun Pingon gnawed on a hard dry biscuit and sat on the branch of an old pine tree that stretched out over the cliff. The cool breeze blew, causing the hair on the young man's temples to flutter. The wicker basket had already been placed under the tree. Chun Pingon was not brave enough to climb a tree with a wicker basket on his back. In the past, the young man had only regarded climbing as an arduous task and always wanted to follow Old Man Yao's footsteps. Unlike now, when he was tired, he would stop and take a good look at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance. Moreover, many of the sceneries that made Chun Pingon gasp in amazement belonged to the mountains that were sealed off by the Dali imperial court. The young man could only follow the taciturn old man and take a detour. The Turtle Head Peak was one of them. Along the way, Chun Pingon saw many unfamiliar and magnificent scenes. There were layers upon layers of waterfalls that hung a small rainbow after the rain. The young man seemed to be able to reach out and hug it and bring it home for his collection. There were tens of thousands of birds that gathered on the steep cliff, strung together like snow-white curtains hanging on the wall. There was a dangerous peak with only one steep path leading to the top. Finally, he suddenly stepped into a large stone platform. His vision suddenly opened up, and he could not help but hold his breath. At night, the young man put on a shirt and fell asleep with his back against the wicker basket. It was as if he could hear the whispers of the immortals in the sky. After trekking for 3 days, Chun Pingon finally arrived at the Shinshio Mountain that Master Wan had mentioned. In the 2 directions of the north and west, separated by about 10 li, there was the Tiandeng Mountain and the Hungming Peak, respectively. They formed a triangle with the Shinshio Peak, like 3 giants standing on each side. According to the map, there were 5 mountains of various sizes within 100 miles of this one peak and 2 mountains. The smaller ones were the Iridescent Clouds Peak and the Immortal Grass Mountain, while the larger ones were the Lampwick Platform, the Yellow Lake Mountain, and the Treasure Perch Mountain. Before Chun Pingon came to the Shinshio Mountain, he had been to the Immortal Grass Mountain and the Lampwick Dais. The Immortal Grass Mountain was only slightly bigger than the Jinju Mountain. Although the mountain was shorter, the vegetation was exceptionally lush, and there were many towering trees. As for the Yellow Lake Mountain, it should be because there was a small lake halfway up the mountain. From afar, the lake was yellowish, but from close up it was extremely clear. However, apart from this small lake, Chun Pingon felt that the Yellow Lake Mountain was much worse than the Shinshio Mountain under his feet. Chun Pingon spent the next 4 days wandering around the Spiritual Grace Mountain's Hungming Peak, and finally chose 3 peaks: Immortal Grass Mountain, Treasure Stem Mountain, and Rosy Clouds Peak. Immortal Grass Mountain was small, Treasure Stem Mountain was large, and Rosy Clouds Peak was tall. Out of the 3, the Treasure Book Mountain took Chun Pingon the most time. It could really be said that the clouds were deep, the mountains were high, and the rivers were long. Among the many mountains that Chun Pingon had visited, its scale was second only to the Cloud-Covering Mountain and the Spiritual Grace Mountain. However, Chun Pingon was somewhat puzzled. The Treasure Perch Mountain was such a large territory, and it was also close to the Hungming Peak. Moreover, even a layman like Chun Pingon could feel the beautiful scenery of this mountain. Why didn't Master Wan give up the Lampwick Mountain and choose the Treasure Perch Mountain? Chun Pingon estimated that the 3 peaks that he had chosen would cost him about 45 gold essence copper coins. For the remaining 35 gold essence copper coins, 1 winter jasmine coin would be used for the Jinju Mountain. There would be a total of 34 gold essence copper coins left, which was enough for Chun Pingon to generously buy a real big mountain. After all, Master Wan had said that even the Dry Spring Mountain Range, the Burning Incense Mountain Range, and the Spiritual Grace Mountain Range were only 25 to 30 gold essence copper coins. Master Wan had also revealed a heavenly secret, saying that in the future, within a radius of 1,000 miles, the Dali Imperial Court would confer 1 mountain great god, 3 mountain deities, and 1 river deity. Wan Xiao had also explained in detail the next day. The so-called mountain deity was a suitable candidate chosen by the court's Ministry of Rights. It could be a local famous historical figure or a meritorious general who had died in battle. Then Emperor Dali would recognize and appoint him as the mountain deity. He would use a special red brush to officially write the mountain and river genealogy records. After a ceremony of burning incense and offering sacrifice, the implication was that he was the Son of Heaven, who was patrolling the mortal world on behalf of the heavens. After that, Kinney Angian would make the golden note and jade spy and hand it to the imperial tutor to write the imperial edict himself. Then he would send someone to bury it at the foot of the mountain. Finally, the government would ask someone to create a golden clay statue and enshrine it in the mountain deity temple. That mountain deity would have the right to openly enjoy the people's incense, protect the creatures in the mountain range, and suppress, subdue, or expel all kinds of ghosts and otherworldly items that cross the border. Chun Pingon didn't have extravagant hopes that there would be a mountain deity guarding the 3 mountains near the spiritual grace mountain that he had chosen. Instead, he placed his hope on the big mountain that cost the most money. In this way, the main family business would be protected by Master Wan for the next 300 years. If he could invite a mountain deity to guard the lonely mountain far away from here, it would undoubtedly make Chun Pingon feel more relieved. As for the small Zhenju mountain that was only worth 1 winter jasmine coin, it was estimated that other than Chun Pingon, no one would take a fancy to it. At this time, Chun Pingon was sitting on the big rock cliff at the top of the iridescent cloud's peak. In front of him was a brand new map of Dolly's Dragon Spring. The youth had already memorized the names and geographical locations of those mountains, but he still couldn't make up his mind to buy the last mountain. The straw sandals youth held his cheeks with both hands and frowned. His body gently swayed back and forth. The youth's thoughts wandered thousands of miles away. What could he do after buying the mountain? Chun Pingon actually didn't know in his heart. However, as long as he thought about how he would always be the nominal owner of those 5 mountains for the next 300 years, this in itself was already a very happy thing. He could first get a wife, start a family, and then pass it on to his children. In the future, his children would pass it on to their children. It turned out that although the matter of getting a wife wasn't an urgent matter, he still needed to think about it. Thinking of this, Chun Pingon, who was laughing foolishly, suddenly came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. Chun Pingon fell back. He was a little sleepy and wanted to take a short nap. After an unknown period of time, Chun Pingon opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. He could even dream in broad daylight. It turned out that this was the 3rd time he had bumped into that white-robed man. The first time was on the covered bridge, the second time was under the stone arch bridge, and this time was at the top of the mountain. The tall, white-robed man, bathed in the snow-white light this time, was sitting cross-legged, less than 2 feet away from Chun Pingon. However, Chun Pingon couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Chun Pingon felt that it wasn't a good idea to be so alarmed. He mustered up his courage and carefully opened his mouth to speak. Senior. Smack. In the next moment, Chun Pingon felt as if he had been slapped in the face by a cow's tail when he was young. Chun Pingon, who seemed to have woken up from a dream, suddenly sat up and found that he was sitting in his original position. He looked around and didn't find anything strange. However, when he touched his cheek, it really did hurt. The youth couldn't figure out the reason, no matter how hard he racked his brains. He could only scratch his head blankly. 79. Before Chun Pingon left the mountain, he had already sensed the earth-shaking changes in the town. Other than the dust that was flying everywhere when he looked at the town from the top of the Dijon mountain, he also saw almost 100 young and strong men in the area of the distant Mu Peak. Most of them were kiln workers. They had outstanding physical strength and were hardworking. They were cutting giant trees in full swing. Chun Pingon went over and found an acquaintance who used to work in the same kiln. After asking, he found out that the small town was going to build 4 big buildings in one go: the county office, the Wenchong Pavilion, the Marshal Saint Temple, and the City God Temple. The leader was a young, new supervisor named Wu Yuan. As for the county magistrate title, the people in the small town didn't know what kind of official position it was and what kind of place the county office was. They didn't care about it either. They only knew that they had a temporary iron rice bowl, and the salary was very attractive. Compared to working in the dragon kiln, they had more profits. Before the kiln work was cut off, and the kiln fire was extinguished, the young and strong kiln workers had to work in the fields all year round. It was not easy for them to feed their families, let alone earn a few copper coins. So now the people in the town were excited and regarded Lord Wu Yuan as the god of wealth. Moreover, compared to the younger generation or even 2 generations of Sir Wu, the rich old masters of the 4 surnames and 10 clans who lived in seclusion behaved especially respectfully. Their words even revealed the intimacy between officials and commoners. As for the more subtle looks in their eyes, they hid the intention of flattery. The people of the small town were not blind. Even if they were frogs at the bottom of a well, their ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. Now the county magistrate, Wu Yuan, asked the family heads of the 4 families and 10 clans to hire 500 to 600 young and strong men in the town to cut trees and carry them out of the mountain. For this purpose, Yuan Muffing Peak had a special slide. Because many of the giant trees used as pillars were too time-consuming to be carried down the mountain by people's shoulders, they could put them in the slide. A big tree would slide to the foot of the mountain by itself. However, in this way, Yuan Muffing Peak seemed to have a scar on its face. Other than going into the mountains, they also went into the water. Many of the men in the small town worked hard to pick up sand and stones from the small stream. They chose the east gate of the small town as the location for the county office. They demolished Zheng Dafeng's yellow mud hut and rebuilt the foundation. Even the wooden gate, which had endured countless storms, was completely dismantled. When Chun Pingon left the mountain, he did not choose the winding mountain path. Instead, he stepped directly on the rocks of the stream and jumped downstream. This could save a lot of time. Some townspeople were not surprised to see a young man with a basket on his back. Most of them knew that there was an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley who was good at picking herbs and burning charcoal since he was a child. Once he entered the mountain, he was like a monkey, and no one could catch up with him. Chun Pingon stopped at the confluence of the 2 streams. It turned out that if he walked down another 20 feet, there was a rocky cliff with potholes. A group of people gathered there. On the shore and on a blue stone protruding out of the water, near the cliff, there stood a tall and sturdy young man. There was a golden silk scabbard hanging from their waists. They wore neat black robes with a layer of blue gauze on the outside. Their hair was tied up with a hairpin. Both of them exuded a fierce aura. The moment the straw sandal boy appeared, the 2 men suddenly turned their eyes and stared at Chun Pingon, who appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were already on the hilts of their swords. Chun Pingon, who was carrying a basket of herbs, stood motionless. His expression was as usual. The young man had gone through 2 battles with Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua. He had been chased by the mountain guardian apes of Jinyang Mountain. Finally, he had to catch and kill Ma Kushuan, who was his age, in the immortal tomb. His opponents were either high and mighty immortals, or battle-hardened mutants of the great wilderness, or the lucky ones blessed by heaven. However, Chun Pingon still survived in the end. Therefore, the gloomy eyes of the 2 men with swords could make the townspeople tremble in fear, but they could not make Chun Pingon feel too emotional. However, Chun Pingon did not want to complicate matters. Just as he was about to walk to the shore and return to the town along the mountain path by the stream, he saw a young man who was surrounded by many people. The young man smiled and said something to the squire standing in the stream. The squire immediately let go of the hilt of his sword. The young man, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly stood up. He was actually half a head taller than the 2 squires with swords. His skin was as fair as a woman's, and his face was slightly feminine. He waved at Chun Pingon and changed into the local dialect of the town. With a gentle expression, he said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You can continue on your original path. We are not bad people." The dialect of the town was a little obscure, but Chun Pingon heard it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Pingon smiled at the tall man and pointed to the shore, indicating that he would go ashore soon and would not disturb their conversation. Without waiting for the man to say anything, Chun Pingon made a few vigorous leaps and landed on the shore without any hesitation. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest path where the shade was getting thicker. The man who looked like a woman retracted his hand, resentfully. The squires around him tried to hold back their laughter. The man said awkwardly that young herb gatherer has good skills. See, I told you that this place is full of outstanding people. So, don't complain that this place is not as prosperous as the capital. A small place has its own unique taste. It would have been better if he had not said it. The official's words immediately caused a burst of unrestrained laughter. The tall man was Wu Yuan, the god of fortune in the eyes of the people in the town. He was the supervisor of the kiln and also the first county magistrate of Longquan. Facing the ridicule of his subordinates, he was not angry. After sitting down, he continued the previous topic: Longquan County Office, Wenchang Pavilion, Marshal Saint Temple, and City God Temple. Just the plaques alone would need at least 15 or 16 pieces. His Majesty is happy that the Dragon Pearl Cave fell steadily this time and smoothly connected with Dolly's territory. It maintained 70 to 80% of the geographical landscape, and there was no big change. Therefore, he was very happy and gave a plaque to Wenchang Pavilion with the words, "Revisiting the old and learning the new." When Wu Yuan said this, an elegant young man smiled and said, "Sir Wu, didn't you ask His Majesty for a calligraphy piece for our county office?" Wu Yuan sighed and said, "Of course I did. How could I not ask?" But His Majesty did not agree. "What can I do? We can't blame His Majesty for this. After all, it's just a small county office. If His Majesty's golden pen, imperial bestowal, how can so many county governors and provincial governors live? Do I still want to work in the officialdom in the future?" Everyone smiled knowingly. Wu Yuan comforted everyone. Fortunately, Mr. Liu and Grand Chancellor Qi of the Directorate have both agreed. When the time comes, they will send 2 sets of plaques to be hung in the county office and Marshal Saint Temple, respectively. The problem now is that Wenchang Pavilion still lacks 3 plaques, and City God Temple also lacks 2 plaques. Why don't all of you think of a way? Do you really want me to pick up the brush myself? That's my earthworm-like calligraphy. Even my mister feels despair. Of course, if you don't find it embarrassing, I don't mind. The only chance in my life to make my calligraphy piece into a plaque has finally come. That young man with an extraordinary temperament thought for a moment. Then I'll write a letter to my grandfather. My grandfather has a good relationship with that reclusive Mr. Bai Chiu. I'll see if I can think of a way to win glory for our Lord Wu. Wu Yuan patted his shoulder. Then I'll leave my face to you. If the plaque isn't enough, the county magistrate's face will be thrown to the ground and can't be picked up. At that time, I'll hold you responsible. The young man's face stiffened. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. The rest of the colleagues who were around the same age all showed sympathetic expressions. Our Lord Wu's personality was famous for climbing up the pole. He dared to open the capital's largest dye factory just by giving him a little face. Do you dare to compete with him to see whose face is thicker? These young men, who didn't have a strong official aura, all had an official position that was popular in the northern dynasty of the eastern bottle continent. They were secretaries. This official position was divided into civil and military officials. The civil secretary was like a strategist who would give advice to the chief strategist and solve problems. The military secretaries were the 2 muscular young men with golden sabers hanging from their waists. They served as the chief strategist's personal retainers and were responsible for the chief's safety. However, the position of secretaries belonged to the class of officials who weren't included in the imperial court. When the children of aristocratic families became officials, they were usually hired by their families to serve as civil and military secretaries. Of course, the imperial court also had a quota. The number of people could range from 2 to 20, and all of them could receive Dolly's salary. Wu Yuan was from a poor family and couldn't afford to hire secretaries. These civil secretaries were all assigned by the imperial court. However, Longquan County was only a large county in Dali's territory. It wasn't even a county. Originally, only one civil and military secretary could be assigned to each. However, the two military secretaries who had golden sabers hanging from their sheaths were clearly Dali military experts who had obtained outstanding merits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to hang such sabers. In fact, the fact that Wu Yuan could be the first official of Longquan County in Dali was enough to explain many problems. The young county magistrate's teacher was Dali imperial tutor, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. His future father-in-law was a pillar of the state who had spent half his life on the battlefield of Dali. After joking, Wu Yuan said seriously, "These 4 buildings already have a lot of work. Moreover, the location of the Immortal's tomb and the old porcelain mountain were all perfunctorily handled by the sage Yuan tutor, and the 4 families and 10 clans gathered in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Obviously, it won't be smooth from here on. However, the real big and troublesome thing is that the Ministry of Rights of the Imperial Court, Kinianjian, and the Academy will gather here to carry out the imperial bestowal of the god of mountain and river. If it wasn't for the fact that the god of mountain received too much resistance and made His Majesty hesitate, even His Majesty would come to our Longquan County in person." Wu Yuan saw that each of their faces was more serious than the other. She took out a dry biscuit and took a bite. She joked casually whether the temple of the god of mountain can be built on the Padding Cloud Mountain in our territory and become the new North Peak of Dali is really not something we can interfere with. We are just small fish and shrimps in the county government. So, don't worry about the central officials while eating the dry biscuit. Let those officials in yellow and purple do what they want. The mood of the people around was slightly better. Wu Yuan silently nibbled on the dry biscuit. She hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, "There is a piece of news, both good and bad. After the fall of the Liu dynasty, how to settle the survivors of the perished country has always been a big problem. Our Longquan County will receive 5,000 to 10,000 felons. There will be all kinds of felons. Therefore, Dali's military will strictly supervise all the way and be responsible for the migration of these felons. For us, this move has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Longquan County finally has the embryonic form of a big county. The disadvantage is that it will make it more difficult for us who are not familiar with the place to start. We have to work hard to win over those local bullies who choose to stay in the town." The young man who was born in an aristocratic family but became a secretary asked, "Can we divide those big clans and govern them?" Wu Yuan shook her head without hesitation and said, "It's difficult. We've just arrived. Who's willing to believe us?" Wu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Instead of trying to be clever and alerting the enemy, it's better to take it slow. We've come to this place with an extremely complicated history. Naturally, all of you want to follow me to seek a bright future. However, we have to be clear about one thing. Only great trials under great difficulties can be exchanged for great wealth. Therefore, if any of you want to be promoted and become rich in 1 or 2 years, I think you can turn around and leave now. Wu Yuan will pay for your travel expenses." The 6 civil and military secretaries looked determined. None of them had any intention of backing down. Wu Yuan said softly, Remember, don't act rashly." This was definitely not Wu Yuan's empty words. Not long after he entered the town, he had suffered a loss. At that time, Dali's official forces had been sent to suppress the Purple Mist River Chi refinement warrior. It was Wu Yuan who had acted willfully and risked being questioned by the imperial court. He had acted first and reported later in an attempt to break the deadlock and win Master Ruan's favor. Then he had used the saint's influence to suppress the 4 families and 10 clans in the town. The truth proved that His Majesty did not pursue the matter. However, Master Ruan's reaction at that time made Wu Yuan sweat profusely. He wanted to slap himself hard. Someone asked curiously, those convicts of the remnant people will be used as coolies for the Qi refinement warriors to help open up the barren mountains. Wu Yuan nodded and said, other than that, the imperial court will also let the Qi refinement warriors drive 2 young golden thread apes over. Together with the Taoist talisman sects shilling warriors and mountain-splitting puppets, will strive to open up the 60 over mountains within 10 years. There will be Taoist temples, pavilions, terraces, and everything else. The young people around Wu Yuan all looked fascinated. On the other side of the town, tall buildings were everywhere. In the depths of the mountains, there were many immortal mansions. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. No words were needed. As the first batch of officials in the history of Dali's Longquan County, they were destined to be recorded in history. How could they not work together and serve Wu Yuan, who was destined to have a bright future? At the peak of MT Xingyun, a handsome young man with a mole between his brows waved his sleeves casually. The sea of clouds halfway up the mountain was parted to the left and right. He tried his best to look into the distance. At the end of his vision, an ox cart and a horse carriage appeared. He smiled happily and said, let's bet. Qi Jingchun, if I win this bet, then the 2 incense sticks that you painstakingly left behind will be completely cut off. How pitiful! How pitiful! The young man pinched a seal with 2 fingers. The seal script was the world's welcoming spring. The smiling young man suddenly exerted force with 2 fingers. The seal cracked and turned into fine powder, quickly dissipating into the world. The reason why the seal was crushed so easily was because of the true meaning of the 4 words. It was like a person's heart was disheartened and extremely disappointed. Therefore, it had already dissipated by itself. He quickly retracted his gaze. Finally, he saw a young man carrying a wicker basket walking towards the town alone. After Qin Pingan left the mountain, he first went to the blacksmith shop. When he walked across the stone arch bridge, the youth put his palms together and walked quickly with his head lowered. His expression was extremely solemn and sincere as he muttered, "Old immortal, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't hit me. If you have any requests, you can come to me in my dreams at night. It's best if you don't do it in broad daylight. I'm really a little scared." Fortunately, when he reached the other end of the stone bridge, Qin Pingan was safe and sound. The youth immediately beamed with joy and went to find Master Wan and Wan Xiao. The youth did not know the taste of worry. Wan Chong was still entertaining Qin Pingan under the roof. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Wan Xiao stood behind her father, her face full of unconcealable joy. When Wan Chong saw the dust-covered youth carefully put the basket in front of him, he gently took out the cloth bag that contained the 2 maps of mountains and rivers from under the half-basket of herbs. When he handed it to him, he said guiltily, "When I was climbing Mount Lantern, the mountain path was blocked by a large waterfall. I found a place near the deep pool under the waterfall to hide the basket and built a small tree stand to block the wind and rain. I didn't expect that not long after I climbed to the top of the waterfall, it would rain heavily. The rain was really too heavy. When I hurried down, the tree stand had already collapsed. The basket and the cotton bag were soaked by the rain." Wan Chong opened the cloth bag and the butter paper and found that the 2 maps were almost in perfect condition. The damage was negligible. Besides, it was only 2 copies of the maps. Therefore, the Bureau of Kiln Affairs and the Longquan County government had no intention of taking them back. However, Wan Chong was not willing to comfort the youth with this truth. He glanced at the uneasy Qin Pingan standing in front of him and asked, during a rainstorm, climbing up and down the Longqiu waterfall on Mount Lantern, "Are you courting death?" Qin Pingan smiled and did not speak. Wan Xiong waved his hand, indicating for the youth to sit back down and not be an eyesore standing in front of him. Chun Pingon sat back on the lovely emerald green bamboo chair. When he returned the 2 maps to Master Wan, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If he had not been afraid of ruining the 2 precious maps, he would have been able to save at least 3 or 4 days on this trip. Moreover, they had depended on each other for so long. The young man, who had always been nostalgic, actually felt a little reluctant to part with the 2 maps deep in his heart. Every time the weather was clear, Chun Pingon liked to choose a place with the widest field of vision, and then spread out the 2 maps. He would raise his eyes to look at the mountains and rivers in the distance, and then retract his gaze to look at the maps. For more than half a month, Chun Pingon had never felt so fulfilled. Wan Ting suddenly tossed the 2 maps to Chun Pingon. "The chair is not bad. I'll make 2 more later. The maps are your reward. I'll give them to you." Although Wan Ting still did not like this youth from Clay Bottle Alley, Wan Ting would not completely reject Chun Pingon because of this. Wan Ting could completely imagine the scene. In a torrential downpour, the thin youth burned with anxiety as he followed the waterfall down, only to look at the maps to be at ease. Of course, in Wan Ting's eyes, this kind of behavior was not heroic at all. On the contrary, it was very rigid and pedantic. To be honest, compared to this miserable young man, Wan Tong admired Song Jisen, the Prince of Great Li, who knew how to judge the situation at a young age, or Lu Xianyang, who was cheerful and had nothing to worry about. Even Ma Kuxuan, who showed off his ability, had a lot of redeeming qualities. Even Zhao Yao, who had been following Qi Jingchun since childhood, was not as rigid and unenlightened as Chun Pingon. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind and found an excuse to give the maps to Chun Pingon was because he was determined to draw a clear line between him and this youth. The blacksmith shop could accept him as a sword-forging apprentice, but he would definitely not become his first disciple. In the future, he would follow his promise and protect the mountain he bought, but this kid would definitely not want to have anything to do with his daughter. In the end, Wan Ting did not look down on Chun Pingon because of his background. It was because their paths were different, and they could not work together. Wan Ting's disciple had to be someone who walked the same path as him. The 2 of them were teachers and friends who could work together to create 1,000 years of prosperity for the sect. Therefore, it was extremely important for their temperament to be compatible. Chun Pingon naturally did not know that Master Wan's thoughts had taken such a big detour. The youth only took the map and hugged it to his chest. He asked, "Will the supervisor at the Yamen have any thoughts?" Wan Ting sneered. "At least for the next 60 years, I will be the emperor of this Longquan County. Therefore, my rules are the most important." Wan Xiu muttered, "Father, how can there be someone who flatters himself like you?" Wan Ting turned a deaf ear to his daughter's understatement. He said to Chun Pingon in a deep voice, "Let's talk about business. Which 5 mountains did you choose in the end?" Chun Pingon subconsciously sat up straight. "Around the Shinxiu Mountain, I chose 3 mountains: Treasure Stem Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain." Wan Ting nodded. "You have a good eye. Treasure Stem Mountain occupies a large area and ranks among the best of the 60 or so mountains. Moreover, it is not an empty shell. If it were not for the consideration of the great mountain-protecting formation in the future, I would have given up Hungming Peak and chosen Treasure Stem Mountain. After all, in these 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, unless there is a mountain god overseeing or a secret treasure hidden, whoever occupies a larger territory and has more spiritual energy will definitely have an advantage. Immortal Grass Mountain is the only feng shui treasure land that has a chance of giving birth to a plant spirit. Unfortunately, the place is really too small. Even if one appears, its foundation and appearance should not be too good. The reason is very simple. How can a small pond raise a great flood dragon? As for Rosy Clouds Peak, it is relatively ordinary. Apart from its high terrain and beautiful scenery, it does not have many benefits for cultivation. Unless you have the ability to obtain cloud root stones from Yunxia Mountain, and place them in the aperture points of several mountain ranges on Rosy Cloud's Peak, then it might be a good deal. You haven't seen the lake on Yellow Lake Mountain? Wan Ting's last question stunned Chen Pingan. I have. Continue. What are the other two mountains? Wan Ting did not continue the previous topic. It could be considered that he had done his duty and did not continue to reveal the secrets. It was because the small lake on Yellow Lake Mountain was similar to Immortal Grass Mountain. The difference was that there was a chance for a plant spirit to appear in Immortal Grass Mountain, while there was a python as thick as the mouth of a well in Yellow Lake Mountain. It was a veritable local snake, but unfortunately, it was defeated in the battle for water with a certain little loach and lost the opportunity of Great Tao that was close at hand. However, the wonder of Great Tao was that it did not cut off all paths. The golden carp that was captured by the Dragon King's basket to the Great Sui Kingdom, the fire dragon that turned into the bracelet on Wan Xiu's wrist, the loach next to Lu Jimao, the wooden dragon that was the finishing touch of Zhao Yao, and the yellow four-legged snake that followed Wang Zhu at all costs. Those 5 little things were the 5 great opportunities that Li Xiaozhu's heavenly abode had accumulated before it was about to die after 3,000 years. As for the sword-nourishing gourd, demon-revealing mirror, and other magical treasures and spiritual artifacts, they were certainly not bad, but they were still much inferior to the 5 living blessings and destinies. The giant python on Yellow Lake Mountain, on the other hand, had benefited from the disaster. No opponent within 1,000 kilometers could compete with it, and it had become the dominator of a region. In the future, once the mountain god and river god settled in, as long as the giant python was tactful, it could be recruited by one of them and obtain the protection of the Dali imperial court. Perhaps it would have a smooth path from then on and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Chun Pingan said, I plan to buy Jinju Mountain and Luapa Mountain. Wan Feng was stunned and asked curiously, Jinju Mountain is fine. It's only the price of a winter jasmine. It can be said that it's a treasure that can't be bought with money. But how did you take a fancy to Luapa Mountain? Logically speaking, this mountain is located at the southwest border of Dali's Longquan County. According to your itinerary, you definitely haven't been there. It used to be a forbidden mountain in Dali. How did you choose it based on its name? Chun Pingan was a little embarrassed and was unwilling to say the reason. At that time, Chun Pingan spread out the map and hesitated on which mountain to choose. In the end, a flying bird flew over his head and actually pooped on the map. Chun Pingan hurriedly wiped it clean and found that the position of the poop just happened to be on the 3 words Luapa Mountain. Chun Pingan didn't think much and resolutely chose Luapa Mountain, regardless of whether the mountain's name was unlucky or not. Old Man Yao once said that there were gods between mountains and rivers. Therefore, Chun Pingan took it as a hint from the mountain god. Wan Feng thought for a moment. It's not impossible to choose Luapa Mountain. Then it's settled. Luapa Mountain, Baozhu Mountain, Immortal Grass Mountain, Iridescent Cloud Peak, and Jinju Mountain. 5 mountains, 300 years. During this time, even if you hollow out a mountain and move it away, no one will stop you. Everything produced on the mountain, whether it's plants, spiritual herbs, birds, or beasts, or even secret treasures obtained by chance, belongs to the name of the person who signed the contract of Dali's mountains and rivers. Chun Pingan nodded and said, Understood. Wan Feng patiently said, First, before you die, you must inform the Dali Imperial Court through Longquan County's Yamen that you need to change the name of one or some of the people who inherit the 5 mountains. Of course, Dali's Ministry of Revenue will store a secret file. You can write down a beneficiary of the inheritance under each of the 5 mountains under your name, in case you suddenly die one day and don't have time to make a will before you die. Another is that within 300 years, if you want to sell the mountains, it's not something you can decide at any time and place. You must get at least 3 nods from Dali's Yamen before the transaction can be realized. Moreover, I don't recommend you sell these mountains because no matter how high you sell them, in the end, you will find that you have sold them at a loss. Although Wan Xiong was a military saint who oversaw a region, he was discussing business with a young man who had suddenly become rich. It seemed absurd, but in fact it was very reasonable. It involved the great cause of founding a sect and his daughter's opportunity to prove her Tao. Wan Xiong had no choice but to persuade him earnestly. He wished he could break down the reason and explain the situation bit by bit to the young man in front of him. Wan Xiong asked, "Chen Pingon, do you have anything you want to ask?" Chen Pingon shook his head and smiled. "No." Wan Xiong nodded and said, "Then that's it for now. I guess you still have some copper coins left. I'll help you pay attention to the shop transactions in the small town. You can also take the opportunity to make a move, but don't bite off more than you can chew. In the future, the small town will be a mix of good and bad people." Chen Pingon's face turned slightly red. "Thank you, Master Wan." Wan Xiong laughed self-deprecatingly. "A gentleman has virtue, a villain has soil." Chen Pingon was somewhat puzzled because he didn't understand what this sentence meant. Wan Xiong waved his hand and chased him away. "Go about your business. Don't worry about these useless things. Besides, you're still young. You haven't reached the stage where you can talk about breadth of mind and realm." Chen Pingon stood up and carried the wicker basket on his back. Suddenly, he heard Wan Xiong say something that didn't make sense. "After Mr. Qi left, it's not a problem to occasionally miss Mr. Qi. It's human nature. But don't let yourself fall into it, and don't even think about getting to the bottom of it. When you buy 5 mountains and 1 or 2 shops, you can lie down comfortably and collect money. You can get married and have children. You can also be considered to have brought honor to your ancestors. Whether it's me, Wan Xiong, or the Dali Imperial Court will take care of you and your family business. Just like your name, being safe and sound is more important than anything else. Who knows, maybe one day your luck will change, and you'll walk the path of cultivation. It's not like you don't have a chance." Chen Pingon silently left. After the youth left the shop, Wan Xiu sat on the bamboo chair and asked, "Father, what did you mean by that sentence?" Wan Xiong said indifferently, "It means that a villain whose thinking realm is inferior to a gentleman's will only think about obtaining a peaceful place." Wan Xiu said strangely, "What's wrong with that? Moving to a peaceful place, no one can find fault with it. How is that a villain? Who said the sentence? I don't think it makes sense." Wan Xiong's face darkened. He said softly, "That's why the scholarly sage said that where my heart is at peace is my home." Wan Xiu said angrily, "Scholars are really annoying. They've said all the principles in the world." Wan Xiong said earnestly, Xiu, this isn't a reason why you don't like to study." The ponytailed girl pretended to be surprised. She quickly stood up and said, "Father, why do I suddenly have so much strength? I'm going to forge iron." Chen Pingon rushed to the Yang family's shop and gave most of the basket of herbs to a shop assistant. After the weight was weighed, Chen Pingon received 2 taels of silver. In fact, many of the rare herbs were given to the shop by Chen Pingon. Some of the herbs that the young shop assistant couldn't recognize were actually important herbs that old Yang valued. These flowers and plants were the truly valuable things. However, Chen Pingon's trip to the mountains this time was to pick herbs. He didn't think of making money at all. In fact, after Chen Pingon learned how to burn charcoal in the mountains, he almost always sold herbs to the shop assistant of the Yang family's shop, except for selling to the honest man in the shop named Li Er. The rest of the times he sold herbs, he lost money every time. Old Yang would never accept Chen Pingon's herbs. If Chen Pingon dared to give them to the shop for free, Old Yang would throw them out on the street. However, if he sold them to the shop assistant or the doctor, no matter how outrageous the price was, the eccentric Old Yang would ignore it. This time, Chen Pingon didn't see Old Yang. After walking out of the shop, Chen Pingon found that many people were discussing on the road. They said that something big had happened at the 12-legged crab memorial arch. It was said that the old supervisor, Lord Song, who had paid for the construction of the covered bridge before leaving his post, had returned to the small town in a grand manner. Furthermore, this time, he had used his status as a director of the Ministry of Rights to bring along a group of scholarly and awe-inspiring officials. He had taken a fancy to the words on the 4 signboards of the crab workshop. After all, they were all scholars, so it was understandable. However, for some reason, after the supervisor received the news, he immediately rushed into the mountains as if his butt was on fire. He notified Xiao Wu, who had originally planned on going to Distant Screen Peak to check on the logging matter. Then, this god of wealth brought his advisors out of the mountains in an even more urgent manner to stop the old senior, Lord Song, and his group. With nothing to do, Chun Pingon followed the flow of people to the memorial arch, standing far away from the crowd. He saw that under the 4 signboards of the memorial arch, there were 8 ladders. There were ladders on the left and right sides of each signboard. But at the moment, there were only 2 Confucian scholars of different ages standing on the left and right of the signboard. The older one had his head lowered, as if he was speaking harshly to someone at his feet, using the Dali official language to reprimand something. Someone patted Chin Pingon on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Chin Pingon, what a coincidence. Oh, you're also here to watch the show?" Chin Pingon turned his head to look. It was the talkative youth with a small red mole between his eyebrows. He was really afraid of his long-winded chatter. So he said, "I'm just looking around. I don't seem to understand what they're saying. I'll go home immediately." The elegant youth smiled and said, "Don't. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. This matter is very interesting. If you miss it, you'll regret it in the future. Your Lord Wu Yuan, the parent official of this small town, is having a conflict with the masters from the Ministry of Rights who are of a higher rank. The man standing on the stairs is the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, and he can be considered as an important minister of Great Li. On the other side, it's probably the experienced supervisor, Lord Song, who patted his chest to take credit for the plaque. He said that he would definitely keep the plaque for you. He wouldn't dare to say that he would send it back to your hometown, but he would definitely send it to the Ministry of Rights. Thus, he became a 5th-rank doctor. This time, the officials from the Ministry of Rights took advantage of the imperial conferment of the mountain god and river god to come over and take the plaque. On the other side, it's Lord Wu, who regarded all the treasures of the town as his own. When he heard that someone wanted to take away the few remaining treasures of the town, how could he agree? Taking a step back, even if he was willing to pinch his nose and endure this annoyance, he had to know that there were so many old foxes from the 4 families and 10 clans. They were all holding back and watching him make a fool of himself. If he pretended to be a grandson now, it would probably be very difficult for him to become a grandfather of those big clans in the future. The location of the civil and martial temples was originally not going well, so it would definitely be ruined. Oh, after Chun Pingon listened carefully to the youth's explanation, he asked, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" The youth stretched out a finger and pointed at himself. He smiled and said, "Me? Ha! I'm not an official of the Dali Imperial Court. My surname is Chui, and my given name is Chiu. The character Chiu is relatively rare and difficult to write. It's very troublesome. You don't have to worry about it." Chun Pingon looked into the youth's eyes. The youth's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I'm older than you, so you can call me Martial Uncle Chui." Chun Pingon smiled. The youth also smiled and gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "It's okay. I have a nickname that should be easier to call. It's Xiu Hu." '81. Looking at the smiling young man, Chin Pingon felt nervous. His body tensed up involuntarily. Back when he fought with Kai Chinchien and Fu Nanhua, The closer Chen Pingan got to them, the calmer his heart became. Even when he was entangled with the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain and was hunted down, Chen Pingan was probably prepared to die from the beginning. Although he would feel scared when thinking about it later, Chen Pingan was not nervous during the fight, no matter how close he was to death. Of course, it could also be that he did not care at all. The only time he felt nervous was when he fought with his peer Ma Kuxuan in the Immortal Tomb in the Apricot Blossom Lane. Chen Pingan's palms were sweaty at that time. With Chen Pingan's almost instinctive intuition, Cui Dong did not seem surprised at all. Since Cui Dong dared to provoke the unfathomable Old Yang in Old Porcelain Mountain, he was certainly not deliberately mystifying. Otherwise, he would not have made the military Saint Wan Qiong, who was on the 11th floor, feel afraid. He deliberately turned a blind eye to the unconcealable nervousness of the young man in straw sandals. He shifted his gaze to the university square that had a lot of stories with the capital of Dali. He stretched out a finger and explained with a warm and attentive expression, Confucianism's take responsibility, Taoism's hope for nature, Buddhism's do not ask for external help, and the military schools Qi Chong and Fighting Bull. The 4 horizontal plaques and 12 words contain the majestic divine will of the writer. Also, the 4 sages of the 3 religions and 1 family who set the rules here deliberately left a part of their destiny here. Do you see the object in the assistant minister's hand? It is specially used for steels rubbing. Its purpose is to peel off the essence, qi, and spirit of those words. The first steels are definitely the most similar to the authentic, similar in both form and spirit. The later it is, the further it is from the original, so its value will naturally decrease. I think that except for the 4 words do not ask for external help, which can barely withstand 6 steels, the other 3 plaques can't withstand more than 4 steels, especially the military schools Qi Chong and Fighting Bull. It seems that 2 words died not long ago, so after 2 steels we can call it a day. Chen Pingan was a little shocked. He did not know that there were so many tricks involved. The characters were not only arranged in books, but also hung on the wall as spring festival couplets, or engraved the names of the deceased on tombstones. For some reason, Chen Pingan thought of the characters that Mr. Qi had given him as a gift, as well as the prescription of the young Taoist Lu. Cui Shi continued. The paper used to make the inscription is extremely precious, and each piece is as thick as a piece of wood. It is a treasure unique to the Taoism of another continent, called the wind and thunder paper. When writing, the tip of the pen will rub against the paper, creating the sound of wind and thunder. Our emperor does not have many of them in his treasury, and is usually reluctant to use them. Occasionally, he would use them to reward meritorious ministers, or give them to one of the yamen of the 6 ministries at the end of the year. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights is determined to get those words this time. Our Lord Wu, who has a bright future ahead of him, is too scheming and wants to grab hold of all aspects. I estimate that he will run into many obstacles in the future when he comes to the small town. Chen Pingan felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Although the young man beside him was boastful, Chen Pingan did not think that he was talking nonsense. The young man with a cinnabart between his eyebrows said that he was not an official of Dali, and he did not seem to be lying. However, when he appeared at the blacksmith shop, he was with the supervisor, Wu Yuan. Wan Xiu said that he might be Master Wu's study companion. The so-called study companion was the guy who carried the book box next to her master when he was traveling. However, Chen Pingan was now certain that the handsome young man in front of him, who claimed to be Embroidered Tiger, was definitely not simple, whether it was his knowledge or his elegance. He was not inferior to Qin Songfeng, the eldest grandson of the Dragon Tail Commandery, or Fu Nanhua, the young master of the old Dragon City. In Chen Pingan's impression, among all the people he knew, there was a small group of people who were very special. For example, the head of the kiln, Old Man Yao, was a man of few words. When he occasionally spoke, it was mostly to scold people. However, every time Old Man Yao went to the mountains, his spirit would be exceptionally good. He would give people the illusion that his body was more robust than a young man's. Another example was Old Yang of the Yang medicine shop. He was very fair. No matter how bad your relationship with him was, he would not do anything to you. However, no matter how good your relationship with him was, he would not deliberately give you more things. There was also Miss Ning Yao Ning, who he had just met not long ago. She also had a heroic spirit. There was also Ma Kuxuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley, who had revealed his true identity. He was full of sharpness and hostility. This Chui Dong, who was nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, was also the same. It was as if he was an existence higher than the immortal disciples like Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian. Chun Pingon even felt that even if Jie Jiangjinjuan was in front of him, Chui Dong's eyes and expression would still be so indifferent. Of course, the youth's chatterbox could only be compared to Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The youth suddenly smiled and asked, Chun Pingon, can you take me to Song Jisen's courtyard? Chun Pingon's heartstrings tightened. He seemed to ask casually, but the memorial arch is still there? When the youth smiled, he looked like a harmless and handsome fox immortal. I know you are worried that I have bad intentions. To tell you the truth, I am very familiar with Song Jisen's younger brother. He is very curious about how his older brother has lived in this small town for more than 10 years. He asked me to take a look with my own eyes. When I return to the capital, I can tell him. Chun Pingon asked, since he is Song Jisen's brother, can he ask him himself? The youth snapped his fingers and praised. Chun Pingon, you are very smart. You found the loophole so quickly. Chun Pingon could not keep up with this guy's train of thought. The young man rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly, because of his parents, his relationship with his brother, Song Jisen, whom he's never met before, is already very bad. The filthy matters in a rich family are as numerous as the trivial matters in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. So you have to be considerate. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, if I don't agree, will you find trouble with me? The youth was puzzled. He pointed at his own nose and said, do I look like an evil person? Look at me, open your eyes, and look carefully. Do I look like the kind of person who will kill someone's entire family? Chun Pingon answered honestly, you don't look like it. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. Why do you sound like you were saying something bad? He crossed his arms and snorted. If you don't want to take me there, then I will ask the way myself. Chun Pingon asked, you don't have the key and can't even enter the courtyard. What are you going to see? The youth's face showed an expression that said, Chun Pingon is too young. He smiled, but did not say anything. Chun Pingon was very familiar with this kind of smile. Lu Xianyang and Gu can often have it. Chun Pingon sighed. Then I will take you to Clay Bottle Alley. Don't climb over the wall in the courtyard. I can only take you to the entrance. The youth slapped Chun Pingon's shoulder heavily. What were you doing earlier? The youth turned and strode away, far away from the crowded archway. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Chun Pingon, carrying a wicker basket, was walking in the opposite direction. The somewhat embarrassed youth hurriedly jogged to keep up. After entering Clay Bottle Alley, the youth looked around and clicked his tongue. So this is the legendary Clay Bottle Alley. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Talents, talents, talents. In the next 100 years, apart from Apricot Flower Alley, Faloo Street, and Peach Leaf Alley added together, probably can't compare to this place. When the young man spoke of these supernatural words, it didn't make people feel that it was abrupt at all. Along the way, the youth would jump from time to time to look at the courtyard behind the low walls. Chun Pingon took him to the entrance of Song Jisen's courtyard. It's here. The youth stood in the alley and quickly saw the Spring Festival couplets written by Song Jisen himself. His eyes lit up, and he sighed. This is the residence where Song Jisen and the servant girl GQ live? His handwriting is really good, much better than his brother's. The more I look at it, the more I like it. As he spoke, the youth walked forward and stood on his tiptoes, about to tear off the couplets. Chun Pingon panicked and hurriedly stopped the youth. "What are you doing?" The youth looked innocent. "Song Jisun will never come back here in his life. If I keep this couplet, it will gradually disappear. I might as well keep it and take it to the capital." Chun Pingon insisted and shook his head. "No, before the end of the year, you can't tear off the couplets. Otherwise, it will bring bad luck to the family." The youth made an O sound and said dejectedly, "There's such a thing in a small town." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you want to sit in my courtyard?" The youth waved his hand. "Forget it. This is such a small place. I don't think I can even drink a cup of tea. Let's go. By the way, this alley isn't Decapitation Alley, right? If we keep walking forward, can we get out?" Chun Pingon smiled. "Yes, we can." The youth strode away, not forgetting to raise his hand with his back facing Chun Pingon, and waved it. Chun Pingon watched the strange youth leave before returning to his courtyard. Seeing the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall, he put down the basket and took out a stool to sit down. Chun Pingon suddenly got up and ran to Clay Bottle Alley. Indeed, a sneaky person was running very quickly. Chun Pingon came to Song Jisun's door and saw that the couplets had been stolen. Chun Pingon stood in his original spot and looked at the smooth walls on both sides of the courtyard. He was speechless and said with a wry smile, "What kind of person is this? He's too unkind." Chun Pingon sighed as he walked back to his courtyard, only to find old Yang sitting on the stool at some point in time, puffing out smoke. The old man said slowly, "Why are you sighing at such a young age? It wasn't easy for you to accumulate some vitality, but you have to leak it out. This is especially true for people who practice martial arts." Chun Pingon was horrified and said in a deep voice, "I'll remember." The old man asked, "Why did Ning's daughter suddenly leave?" "She caused me to lose a bag of money for spring greeting." Chun Pingon squatted beside the old man and shook his head. "I'm not sure either. I only know that Miss Ning has something to do with a place called Inverted Hanging Mountain." Old Yang nodded and smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, a shabby place where even birds don't shit. It's the border between two places. In order to prevent both sides from wandering around, one of the 3 disciples of the Tao ancestor, a great leader, used the divine power of heaven and earth inversion to deter outsiders. In the end, Inverted Hanging Mountain is actually a world's mountain seal. It's very domineering. The old man's words were filled with sarcasm and disappointment. Of course, Chun Pingon didn't know the reason. Old Yang asked, "You're planning to buy a mountain?" Chun Pingon never played dumb in front of this old man, and answered honestly, "I'm planning to buy 5 mountains: Treasure Head Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Near Master Ruan's 3 mountains, there's also Luapa Mountain and True Pearl Mountain." The old man interrupted the youth and frowned. "Why did you buy Luapa Mountain? Who hinted to you? Wanting? That shouldn't be the case. He clearly doesn't want to get too involved with you." Chun Pingon asked doubtfully, "Is Luapa Mountain very strange?" The old man hesitated for a moment and blew out a smoke ring. He nodded. "Other than Cloud Cover Mountain and Incense Flame Mountain, this Luapa Mountain is the most interesting. However, I'm afraid that even Dolly Kintiangian Geomaster can't tell, so the price won't be too high. You've gotten a great bargain." The old man's eyes were sharp, and his tone became heavier. "You haven't said why you bought it." Chun Pingon said awkwardly, "When I was looking at the map, a pile of bird droppings fell from my head and landed on the 3 words Luapa Mountain. In the past, Old Man Yao always said that there was an invisible god between the mountains and rivers. I felt that it was fate. At that time, I really didn't know which mountain to buy, so I randomly decided to buy it." After the old man heard Old Man Yao, his eyes behind the white smoke became a little complicated. He nodded. "If that's the case, it makes sense." Chun Pingon smiled and asked, Master One has already agreed to help me by those 5 mountains. So, I've made a profit? Old Yang nodded and said softly, "You've made a profit." The old man was a little confused. Was it really because Chun Pingan's luck had turned from bad to good? Without the restrictions of Pearl Grotto Heaven's rules? Chun Pingan suddenly remembered something. That young man with a mole between his eyebrows said that his surname was Chui, and his nickname was Xiao Hu. He also said that I could call him Senior Uncle. Old Yang did not say anything. As expected, Dali Imperial Tutor Chui Dong. Although he did not have an official position, he was the nominal leader of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dali dynasty. It was said that he was also one of the few national Go players in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. But where did the matter of Senior Uncle come from? The old man stood up and reminded him, "Keep the square seal that Mr. Qi gave you well, especially the side with the word quiet. Hide it well, be it this Chui Dong or anyone else you meet in the future. You don't have to be afraid. Of course, don't provoke them easily. You just have to remember that after you've successfully bought the 5 mountains, it's better for you to be quiet and not move. Even if you tuck your tail between your legs, it won't be wrong." Chun Pingan thought carefully and nodded hard. "I'll remember it." '82, leaving the narrow and dark Clay Bottle Alley and walking into the wide and bright Erlang Alley, the quick-witted youth walked with light footsteps. His sleeve swayed as he held the couplet he had stolen from the wall of Clay Bottle Alley. A tall man, who was supposed to appear at the construction supervisor's office, was standing outside the door. He had been waiting for a long time with his eyes closed and his breath held. When he heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar yet strange youth. He quickly turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He respectfully said, "Teacher." The youth grunted and casually handed the couplet to Wu Yuan. He took out a key and opened the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly took a step back and closed the door again. Wu Yuan almost bumped into her teacher's back. This official of Longquan County hurriedly took a few steps back, somewhat puzzled by her teacher's actions. The youth named Chui Dong folded his sleeves and pointed at the 2 painted door gods with his mouth. "Your father-in-law's ancestor is hanging here. Isn't that impressive?" This extremely awkward way of saying things gave Wu Yuan a headache. Although he was not on good terms with his father-in-law, who was a pillar of the country, he and his wife, who had not yet married, were really in love with each other. They were a famous couple in the capital. In particular, a handsome scholar from the Han clan, who was well-versed in poetry and books, rushed to the capital and failed in the imperial examinations. However, he won the heart of the beauty. In a situation where no one was optimistic about this marriage, he became the personal disciple of the greatly imperial preceptor in one fell swoop. His name shook the court and instantly became a story of praise. It even alarmed the emperor, who went to the Yangzhengzhai to summon Wu Yuan. After that, the future father-in-law turned a blind eye to Wu Yuan and no longer threatened to break Wu Yuan's 3 legs in front of his daughter. Chui Dong stepped over the threshold and casually said, "I've been thinking about a question. Our Confucian schools vow to sincerely believe in righteousness, honor merit, and rule the world, whether or not it has a chance to be realized." Wu Yuan softly asked, "Teacher, have you thought of an answer?" Chui Dong curled his lips. "It's very difficult." Wu Yuan was speechless. Chui Dong smiled and asked, "Do you think you asked a useless question?" Wu Yuan honestly replied, "A little. Perhaps it was because the conversation between a teacher and a student was always so frank. Chui sure did not get angry. He only glanced at Wu Yuan from the corner of his eyes and said regretfully, "There are many things in this world that are precious not in the outcome, but in the process." Wu Yuan gathered her courage and asked, "Teacher, can you give an example?" Chui Dong led Wu Yuan to the table and said, "For example, you and Yuan Shangju is the daughter of the country. Now, You are in love with each other. You can be happy to hold her hand, but when you finally marry her and have sex with her, you to be happy. You. Chui sure motioned for Wu Yuan to find a place to sit while he continued to stand and look up at the board. He said, "But will you give up the chance to roll in the sheets with the eldest daughter of the Yuan family because of this boring result?" Obviously not. Chui Dong himself also felt that this saying was not very mainstream. Then let me put it another way. Take cultivation, for example. The goal of an ordinary qi refinement warrior is definitely the middle 5 states. Those who are more talented will choose the upper 5 states. Another example is to be an official. Those who are less ambitious will be a low-ranking official. Those who are more ambitious will be a high-ranking official. Then, on the long journey up the mountain, many people will keep looking up at the scenery at the top of the mountain. They can't see the lush trees around them or the beautiful spring flowers under their feet. Even if they see them, they won't stop to admire them. It's a waste of the saints' earnest teachings. There are so many beautiful things in the world. Wu Yuan was deep in thought. Chui Dong suddenly laughed. You even believe in this kind of nonsense? The most boring thing in the world is logic. Wu Yuan said helplessly, if it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't think deeply about this kind of problem. But this time, sir, you came out of seclusion. First, you changed into this outfit. Then, you came to this small town to meet an old friend, for no reason. I'm really not sure. After laughing, Chui Shi leaned lazily on the wide chair. Speaking of which, these great principles aren't all nonsense. Although I value achievements more than knowledge, it doesn't mean that knowledge doesn't need to be treated with effort. To be honest, if an ordinary person doesn't put in hard work and work hard to achieve something, he doesn't have the right to talk about talent. Chui Dong tapped a finger on the chair's armrest. His face was calm and composed. He smiled and said, "Only people who really work hard will have feelings of despair towards those who are really talented. At that time, they will suddenly wake up and tell themselves with tears that they really can't compare to that genius." Wu Yuan smiled. In Go, all the national players and chess players in the Eastern Aquarius continent must have this kind of mentality when facing Sir. Chui Dong twitched the corner of his mouth. But in some matters, a genius like me also looks at some people with this kind of gaze. Wu Yuan shook his head. I don't believe it. Chui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed at the supervisor who was full of righteousness. He smiled and said, "Little Wu, this method of provocation is clumsy." Wu Yuan laughed and cupped his fist to beg for mercy. "Sir, you have a sharp eye." From the corner of Wu Yuan's eyes, he would occasionally see a wooden youth with crystal-clear skin. He was in a daze and his eyes were empty. He was sitting on a small bench not far away from the courtyard. His hands were gently placed on his knees, and his head was slightly raised. His posture was like a frog in a well. In fact, when Wu Yuan entered the room and saw him, he felt uncomfortable all over. But since Sir wasn't willing to take the initiative to speak, he didn't ask anything. Wu Yuan looked at the spring festival couplets on the table. He took one back and carefully studied it. He raised his head and asked, "Sir, who wrote this couplet? This person is very interesting." Chui Shi yawned and shifted into a more comfortable and languid position as he curled up in the chair. For the time being, he'll still be called Song Jisen. But I reckon that in a few years, he'll change back to the old name that was crossed out on the files of the imperial clan court, Songmu. Wu Yuan immediately felt that this light couplet was very troublesome. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what do you want this couplet for?" Chui Dong smiled. "It's for your precious senior brother to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, he'll always say that I can write better than him because I'm older. But now, this couplet was written by his twin brother. I don't believe that he can find any excuses." Wu Yuan thought for a moment and held back his laughter. He said softly, For example, Song Ji-sun is in the countryside and has nothing to do all day. He only cares about practicing his calligraphy so he can make up for his lack of talent with hard work. Is that why his calligraphy is better? Chui Dong was shocked. That works? Wu Yuan smiled and nodded. Little senior brother can do that. Chui Dong shook his head. No matter how much you say, you still don't hit enough. Rules are rules. Wu Yuan put the couplet back on the table and said casually, Sir, your teacher must be very strict with rules. Wu Yuan had never known who her teacher was. She didn't even know the general history of her teacher. The number of people in Dali who knew about this could be counted on one hand. Chui Shi suddenly sat up straight and said, That's wrong. When teacher teaches me, it's almost the same as when I teach you. That's why my teacher taught me to be a student who forgets his roots and roots. Yes, he even deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestors. Wu Yuan thought that he had misheard. Chui Dong said calmly, You didn't mishear? Chui Dong stretched his back. When I was studying, I wasn't as radical as I am now. I only dared to say that knowledge and merit are two things. Sir rewarded me with the words the main culprit of the degeneration of public morals. Chui Dong sat up straighter and looked directly into his student's eyes. Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? It's my teacher. He didn't wait for me to finish talking about the topic and interrupted me. Sir, who has always been known for his rigorous scholarship, didn't even want to think about this question for a day. He didn't even take 2 hours or a stick of incense to burn before he threw those words at me. I have a junior brother. Every time he asked Sir about a classic question, Sir would always teach him carefully, as if he was studying for a long time. He was afraid that there would be the slightest deviation. Once, do you know how long my teacher thought about it before he gave his answer? Chui Dong stretched out a finger. Wu Yuan tried to think as much as she could. She asked tentatively, A month? At this moment, Dali Imperial Tutor, who had appeared in the world with the appearance of a handsome youth, had an extremely strange expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 10 years. Wu Yuan swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to say another word. Chui Dong exhaled heavily and said self-mockingly, It doesn't matter if the stories of old friends are piled up on old papers. What's more, if it doesn't matter, what can I do? Chui Dong stood up and put away his rare complex emotions. He said to Wu Yuan, I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet someone. I have something to do first. You wait at the door. Wu Yuan stood up and left as if she had been granted amnesty. Chui Dong walked to the side of the delicate-looking demented youth. He crouched down behind him and rubbed his chin as if he was looking for a flaw. In the twilight, Wu Yuan walked into the hall with a man wearing a bamboo hat. Chui Dong then stood up and said to the two of them, We're on the same side. Feel free to sit. After that person sat down, he gently took off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome but sickly pale face. He seemed to be in a terrible state, as if he was seriously injured. He was coughing incessantly and emitting a faint smell of blood. Wu Yuan's expression was grave. Lakeview Academy's Chui Ming Huang? Then Wu Yuan quickly looked at her teacher. Chui Dong, Chui Ming Huang, Dali Imperial Tutor, Lakeview Academy. Could it be? Wu Yuan's scalp turned numb and her heart trembled. She started to worry whether she could leave this house alive. When teacher killed people, his mantra was to follow the rules. But the problem was that almost none of the Qi refinement warriors in the Dali dynasty could understand teacher's rules. Even a direct disciple like Wu Yuan never dared to think that she could truly understand teacher's thoughts. Chui Dong moved a chair to the side of the dull-witted youth. With his back facing Wu Yuan and Chui Ming Huang, he smiled and said, Don't be nervous. One of you is a descendant of the clan that I admire. The other is a favorite student who is expected to inherit my legacy. So, The two of you don't have to guess. You can think positively. Wu Yuan plucked up her courage and asked, "Teacher, are you from the Chui clan?" Chui Dong ignored her. Chui Ming Huang smiled bitterly. "My uncle-granduncle was expelled from the Chui clan long ago. He even ordered us to live in different ancestral halls and die in different graves." Wu Yuan's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Chui Dong, who did not turn around, smiled and said, "Don't worry. Our wise and mighty emperor has known about these filthy past since the beginning." "Oh, right, Chui Ming Huang. Answer all of Wu Yuan's questions without reserve." Wu Yuan was quick-witted and directly asked the most important question. Qi Jingchun's death was a teacher's doing? Chui Dong was unwilling to speak. Chui Ming Huang's expression was normal as he replied, "Qi Jingchun received a secret letter from the Cliff Academy. The person who wrote the letter told Qi Jingchun that their teacher, who was imprisoned in a certain academy, was really dead." Wu Yuan frowned. This was a huge secret that she had never heard of before. Most likely, only the leaders of the 3 major academies of the Confucian School and the 72 academies were qualified to know the inside story. However, Wu Yuan, like many scholars from aristocratic families, had heard of most of the other rumors. In less than 100 years, the statue of the 4th deity that was enshrined in the Confucian temple was removed from the position of the sage of literature and moved to one of the 72 sages. Then it was moved down from the position of the sage of literature until it was at the bottom of the list. At the beginning of spring this year, it was moved out of the Confucian temple. Moreover, someone tried to enshrine it in a Taoist temple secretly, but it was discovered. In the end, it was destroyed by a group of ignorant people. The classic articles that this sage wrote with his life's work were all banned and destroyed. The laws and policies that he implemented were all overturned by the dynasties, and his name was removed from the official history. First, it went from bad to worse. Then, it was on the verge of collapse. In the end, it disappeared without a trace overnight. Chui Ming Huang told Wu Yuan a shocking conspiracy. Cliff Academy has been removed from the 72 academies. Although Dali is unwilling to accept this, Qi Jingchun and the academy have contributed a lot in educating the commoners and helping Dali to get rid of his identity as a northern barbarian. Moreover, without the academy to attract the scholars from the northern eastern treasure bottle continent, Dali's civil service system will be greatly impacted. However, the general trend is irresistible. Dali can't stop it. Emperor Dali won't be so stupid as to offend so many powerful forces on and off the mountain for Qi Jingchun. Since external aid is no longer reliable, Qi Jingchun will have to rely on his own strength to prevent the Cliff Academy from being removed after receiving the letter. This huge problem will be placed on Qi Jingchun's desk along with the secret letter. However, he is well aware that once the 60-year period is over and he walks out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, the shocking truth that he has been hibernating here and that his cultivation state has increased instead of falling will inevitably lead to greater suppression from some important figures within the Confucian school. Of course, it won't be just the Confucian school and Taoist school. Some other important figures from the 100 schools of thought will also be restless. After all, it wasn't easy to suppress an old one. If a new one comes along, it will be too ridiculous. Chui Ming Huang revealed a smile and subconsciously looked at the senior of his family, who was still staring at the youth Chui Dong. Chui Ming Huang's eyes were full of admiration. At this time, Wan Cheng's early appearance has become a decisive move. He has completely cut off Qi Jingchun's most likely path of retreat. Chui Dong had unknowingly stood up and was gently opening the youth's eyes with his finger. After hearing Chui Ming Huang's words, he muttered, "Where's the wine? I should have bought a few jugs when I passed by the tavern." Chui Ming Huang saw that Wu Yuan was somewhat puzzled and explained, "Wan Cheng arrived at Lizhu Grotto Heaven long ago. Although this military grandmaster doesn't interfere with the town's affairs and maintains absolute neutrality, Wan Cheng's existence itself is meaningful. This means that Qi Jingchun can no longer open his mouth to bargain with the 4 sages of the 3 schools and 1 school to continue staying in the town and be imprisoned for another 60 years in exchange for another 60 years of the Cliff Academy's feeble existence. Cui Minghuang smiled and said, "Their teacher is dead. No one reads his moral essays, and no one promotes his policies." After Qi Jingchun came to the Eastern Aquarius continent, the Cliff Academy that he painstakingly built in the barbarian land is also gone. There's no place for him to stand in the secular world. The place of peace that supported him to this step seems to be gone too. Why not die? Only when Qi Jingchun is dead can some people feel that there's no threat at all. As for the broken Cliff Academy, they naturally can't be bothered to take another look. In fact, if it wasn't for Qi Jingchun, let alone becoming one of the 72 academies, the Cliff Academy in Dali might not even have half of the foundation of our Lakeview Academy. Cui Dong commented, "Lakeview Academy has plenty of foundation, but lacks vitality. If it wasn't for the existence of the Cliff Academy, which forced Lakeview Academy to make many changes, I'm afraid it would be even worse. In the upcoming great changes, it will only be one step slower and slower, gradually dying out." Cui Minghuang praised from the bottom of his heart. Marshal Granduncle's insight is penetrating, hitting the nail on the head. Cui Dong finally stopped tormenting the youth, who didn't have any human spirit. He stood beside the pool without any water and looked up at the blue sky with the youth. After retracting his gaze, he said a very strange conclusion, "So I carefully arranged a big exam. There's only one candidate, the orphan called Chun Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley. He only has a very ordinary background, but he has a very interesting growth experience." Wu Yuan was even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Cui Dong began to pace slowly around the pool with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Logically speaking, when Qi Jingchun is bound to die, he will make a last-ditch struggle. Then there are 3 people that we have to pay attention to. His junior brother Ma Zhan, who suffered with him in the Lizhu Cave Heaven, Zhao Yao, who taught him knowledge step by step, and Song Jisun, who seemed to have an ordinary relationship with him. Because these 3 people are most likely to be Qi Jingchun's hope. I want Ma Zhan to continue the legacy of the Cliff Academy. It doesn't matter even if there's only one disciple. I want Zhao Yao to carry forward the legacy of the school. It doesn't matter whether it's in the Dali dynasty or even in the Eastern Aquarius continent. In the beginning, when I learned that Qi Jingchun had left all his books to Song Jisun, I thought that Song Jisun would be one of his inheritors. But soon, I realized that it was a smokescreen. When Cui Dong reached this point, he became silent for a long time. He seemed to be deducing step by step in reverse to make sure that there were no mistakes. Wu Yuan cautiously interrupted, "Behind the smokescreen, is that person called Chun Pingon hiding?" Cui Dong, whose thoughts were interrupted, stopped in his tracks. He abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan immediately stood up. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She bowed and said, "Please forgive me, mister." Cui Dong continued to stroll. Ma Zhan can be considered half a disciple of that person, but compared to Qi Jingchun, he's too far behind. His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is thinner than paper. I asked Cui Minghuang to deceive Ma Zhan, to trick him into replacing Qi Jingchun as the next hill master of Cliff Academy. Although the title of one of the 72 academies is gone, the academy itself still exists. The academy needs a hill master. In this way, for Qi Jingchun's literary lineage and our Dali emperor, it's still acceptable. This is also the result that the various factions have tacitly agreed upon. But I don't like it. Such a happy ending is too boring. In any case, there are already voices within the Confucian faction that want the sage of literature, Qi Jingchun, and Cliff Academy to disappear altogether, lest the people's hearts change and rise from the ashes. So I propose to build a new academy in Cloud Splitting Mountain, and the 3 Confucian academies also agreed to promote this academy to one of the 72 academies within 50 years. Our emperor heard this and thought it was a good idea. Compared to Qi Jingchun, who is of little value, it's better to replace him with a puppet who listens to Dali. Of course, it's more suitable for Dali's southern hegemony. So, Cui Minghuang lied to Ma Zhan again. He told him that since things had come to this, he might as well change his allegiance and cut ties with the Cliff Academy. After returning to the small town, he would be able to become the new Hill Master of the new academy. Moreover, he would be the first Hill Master of the new academy. Wouldn't it be better than learning from the Cliff Academy and relying on others? Cui Dong continued walking, but glanced at Cui Minghuang, who was silently breathing. Did something happen at this time? Cui Minghuang nodded. It should be at this time that he became suspicious and began to feign civility with me. At that time, he didn't reveal anything. Although I was cautious, I didn't expect that trash like Ma Zhan to be so ruthless. He didn't hold back at all. Even if his meridians were broken and his acupoints exploded, he still wanted to kill me. Cui Dong nodded. Although Ma Zhan is far inferior to Qi Jingchun, he has been under that person's tutelage for more than 10 years. He can't be treated as a mere fool. Cui Minghuang covered his mouth with his hand and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. After clenching his fists, his face relaxed and became a little rosy. He asked, "Grandmaster, why did you allow the last remaining master of Cliff Academy to lead students away from Dali to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom, and continue to use the name of Cliff Academy? How did Emperor Dali agree to this? I still can't figure it out." Cui Dong walked slowly. Firstly, even if Cliff Academy survives, it will only exist in name. Without the golden name of one of the 72 academies, it will be an empty shell. It will no longer be able to compete with the thriving Lakeside Academy for the most outstanding scholars of the Eastern Aquarius continent. Secondly, once a new academy is established in Mount Cloudy, the Vice Master of Lakeside Academy will come to oversee it. Of course, the second master will be this gentleman sitting next to you. Thirdly, the Great Sui Kingdom accepted the stray dogs of Cliff Academy, which is equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Our Dali can find an excuse to declare war on the Great Sui Kingdom at any time. When that time comes, won't Cliff Academy still be on Dali's territory? Everyone knows that Cliff Academy is equivalent to the directorate of the Dali dynasty. But which emperor of the dynasty dares to call Lakeside Academy their own private school? Therefore, Dali's complete control of an academy is something that His Majesty has dreamed of since he was a child. Of course, His Majesty also has the intention of compensating Qi Jingchun. During those years when Qi Jingchun was the master of the academy, even if he didn't want to grovel before His Majesty really admired Qi Jingchun. He might even respect him a little. Cui Dong suddenly laughed. Of course, the main reason is that I need it. I need all of this chess game. In addition to needing Qi Jingchun to die in Liju Grotto Heaven, I also need him to follow my chess path and choose the chess pieces that I want him to choose. In the end, I will destroy them one by one. Before Qi Jingchun died, it was like he was still holding a few seeds in his hand or holding a few incense sticks. It can only be passed to the hands of those around him. In the matter of literary lineage, it's important to pass on the torch. Even if the disciples who believe in a certain doctrine can die, the line may not be cut off. Therefore, it's unclear what the line of incense and literary luck are. Qi Jingchun might have grasped the clue, but I still can't figure it out. I don't dare to be too sure. I need to use facts to prove my idea. Therefore, this examination and this chess game are not only used to cut off the line of that person's literary lineage, but also an opportunity for me to prove my Tao. Chui Dong walked behind the youth sitting on the bench and reached out to pat his head gently. He smiled and said, "There was once a poem saying that the immortal touched my head, and my hair was tied, and I was immortal. The writing is really full of immortal aura." The joints of the youth's body creaked. Finally, he stood up slowly, with stagnant movements. His eyes gradually glowed with dazzling brilliance. When he stood up straight, he turned to face Chui Dong, who had pieced together his body. The youth was still unable to speak. He was like a baby who had just learned to speak. He danced with joy and joy. But at the same time, he had an innate reverence for Chui Dong. Not to mention Wu Yuan, who was not a cultivator. Even Chui Minghuang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Wu Yuan did not know why, but after hearing the teacher's words today, she felt cold all over and weak. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Teacher, can't we just kill someone and end it? Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Chui Dong laughed, as if he had waited for a long time, and finally came to a really interesting question. He clicked his tongue and said, "The battle of the great Tao is not as simple as exterminating a family in the secular world. It is very, very difficult to truly eliminate the root of the problem. Many times, killing people will make a simple matter into a mess. Therefore, it is necessary to destroy the heart. Why can a cultivator reach the 15th floor? It is because he cultivates the heart. As for a martial artist who cultivates the strength, he can only reach this high. The 9th state is the peak. It is harder to reach the 10th state than to reach the sky." Chui Shi jumped into the pool opposite the patio. He stepped on the colorful pebbles at the bottom of the pool and walked freely in the pool. However, compared to the surface, the pool was obviously more cramped. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell you 2 frogs at the bottom of the well about 2 cases that were originally kept secret. After listening, you'll realize that my methods are just SOSO. There was a genius who almost helped the school of the military establish a sect. Although he failed at the last step, he was still a man of great fortune, so no one dared to kill him. In the end, do you know how those true saints dealt with him? They threw him into a blessed land and arranged chess pieces to stay by his side for all his lives, constantly wearing down his morale. In this life, he was reduced to a teacher in a village, but he did not have to worry about food or clothing. In the next life, he was reduced to a coarse butcher with a weak temperament, but he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. In the next life, he was reduced to a frivolous playboy, but he came back to life after spending all his money. In the next life, he became a literati emperor in a time of peace and prosperity. In short, for all his lives, he was always played in the hands of others. It was the same now. It was not that the younger generation of the school of the military did not want to take action, but they only dared to do it secretly, trying to awaken the consciousness of the great ancestor of the military school. But the chances were slim. How could they compete with those old guys in cultivation, strategy, and patience? How could they win? There was another ambitious and ruthless person of the school of the military. His battle prowess was shocking, but in the end, he lost everything due to a moment of carelessness. For the sake of a puppet girl, his soul was dispersed. Then, the saints immediately seized the opportunity and divided up his 3 souls and 6 spirits until there was nothing left. Then, he became the top immortal of the various blessed lands. Every single one of his souls actually ascended from the blessed land to our world. Moreover, his great Tao was smooth, and every one of them became an overlord. Then, do you think that these 9 people, whose cultivation was at least at the 10th floor or the 7th realm of the martial way, would be willing to abandon their independent will and become one person? It doesn't sound too complicated, but actually implementing it will take an extremely long period of time. At this point, Chui Shi lamented, "The struggle for the great Tao is truly cruel." Chui Dong stretched lazily and rubbed his neck with both hands. He chuckled. Ma Zhan died of guilt and resentment. Zhao Yao has already lost his identity as the owner of the spring seal. Then, the only one left is the silence seal that broke the great rules. An extremely poor orphan in a shabby alley has suffered all kinds of hardships. Deep in his heart, he desperately hoped for a stable life. Now his dream has come true, and he has suddenly become the most extravagant and wealthy person in the small town. He has also suddenly ushered in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. The 5 mountains of the blessed land have all been taken into his pocket. 300 years, a whole 300 years of riches and honor have all belonged to him. Apart from these timely assistants, I have also helped him twice. The first time was to help him choose that desolate mountain. I will have Dolly confer a mountain deity to this mountain. Don't you think the young man will be very surprised? The second time was to buy the straw shop and the New Year shop, which will soon be sold at a low price. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, Chinpingan will logically buy them. Think about it. The 5 mountains outside the small town are full of gold. The 2 old shops in the small town, the county magistrate Wu Yuan at the foot of the mountain, and Mr. Cui, the deputy master of the academy on the mountain, will favor him greatly. Do you think this young man has almost no pursuits left? But when Cui Dong said these 2 words, he had a particularly playful smile. He said to himself, "These 2 words are the most frightening thing in the world." He continued, "But at this time, when they went out, there were 2 carriages and an ox cart. When they came back, there was only 1 carriage and 1 ox cart, and the gentle and elegant Mr. Cui from Lakeview Academy was missing. Mr. Ma, the student teacher, was also dead. Then the coachman will find Chinpingan and tell the young man that Mr. Qi and Mr. Ma, when they were alive, both hoped that he could take the 6 children to the enemy of the Dali dynasty, the Cliff Academy, which had moved to the Great Sui Kingdom, to continue his studies. This trip will be difficult and dangerous. In the end, the coachman will considerately persuade the young man that if Mr. Qi is still alive, he will definitely not want you to take the risk to go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Wu Yuan asked carefully, if those frightened children want to stay at home in the small town, won't Chinpingan justifiably not have to go out? Isn't Mr. Cui's plan this time? Cui Mingwang smiled and said, not long after these children left the small town, their families had been forcibly moved to the capital of Dali. Of course, Dali will not lack their wealth and glory, but each family will leave a few people behind to tell those children how rare it is to enter the Cliff Academy and how their parents and elders earnestly hope that they can go to the academy and return. Cui Dong stood directly below the courtyard. Expressionless, Wu Yuan became more cautious and asked Mr. Cui, how can you be sure that this examination will completely cut off Qi Jingchuan's line of literature? Cui Dong raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wu Yuan. He said with a smile, can't you tell that Qi Jingchun and I are brothers from the same school? As his senior brother, I once explained the Confucian classics to him on behalf of Mr. Cui Dong, who went out to study for 3 whole years. So why wouldn't I, Cui Dong, know about his Tao? Cui sure walked out of the pool and murmured softly, a gentleman with a pure heart. That's all there is to it. It's just that Qi Jingchuan's life is too good. He actually had 2 natal characters. If he didn't die here, he would probably have 3 natal characters. If he didn't die here, who would? Cui Dong walked to the door. I mustered so many people to set up such a big trap for such a small matter. So small. Cui Dong raised his hand and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He clicked his tongue and said, if he still loses, the last few words Cui Dong said were almost inaudible. Cui Dong had just opened the door and stepped over the threshold when he suddenly stopped. Dali Imperial Tutor, who had wanted to buy wine, suddenly felt that there was no point in drinking wine. In the end, He simply sat on the threshold. Wu Yuan and Cui Ming Huang looked at the back of the slender youth and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Cui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and bent over to look at the house across the street. The cheap black and white door gods, the vulgar spring festival couplets, and the ugly fortune character pasted upside down. Cui Dong muttered to himself, "Qi Jing Chun, you'll be disappointed in the end." A gentle voice with a hint of laughter rang out from somewhere. "So that's how it is." Cui Dong was indifferent to this and continued to look into the distance. He nodded and said, "I'll drink when the time comes." '83. When Chun Pingon climbed out of the well with a basket of soil on his back, he was a little confused. A group of Laurel scholars stood outside the well. The leader was the old man from the Ministry of Rights who had stood on a ladder under the plaque of the memorial archway and reprimanded the supervisor loudly. Beside him was the former supervisor who had built the covered bridge before he left. It was said that he was Song Jison's father, Lord Song. His skin was slightly fairer than when he was in the small town. The other 5 or 6 people were mostly in their 30s or 40s. They all had an extraordinary bearing and looked more like high-ranking officials than Lord Song. In fact, Chun Pingon was not the only one who was stunned. This group of officials from the Ministry of Rights, who had the noblest status among the 6 departments of Dali, were also very shocked when they saw the only rich man in the small town who owned 3 bags of gold and copper coins. It was this poor young man who was covered in dust in front of them, who had wealth equivalent to half of Emperor Dali's treasury in his hands. Then he spent a lot of money and bought a total of 5 mountains in one go, including Lapa Mountain. Wan Qi did not show up. Instead, the young girl in green, Wan Xiu, and the county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, stood side by side. The latter looked down with an indifferent expression and slightly lowered gaze. Little Lord Wu, who gave people the impression that he had a frighteningly powerful backer, was sulking with the bunch of officials from the Ministry of Rights. After all, no one would be happy to let a group of outsiders take away such a fat piece of meat in their own territory. In the end, Wu Yuan unexpectedly retreated to the end of the disturbance that happened below the memorial archway and allowed the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu, to copy all the 16 words and leave. Even though a Qi refinement warrior on the 7th floor who was acting as a secret retainer confirmed that the words on the plaque had lost all their vitality and there was no need to take out the precious Fenglei letters, Assistant Minister Dong still had a rude and unreasonable attitude, as if he could not wait to tear down the plaque and take away all the Fenglei letters that he brought with him. Only then did he contentedly lead his subordinates from the Ministry of Rights to stay in the courtyard of a wealthy family in Peach Leaf Alley. It was not easy for Wu Yuan to make use of the small town's large-scale construction to win a reputation among the ordinary people. In an instant, it was beaten back to its original state. The people of Falu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were happy to see this, and it became a topic of conversation. Most of them gloated and felt that Wu Yuan was just an embroidered pillow who was useless. Some people said that if Yuan dared to be stubborn and stubborn to the end with the Ministry of Rights, they would admire this kid's backbone. Now, they were afraid that he would be a coward at the Ministry of Rights when he officially wore the official uniform of the county magistrate in the future, of Dali, of me, of this, of E. As he finished speaking, the old assistant minister looked around and chuckled. Apart from Lord Song, who used to be a kiln supervisor, who did not move, the other officials of the Ministry of Rights all laughed, as if Dong had said the funniest joke in the world. Chun Pingon was a little embarrassed. "I don't understand the Dali official language you speak." Wu Yuan's lips curved in a subtle arc. Lord Song, who was proficient in the small town's dialect, had no intention of helping this Yamen official, because the two of them belonged to different mountains, and not long ago, the two sides had completely fallen out with each other. If the emperor had not personally appointed Song Yuzhang to accompany him to the south, he would not have had a chance at this cushy job. The Ministry of Rights Yamen was full of scholars, and they were the seeds of scholars who had fought with thousands of men and horses on a single log bridge. Therefore, the war of words in this Yamen was refined and brilliant. Fortunately, Song Yuzhang was a strange person who could get used to living in a small town. After returning to the capital, he did not say a word and did not feel any resentment. Assistant Minister Dong had cultivated for most of his life in the Ministry of Rights Yamen. The Ministry of Rights was the only Yamen in the Dali imperial court that could compete with the Ministry of War. Dong, who became the third in command of the Ministry of Rights. Clearly, he was a shrewd old fox. He immediately realized his mistake and wanted to find a way out. He turned his head and smiled at the only daughter of Master Wan, hoping that she could pass on a message for him. However, Dong Hu almost immediately dismissed the idea. Even the emperor had to treat the saint of the military school of Wind and Snow Temple as a guest of honor. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, he dared to ask Master Ruan's daughter to do this and that. If the girl was a difficult person who did not understand etiquette and felt that he had neglected her, she could go back and complain to her father. Then, Master Wan would only need to lightly send a word or two to the capital. He guessed that he could still be a third-level official, but it would definitely not be comfortable. The old man's mind raced, but in fact, it was only a matter of a moment. Assistant Minister Dong decided to change his original intention. He smiled at the girl and was about to ask if Miss Wan was comfortable living here. Did she need the Ministry of Rights to help her get a simple and elegant residence on Falus Street or Peach Leaf Alley in the small town? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. The daughter of Master Wan, who was unattainable in the eyes of all the officials of the Ministry of Rights, quickly walked to the side of the bumpkin boy and probably told him what Assistant Minister Dong had said. The boy listened to the girl's words with a calm expression, which really shocked the officials of the Ministry of Rights. How could Qin Pingon have known that such a small matter could cause the minds of these distinguished people in the capital to wander thousands of miles away? After listening carefully to Wan Xiu's words, Qin Pingon smiled and said to her, Xiu, please tell this old gentleman that I am a dragon kiln worker. Now, I am doing odd jobs in the blacksmith shop. The reason why I was able to buy those mountains was because of Master Wan. When the green-clothed girl heard the name Xiu, she smiled until her limpid eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. In the end, she cheerfully used the Eastern Aquarius continent's official language to explain everything to the Great Li's old assistant minister. Dong Hu and all the officials of the Ministry of Rights were naturally proficient in the elegant language of the continent. Otherwise, wouldn't they be confirming the fallacy that the Dali dynasty was the barbarians of the north? In the capital of Dali, being able to speak the elegant language fluently and skillfully was an important criterion to distinguish between the rich and the poor. Dong Hu's expression became even more amiable. He smiled and nodded gently. After listening to Miss Ruan's explanation, he said that he would not disturb Qin Pingon any longer and would trouble Miss Wan to help them say goodbye to Master Wan. Since Master Wan was busy forging swords, they could not disturb him. Otherwise, the emperor, who had admired Master Wan for a long time, would definitely punish them. Wan Xiu was not interested in these pleasantries. She made an O sound and did not say anything else. The old assistant minister, who had long become a shrewd person, did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After introducing Miss Wan to a few places in the capital of Dali, he led the group away with a calm expression. Song Yuzhang walked at the back of the group. Wu Yuan walked behind Song Yuzhang. Wan Xiu accompanied Qin Pingon to pour out the soil in the wicker basket. As she walked, she said, My father said that the matter of buying the mountain will be settled soon. Other than the officials of the Ministry of Rights in Dali, he also needs the geomasters of Kinianjian to come forward, together with you. The three parties need to sign before it can be settled. However, the geomasters led by the two masters Qing Wu are still carefully inspecting the topography and feng shui of all the mountains. It will probably be a few days before they come out. Chun Pingon thought for a moment and put down the wicker basket. Looking at the busy figures around him, he asked, "Let's go to the stream and talk as we walk." Wan Xiu smiled and said, "Sure." Wan Xiu lowered her voice and said softly, "Other than Master Qing Wu and ordinary geomasters from Kinianjian, many Qi refinement warriors from the 100 schools and the unorthodox schools are also here. Among them, there are two young mountain-moving apes. One is a silverbacked ape, and the other is a long-armed ape. They are usually kept in the deep mountains and forests. Only when needed will they be used to break the mountains or move the hills. There are also the Xialing armored warriors created by the Taoist talisman sect. It is a very magical thing. After the Qi refinement warrior imbues a thin piece of talisman paper with vital Qi, it can transform into an armored warrior that is 70 to 80 feet tall. It has immense strength, although it is not as good as the mountain-moving apes. It is good that it is obedient, and there will be no accidents. The mountain-moving apes have a violent temperament, especially the young ones. They are especially difficult to tame. Once they lose control, they will definitely die. Even if they're suppressed and killed, it will be a great loss. I heard that there are also the cardigan puppets created by the Mo family's master. Even I have not seen them before. If there is a chance, I must go and see for myself in the future. My father has picked two shops for you. One is a shop for pressuring the Lunar New Year, and the other is a grass shop. They are just right next to each other, and you are very familiar with them. If you don't have any objections, my father can help you finalize the deal immediately. This is because this kind of small deal does not involve the feng shui of a dynasty or the fate of the mountains and rivers. It is not as troublesome as buying a mountain. Chun Pingon thought for a while and smiled. Of course, no problem. Wan Xiu suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously, "My father told me in private that the Emperor Dali has personally said that since the town now belongs to Dali's territory, then all the treasures and artifacts left in the streets and among the people will be taken back to the national treasury at a high price. In the end, about 20 decent old items were collected in the town. The items handed over by the ordinary people in Fallu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were half and half. It was just that the selling price was not high at all. In the end, Emperor Dali personally took out 7 or 8 items, making a total of 30 items. They were used as prizes for 30 of the mountains, which was equivalent to giving them to the buyer for free. Of course, the average person does not know which mountains have prizes and which do not, but my father knows that Xinxiu Mountain and Luapa Mountain will definitely have them. Moreover, they are of excellent quality and are one of the best. In addition, my family's Lantern Mountain and your Luapa Mountain may each be conferred a mountain god by the Dali Imperial Court to oversee them." Chun Pingon took a deep breath and squatted by the stream, frowning. It seemed somewhat unreal. The Clay Bottle Alley youth had never dreamed that he would have such a day. The Straw Sandals Youth Stream was at most related to festive couplets, majestic door gods, fragrant meat buns, and a bag full of clattering copper coins. Wan Xiu squatted down with him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chun Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed that he could not say why, so he could only shake his head. He picked up a licorice and chewed it in his mouth, like he was familiar with it. After a moment of silence, Chun Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Miss Wan, just now I called you Xiu in front of outsiders. Don't be angry. I saw so many high-ranking officials and was very nervous, so I wanted to pretend to be very familiar with you." Wan Xiu blinked and asked an irrelevant question. Well, is there any news about your friend recently? The one who carries a saber and a sword. Chun Pingon was confused and said, You mean missing? After she left, I don't know any news about her. Wan Xiu smiled. Chun Pingon suddenly raised his head and turned towards the stone arch bridge. A familiar red figure was running towards him, its two legs moving like the wheels of a car. Chun Pingon had a bad premonition and hurriedly stood up. The little girl wearing a dirty and wrinkled red cotton-padded jacket came in front of him and looked up at him. Her face was actually full of tears. She was heartbroken and wrinkled her tanned little face. Choking with sobs, she said, Mr. Ma died. Before he died, he asked me to come and find you. Tomorrow, Swords of the Future will be on the shelves. Welcome to subscribe. Chun Pingon will also leave the town tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.